Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Clown Showdown. Thanks for joining us for the final day of the tournament where we will get to see who's going to take the victory. And just like yesterday, I am being joined by Toxic for the analysis segments that we'll have later on. How is it going, mate?
It's going absolutely fabulous. I'm very, very stoked to see the matches that we will have today. We'll start off with an absolute banger. We will have the German super team of Aurora facing off versus the Polish super team of Enville. So that's one is going to be very interesting. It's going to be our upper bracket final in the best of 7 format. After that, we will have in the lower bracket Madagascar and No Timing, the two Ukrainian teams facing off in the lower bracket in a best of 5, and we'll see where it goes from there.
Yes, so finals of the winners bracket BO7, losers bracket BO5, and we'll have later on the grand finals, which is a BO9. With the team coming up from the winners bracket having a slight advantage, they get to pick one map straight, so no permaban allowed from the team coming from the losers bracket. We have 4 decent teams left in the tournament. We have a clash between two Ukraine-based base team in the losers bracket, Madagascar versus No Timing. But first, we'll start with the finals of the winners bracket, Enville versus Aurora. What's your take on that?
It's going to be a pretty close one. I feel like Aurora really stepped up this tournament. They showed versus No Timing, as well as in the group stage, what they are capable of. Aurora actually won 4-0 versus Enville in the group stage. Not sure if Enville played up to their standards. Maybe they want to become second in the group, so they could basically choose which opponent they will face. But one thing that I want to mention, I've just been informed that Feli, actually from the Aurora team, it's his birthday today, so happy birthday,
Hey.
Feli, if you're hearing this. Congratulations. Maybe a win for the day would top it off for him.
Well, happy birthday to you, to the young German superstar, and well, the community is going Enville's way. Almost 80% of the viewers giving more credit to the Polish team. You have to keep in mind that the last group stage they played with Barbarian, and they're playing with our team for the playoff. They are possibly as strong, if not stronger, without him, I would say, but they would need to get on track and make it work. So it's going to be interesting to see how it's going against Aura today. That being said, we also have to remind you guys you can get some drops. You will have some mystery drops allowed today, and if you were not there yesterday, you also get the chance to get the Twitch tokens again.
Yeah, you have to watch a total amount of 240 minutes to get all of the drops. In the mystery drops, you will be able to either grab some premium days, a 2D style, or one of the 3 shown premium tech.
Well, we are gonna get back in here, and well, Toxic. That being said, with that introduction being done, what we're gonna do now is probably get to hear what our casters have to say about the first match of the day. Show the pick and bounce. Kian and Daki, take it away.
Well, hello there, and welcome also from the caster's desk. I'm once again being joined by Ducky here, and for the first match of today, we're gonna, I guess kick it off with a classic by now. Enville against Aurora, a Polish team against a German team. We can see the Aurora lineup here, also I guess from our side. Happy birthday wishes to Feli, the up-and-coming, or German superstar.
Bro, he's not that young anymore. Like I like how it's saying it was like young superstar or whatever, but like he's not that young anymore.
Oh,
you know, his upcoming days are gone, Kihan.
Oh,
you know, you would know everything about that.
so he's there now, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly.
All right, and then we have the Polish team of Enville under their captain Monsteo. I don't think any of those players need an introduction, really. They're in it to win it, really, because last time they got beaten, and I guess they're coming back with a vengeance now. Yesterday, showing what they're made of. Today, though, they're facing off against Aurora, who also managed to win their upper bracket match 4-2. So this leads us into the pick and bans. Aurora not wanting to play Ensk, Enville taking out Live Oaks, then Aurora with the Muravanka pick. Enville saying we can do better on Cliff, Himmelsdorf being taken out, then Prokhorovka as map number 3, and if we get to it, a classic of a tiebreaker, it's going to be Himmelsdorf.
After the clapping that Aurora got yesterday from no timing, they're just never gonna play Ensk again in their lives. It's like, no, it's good. We're fine with ours. But yeah, Live Oaks being banned from Enville, no surprise. This has been their perma-ban for I don't know how long, actually. Moro, fine map for both, I think. Cliff, I'd favor Enville, and Proco I'd also slightly favor Enville, actually, just by feeling wise, you know.
Yeah, just by past performances. Other than that, though, what's your take? Who do you think should be favored in this match? Because Enville last time they only got beaten by one team, and it wasn't Aurora.
That is true, but Aurora did take it pretty far against Enville, if you remember, Kian.
I think in the lower bracket finals last time they actually took it to tiebreaker, where Enville then won 3-2. So pretty close matchup, supposedly in between the two. Yeah, I'm quite stoked actually as to what's gonna happen. I think both of the teams have a decent chance to win, although I'd still slightly favor Enville.
I think it's just still fair to favor Enville in this, to have the better track record. They have the overall achievements as well. They did beat Aurora last time around. Prediction-wise, you and me 4-2. Insane going 4-3. And Toxic going for Aurora with the 4-3 scoreline. So none of us really expecting a blowout here. For Aurora, unlike last time, maybe the Destroyer will not have his shot go through an EBR and lose them the game.
Yeah, we'll have to see about that.
Did you ever see that clip, by the way?
Yeah, I saw it. Basically, the wreck carrying on there and getting the spots. That was highly unfortunate for Aurora last time. But that is that, and now is now. I guess we're going to hop into the lineups very soon here to see what both teams are going to bring to the table. And for the side of Aurora, we see a double EBR, 5 Chieftains, and 8 279s.
Enville, on the other hand, though, double 260, double 279, and STRV only 1 EBR, and the rest being Chieftains behind it. So spotting goes the way of Aurora if they can utilize that double EBR.
Yep. So as we, I guess, hop into the game, we'll have to see where exactly the tanks do get sent here. Hoping... there we go. So for Enville, I guess it seems to be sort of a split, sending some tanks, some heavy tanks towards the forest. STRV immediately to C4, that's an interesting one. YOLO does get the spot here on Piotr though, so they know that something is up. Ooh, that 260 is very close. YOLO probably wants to get out of here. And that is a lot of information already, but Enville is also hiding that 1-2 line commitment by the Chieftains.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a bait in the forest because Piotr is there by himself. And also, I want to point out the equipment differences between these two teams, right? You have Aurora, who are using Bond HP on all of their chiefs. And in return, you have Enville, though. They're all using that experimental. So they're about 80 HP difference. It's always an intriguing change between these two. And Piotr was just really baiting here. He went forest. He immediately backed off because they're going to be repushing 1-2. And they have Aurora currently not ready for this.
Yeah, Alexandros is probably gonna get surprised. A good shot into Mentos, but now he should be running. Yeah, he does see the heavy tanks now, so he's starting to bail. Rerolls taking some fire there in his 279 already, and now the jig is up. Aurora needs to react. Alexandros taking one on the way out. This is so far looking good for Enville.
No, it's looking more than good for Enville. Only now they do get Kacha and Baron into position. Feli, the birthday boy, is going to be heading over as well, Kihan. But 3 tanks in K3 versus the entirety of the Enville team on the move, picking up Alexanders as well. And this is really tough for Aurora here. Monster leading the charge, the team captain at this moment in time. But there is not enough Aurora tanks here to hold off this push. I mean, Feli arrives in the tip, but you can already see Reroll, Scatter, Old Kings, Jakafa. They're already getting pressured from behind. They're not having a good time by themselves. K3 will get overrun. And yes, Enville is down in HP, but I gotta say, Kihan, once this pocket of resistance gets wiped away from the face of the earth, it will be a whole different story.
Yeah, the 3 tanks here by Aurora being pressured by what feels like the entirety of the Enville team. Katya getting taken out of the picture as the first one. Conrad, meanwhile, trying to stay alive against Kalium and the other 279s that are approaching. Feli, the second one to get picked up, and now the focus fire is going to shift onto Baron, who is not going to be able to stay alive. Rerolls and Old Kings also in crossfire. Jakufa, the next one to fall, and only 1 kill so far for Aurora.
Yeah, and for Aurora, it's just, you know, they're too late. At every point now, they're too late. Enville with the great opening, baiting towards the forest with that chieftain of Zuza with the 260 of Piotr, pressuring back that EBR so he cannot get further info. That leaves Aurora with the tanks that were committing to the forest, continuing towards the forest, and then being even late on reactions on the spot, having a lot of tanks just not in position, ready to rotate. And you can see the result of this. I mean, Aurora in this first round, they're getting wiped the floor with Enville, who have just shown us that they have just good reads, they good openings here, and it's showing that in battle number 1.
Yeah, exactly. The remainders of the Aurora team now getting cleaned up here, and Enville just showing up big time in this game number 1 here. A good bait into the forest, then transitioning into the full 1-2 line push, and at that point in time it was basically almost over, because like all the tanks that were supposed to cross back over, they were out of the game, and then also Enville had that STRV in the backlines that's still living on the one-shot here, Piotrix, that could just continuously provide fire cover, and now it's going to be only Ricochet, only YOLO still alive here for their team. They're going to be found. I mean, they're probably just trying at this point in time to give a bit more time towards, I guess, the FC to to cope with what just happened, essentially, because that was...
they got outplayed on opening.
Yeah.
I mean, opening for opening, Enville's was just better. They had a good idea of what Aurora wanted to do or how they wanted to play, and with the better opening, they took it immediately. And Zuza was the chieftain that was committed towards the 6-7 line, right? He didn't even die in this game. Like, you could see him there, he's on the 8 line. So Aurora there struggled to find literally anything. The correct rotation, I think, with being so late, is continuing to push through the BC line towards C3 IMO. Where you give up the K line, you leave maybe one guy at H3 or whatever, but you give up the K line and you just continue through the north. It's like a counterclockwise rotation from both teams, right? Because rotating to 1-2 when your tanks are so far in the forest and you have nobody really ready to get there is, well, you see the result.
Yeah, it was brutal, I guess. For Aurora here in this game 1. Good news for them, though, is that it's best of 7. It was only the first game here, and we have seen in the past beautiful rotations by Aurora as well here. Especially, I think I remember their rotation on Enville's defense last time, actually, that surprised everyone, and it was a baller move. Like, it really got them back into the match then. But Enville coming into this one, showing up big time. No openings for Aurora, just completely, 14-1 scoreline. That was decisive.
It was indeed decisive for the side of Enville. I mean, they only lost Conrad, which is, is great for them.
And I mean, you're fine with losing Conrad if it ends up winning you the game. Actually, the STRV not doing as much as I thought he would, but yeah, it's still 3.7k. Good.
He's mainly punishing the guys on the 3-4 line if they try to rotate over back around the corner.
But yeah, everything falling into place for Enville in that game. Just very, very good opening. Taking the, I guess most people would say right now the defender on Morobanka has sort of a disadvantage, but just taking that and completely turning around into the faces of the German team here. That was...
It's not that favored towards attack, though. There's a lot of traps, mind games, etc. that are going on nowadays. It's kind of hard to predict where your enemy is going to be. But for Enville, winning from maybe the slightly less favored side is huge, right? They get to move on, get to attack now. Aurora is already on the back foot, losing game number 1. And it's also the way you lose that first game. You're coming in today, you've just had your map discussion for I don't know how many hours, preparing everybody, going over the positions, and you come into game one of Moravanka, and Enville puts this opening in your face, and you don't really know what to do. And by the time you realize what's happening, the game's over.
Yeah, I mean, they really got their butt handed to them in a bucket that first game, so they need to reset. I think they met at like 3 p.m. today, so they had like 1 hour of, I guess, going through tactics.
Only 1 hour?
Yeah, they always meet like 1 hour before their first match. So
back in the day when Fame played, me and Insane would be there 6 hours beforehand, minimum.
Yeah, I guess maybe lacking preparation. Do we really want to go there already? I don't think so. But yeah, they need to...
It's the Jackafuckers, man.
I mean, he always needs like the first 1 or 2 games to warm up, right? So Enville should be worried in like round 3. Then the Red Line King himself is maybe going to start farming. That all being said, though, game number 2 here, Aurora, once again with that double EBR. They bring 4 279s, and the rest is 9 chieftains.
Against Enville's 6 or 7 279s, 7 279s in STRV and EBR, and the rest being 6 chieftains. So they're going for that single spotter. They're counting on their rotations and their moves being good enough that they only need 1 EBR. Aurora playing it safe with that double EBR, and we did talk about it. Double EBR is powerful, but it needs the game to be long enough for it to get into effect, to really pay off.
Yep. Mentos obviously starting off on the back foot once again, 1 EBR versus 2, but he did play a very, very good game last time, so I'm not too worried here. We are seeing the opening by Aurora, 1 EBR left, 1 EBR right. Mentos here starting with the spot, does spot out YOLO, but not much else for the time being. Obviously he has to be very careful when he's spotted that he doesn't take any shots by the pre-aiming heavy tanks. He does see Magnus, but Magnus is sort of in like a passive hold position. This is why Enville is now sending tanks closer on towards the 1-2 line. Enville actually with a heavy 1-2 line commitment here.
Yeah, but look at Enville, they're just only sending up Orchek and Conrad on 9-0 line, but the entire Aurora team is there. This may be one of those cases where you lose that double 279 when Aurora pulls the trigger, but you could gain the entirety of 1-2 line in return.
Yeah, now the 1-2 line push starting by the side of Enville, and as the all-knowing observers know, that, well, there isn't really anything that could hold for Aurora on that 1-2 line, so now the reaction is starting to come in. Yeah, Conrad.
Poor Conrad, he's about to have the meeting with his death as he sees the entire Aurora team just drive past him, not even stopping at this point to pick him up. They're moving straight on towards Orchek. So yeah, they're giving up Conrad, they're giving up Orchek as well. So -2 times here immediately for Enville, but they are continuing down 1-2. The question is, do they keep pushing?
Not sure. Maybe they just want to split the map here. I mean, I guess after just getting 2 tanks essentially for free, that's what they want to do. Mentos now scouting ahead for his chieftains here. Does see Magnus, who doesn't connect onto T-Sec. But yeah, Magnus should probably be falling back a little more. The problem for Aurora being that they also have 279s in the middle of the map that could get pushed up on Magnus, taking yet another shot in his 279, and that is the cap control of Aurora's cap switched over to the red side of Enville.
Yeah, and Enville doesn't seem to stop here, Kia. They seem to just be continuing down that A-line. And I don't know if Aurora currently has enough tanks there already to hold this. I mean, you can see Patrick's here just sieging up, trying to cover. As the A-line pressure, and there's only Timmy, there's only Magnus.
Yes, but YOLO seems to be in a good passive bush to be able to spot the enemy team. We can see that right now the EBR in the cap is lit up here. No one shooting at him yet, but Timmy and Magnus now starting to get over pushed, and there's not really a lot of Aurora tanks that can help them at the moment. However, Aurora up in HP right now. Pants Fury having to pull back after taking 2 more shots, reduced to a 2-shot, but Magnus is going to die first.
Yeah, Magnus is going to die first here. Timmy's going to follow him to the grave because Monster and DJ are just pushing past. But the HP lead is starting to dwindle here a little bit for, I feel, Aurora. They are up still 4K, and to be honest, though, Kihan, they have the entire base of Enville under control. I mean, they get 1 EBR onto the cap already. The second one will be joining any time. And there is not really a chance here for Enville to get back towards their own base.
Yeah, the team in baby blue right now doing a very good job of screening away any kind of tanks from Enville that could be resetting here. Monster now dropping down towards a one-shot, but the cap is the important factor here. Triple cap now started, 15 seconds. The only one that could be coming back would be Mentos in his EBR, but he's already spotted. He's starting to drive onto Scatter, barely missing him, not getting the ram off, but not connecting either. And in 3 seconds, cap is going to complete, and Aurora is going to equalize the scoreline here. 1-1, all even.
Yeah, I mean, the fact they had no info on the forest and Aurora just drives there straight. So you're pushing down 1-2 when you're Enville, but you always have to be careful about an EBR being in position to spot your cap. You lose your own base. You're kind of on the back foot now if you're Enville the whole time.
So Aurora's map pick, in the end, I guess, working out 1-1 against the slightly favored team of Enville. I think both teams, with their respective win, looking very, very good at that. Enville, obviously, with the slightly more decisive clapping, but in the end, there was no way back for Enville.
I'd say this round was pretty decisive as well, though.
Yeah. I mean, Indie and good reactions. Also that Magnus immediately started running away with the 279 that he basically gets out. Yeah, he took some shots on the way, but he did get out. He did make it that much more difficult for Enville to immediately overpush basically the cap. And also YOLO there with the presence of mind to just go into a passive bush to disable Enville from really getting that cap pressure going.
Yeah, for Aurora, it's a good turnaround. I mean, pretty straightforward round for them. Don't have to do too much in this. They're gonna be happy.
Yeah. I mean, in a game like that where it basically gets decided by cap, it's obviously not going to be the case that anyone is really going to pop off damage-wise, but yeah, in the end, good stuff, good reactions by Aurora, immediately pulling the trigger. I'm not entirely sure, like, was Enville maybe trying to mind game again? With the double 279 being pushed up this far, or
maybe they didn't think Aurora would go straight forest, because Aurora was there very, very quickly. You know, maybe they were hoping Aurora would be sitting back a little bit more, but since that wasn't the case,
yeah. That being said, Muravanka split 1-1. We are headed to Cliff. And Cliff is one of those maps where a team with a lot of cohesion, communication obviously does profit. Enville has shown us beautiful games in the past where they were able to just pull off what seemed almost like miracles on both Sand River and Cliff, so they're going to be very comfortable with that map. Aurora on Cliff against Enville in the past, let's just say there have been tragedies.
Yeah, I'm just like, Enville and Cliff is usually a good combination. That's why I'm always going to favor them on this against most teams, except for maybe Madagascar, because they have some very interesting moves and openings as well. But for Aurora, I just feel like Enville, when they are on form, when they are gaming, they are just faster and more decisive as a team and as players on the map that really needs those quick reactions and individual plays as well between them.
Yeah, I mean, what has been so impressive with Enville in the past is that when they actually played and like when they were at their best, it almost seemed like the entirety of the team was not like 15 individual players, but like one living, breathing thing just naturally reacting to the state of things. That was very, very impressive to see in the past. But yeah, maybe Aurora have some good openings prepared for us as well. We'll have to see about that. I mean, they didn't ban Cliff, so I guess they're fine with playing it. Or maybe they just thought, like, nah, we really don't want to play Ensk, and Cliff is, I guess, maybe what we need to do. That being said, though, I'm personally fine with seeing Cliff. I think it's always an exciting map. Simply because of the calls that happen like 30 seconds into the game when the teams get the first information as to the splits of the opposing team. But we'll have to see.
We will have to see what Cliff brings. I mean, you know, maybe they're just most comfortable. That doesn't mean that you're like super confident. It's like, what do we pick against Enville here? Himmels? Maybe not. Aurora, though, coming in. 268 v4. 6 CSs at 260, and the rest being Chiefs.
And for Enville, we have Piotrix with a single TVP. We have 4 907s, double BZ75, and the rest being 8 260s.
Is that Aurora training against Nice Try by any chance? Because it looks rather familiar.
I am not sure. I know they trained, but I'm not sure who they trained against. So
Yeah, but if you remember Nice Try lineup, it looked a lot like this as well. They had an SCRV though.
Alright, so Scatter being split off with the 268V4 towards the 1 and 2 line. Everyone else by Aurora immediately driving towards the middle. A bit of a bigger split here for Enville, sending some 260s, some 907s towards 1-2, and the rest towards the middle. Piotrix obviously gonna try and get in there, try to get the information, try to also get the shots onto the tanks that are gonna be driving up that hill. We'll have to see if they are gonna stop. Ricochet and Destroyer though, making their way over, getting into the cubby, able to provide crossfire, but we'll have to see. Alexandros now taking a lot of damage here for the cross onto the hill, but the hill firmly in control of Aurora now.
Yeah, now Enville pushing across immediately to get Destroyer and Ricochet out of the game here, but Destroyer shielding Ricochet, who's on 900 HP, may not be the best thing to do here. Ketsai, Rishek just going for YOLO, just going for rerolls. They get wiped away immediately. Destroyer now to the grave as well, which forces Aurora into a middle push, but the split here from Enville was so good against what Aurora was doing. That few tanks down, the rest middle, you cannot really push through here. You have a lot of tanks from Enville to push onto, but the BZ on top of the ramp, a lot of 260s in the middle, 1-2 crossfire as well, that comes back into the game with those 907s, and those chieftains, they're formidable tanks, but in an engagement like this, the 260, the 907, because of their speed, because of their mobility, because of the angles they took, are just wiping Aurora in cliff number 1.
Yeah, the Enville split here just completely tearing apart the Aurora team. We can see that, yes, they did get the hill, but that also means that 3 tanks are not immediately in the shootout. They're not able to really provide their DPM, to provide their HP even into that fight. And as we can see, Feli not even successful with ramming Ketsai to death here. And now that little hit squad of Alex, Katya and Jakifa on that hill. Jakifa even getting set on fire, adding insult to injury. They didn't have any say in the outcome of this game. It's Enville once again firmly coming into the map and putting themselves up 1 point, 2-1.
Never with the rocket boost into Katya and Fabian Jakifa getting something fair surely would be the first word that came out of his mouth in that round, knowing him pretty well. But yeah, the split here from Enville, really good. And for Aurora, you need to be doing those very quick adaptations and moves. They have the hill, they have to fight the middle, but like those 2 tanks that crossed over, right? Those 2 tanks that crossed over, what was that for? It was rerolls and 1 more. You know, those 2 tanks on the corner, what did they achieve? They just died for free. And also, Destroyer should not be shielding Ricochet. Ricochet is a 900 HP CS. Ricochet should be shielding Destroyer because he's 900 HP. You know what I mean?
Yep. And
small things like that. But look at rerolls. He crossed over, and just died, and YOLO was with him, I think. It was rerolls and YOLO, yeah, on the close corner. They just minus 2 tanks. Yeah. They had the info on what was happening, by the way. They knew what was happening.
Yeah. I mean, it just gave Enville something to push up on, which was very weird to see. And on the other side, Never there with a BZ showing up big time. 5k HP or 5k damage in such a short game is impressive. Also, that was a pretty fast attacking victory here for the side of Enville, so we need to keep that in mind. Should it come to a tiebreaker. So, yeah, Aurora, if they want to have the tiebreaker choice, they need to win extremely fast. And the next round would be a good one for that, because Enville is sort of like one of the fastest maps to play on.
Yeah, Cliff is indeed a very fast map to play on, but the split here from Enville, a bit risky, of course, if your opponent goes 1-2 and hill, because you just lose the hill and you lose 1-2. But then again, on Cliff, there's not such a 100% this works against everybody and every time. But for what Aurora did, the split was great for Enville. I mean, you know, you have 1-2 immediately. If they push across, they all die. Although I would still argue that there would be a bigger chance for Aurora to push across and just kill those 260s and play off over the hill and keep like a chief or 2 in the mid at the ramp, and then just fight in the middle. But it's like all super hard to do, and it's expensive to cross over to 1-2. Because you're crossing in front of the whole team of Enville.
Yeah, and then, I mean, Enville, theoretically, they can just mirror that and cross over as well. And then basically Aurora is facing the hold down 260s that came in from the 1-2 line, plus the reinforcements by Enville that were already able to get a salvo onto the crossing tanks by Aurora. So in the end, I guess, I mean, it always feels a bit harsh to say, but lost by opening for Aurora. And
I mean, that's the story so far. Enville lost once on opening, Aurora lost twice on opening so far.
So, yeah, we'll have to see what is going to happen in game number 4. Enville obviously wanting to get that crucial next point here in the match to be able to get on match point rather quickly. And, yeah, we'll see if Aurora are able to prevent them from doing that for now. What was actually the third map? I actually forgot. Let me check.
You forgot? You forgot?
I forgot, yeah. It was Prokhorovka.
Yeah, which I think you want to go 2-2 into, not 3-1.
Alright, lineups though. Aurora once again bringing the V4, then we have 1 907 double CS only, 1 Chieftain, we have 5 260s, triple BZ and double 50B.
Yeah, Enville on the other hand rocking the triple BZ as well, the double 50B, the 6 260s, they have one more there than the Aurora side, and the quad 907.
That's a lot of 907s for Cliff, and they don't have a single CS tank actually.
It's a full DPM fight lineup though, which is okay if you're just playing middle and 1-2. You like CSs are all great and all, but there's tanks that are just better at fighting. You know, like if you just want to fight, then 907 to 60 they're all better. Souza and Fury here are just going to be peppering down 1-2 line, which is being pushed. They might even be continuing to the rock with Souza. I kind of like this because you force somebody to commit towards the rock, or Souza just has like this very fun game of just peeking and shooting. But now Enville driving straight towards the middle. They're going to be over pushing actually by the looks of things. These 260s are continuing down the middle past Feely in that 50B. He gets blown up in a second, in an instant, as now Enville continuing down. I'm not sure if this was 100% the right rotation for them, but we'll see if it pays off for them, as now Old Kings getting chased down. The BZs from Aurora trying to make it on the hill, but you can see the HP starting to dwindle here because those 260s from 1-2, they didn't stay. They pushed back across, back into the middle, and now Enville kind of stuck there on those ramps trying to make it out. The Ignite coming out though, Monster, and into deep Yoloi behind enemy lines as well. And still though, if Enville could somehow pick up Kalium, retake the hill, they still have potential here. Piotr with his BZ's just going for it. Jakify is still waiting there, but here comes Mentos as well. Piotr from the wrong side getting focused out, has those boosters to help him though. But as the dust settles, Kihan, somehow yet again Enville seem to be ahead.
Enville indeed ahead right now regarding tanks, regarding HP. Yes, Conrad is still behind enemy lines. He's probably going to get picked up, but the thing is Enville actually controls the hill now with those BZs here. Timmy out in the open trying to stay alive against Conrad, and I don't think the ramp fight is going the way of Aurora either. Rizek now with an almost loaded 50B is going to push off Benzo, or at least try to do so. Ooh, taking a lot of damage, but finally is reloaded. So it's going to start clipping out onto Benzo down towards a 2-shot. Benzo will probably be able to do one more shot of damage, and ooh, the 50B does get picked up, but in the meantime Enville just rolling over Aurora everywhere else.
It's over, man. I mean, you know, Rishek doing that, I think it was a sign of, like, it's over anyways. Look at the amount of tanks they have left, the amount of HP they have left. And I gotta say, Kihan, openings aside, right? We've talked a lot about openings and how teams are losing on opening. This battle was a brawl, and Aurora got owned.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about it. It was that
Aurora
DPM,
even had more tanks in the beginning.
DPM
they
fighting
had more
lineup.
The 60s from 1-2 all crossed back over into the middle. So you had, what was it for Enville? 4 tanks in 1-2, right? Double 907, double 50B, which means that the rest of the Aurora team is all in the middle, and they still lost that fight.
Yep, and like the 50Bs, they get to do a few shots on the cross there, like at the start, and then as soon as they start to come in with the 907s, like they're going to be fully loaded again to clip out onto the middle. So perfect timings for the clip tanks by Enville as well. And yeah, Enville just.
But Enville did well there, Doki, is going back on the hill. I mean, the Piotr went up from that side, which is maybe a bit much, but taking back the hill there is huge. It's so important for them.
And then on the hill, it's always this story of like CSs having to fend off against BZ75s, and like the BZ has actual turret armor if you don't manage to hit the cupolas, and they have more alpha. They can just stay hold down and just do the training game against the CSs, and the CSs, they can't really over push into there, because as soon as you take like 1 or 2 BZ shots, then you're starting to get dangerously low in HP, and you can't really bring your DPM into the fight. So yeah, good
Yeah, but
stuff
losing
here.
a brawl like this is kind of not good for Aurora, though. Because it is ultimately just a brawl, which comes down to positions and individual plays and like a team play. And Enville was able to make that work with less tanks, with being down HP when they push through as well. But they do get those double 50Bs out of the game rather quickly. Let's be real. Neither Old Kings or Feely really contributing in that game whatsoever, which is weird because, you know, Feely knew how many tanks they were coming middle. Old Kings also knew how many tanks they were coming middle. It's not like they didn't have the info.
Yeah, Enville just being able to, as a unit, just roll over Aurora just with more cohesion here. And that means that we are now at a scoreline of 3-1, where it is kind of hard for Aurora to come back into this match, because now we're headed into Prokhorovka, and we do know
They don't
that
deserve to win anyways. I mean, they haven't shown the capabilities of winning. They had this one round on Moro where they just flat out won from the beginning and they really made the right moves. But then Moro won, they got owned, and Cliff 1 and 2, and they got outplayed. It's like they don't deserve it to go through the grand finals anyways with this gameplay that they're currently showing.
Yep. I mean, maybe we can just pull up the pick and bans once again to just show that Prokhorovka, I mean, we talked about it. Enville in the past has been showing a plethora of gameplay there, actually. Being ultra, like, uber aggressive.
Proko has been one of their good maps, man. Like, in general, like, they have a lot of different stuff. They can play very aggressive. They can play pretty defensive. They sometimes do it without EBRs as well. It's hard to predict what Enville lineup you're going to see against you. And if you, for example, want to try something like triple EBR, because teams done it in the past to get that info, and then Enville picks their zero EBR strategy, you insta-lose.
Yeah,
almost.
yeah, exactly, because you're like 15 fighting tanks, 15 actual combat tanks against 12 and 3 EBRs that can't really do much against like 15 tanks pushing into their face. The only thing that the triple EBR then can do is like try to get the info early, try to get their own tanks set up, but like you constantly run that risk of basically getting collapsed upon and not really being able to retaliate. So I think a lot of teams, and rightfully so, have abandoned triple EBR strategies against Enville, and yeah, we'll have to see how exactly Aurora now responds to being down 3-1, facing match point, if they are able to respond at all. I think that's a fair question to ask at this point. Yeah.
It's hard, Kihan, because you know you're in the how do you say it, upper bracket. So even if you lose, you still have a second chance. It's not the same feeling.
Yeah. I guess the next questions to be answered are going to be the lineups of the respective teams here, hopping into what might be the last game of this match here. Aurora trying to stay alive in the upper bracket with 1 EBR, 1 STRV, 1 907, 1 Chieftain. We have 6 279s, 4 260s, and an IS-7.
And an IS-7 to round it off against Enville's 5 260s. 5 279s, a Chief, double SCIV, and double EBR.
That is an interesting lineup by Enville, to say the least. Split-wise, though, Alex getting sent towards the 0 line with his EBR, or maybe also the village. Some tanks for Aurora driving over the rails, some tanks towards mids, some tanks towards 1-2. So basically covering everything. For Enville, it's mostly a 1-2 line and middle commitment here already. A lot of information gained by Mentos, spotting like 5 of the heavy tanks. And Jackifa doing his name proud, just preparing that cozy spot in A1.
Yeah, he's preparing the nest. Benzo wanted to take the hole, but I think Piotr took it in front of him. So he's like, no, thank you, I'm good. So Piotr does take a slightly advanced position there. And Rerolls is the spotting 907. You can see that by his HP. Has the CVS, low noise, the whole Shazami.
Yep, Mentos there now not getting spotted on the 1-2 line. That's already some information gained for the side of Enville.
Interesting IS-7 position. Maybe he is fully hold on there.
I think he is, yes. We can see Pan's Fury not really able to spot him right now. Yeah, rerolls there with the optics, with the low noise, with the CVS.
Yeah, I'm just curious for Baron. I mean, I wonder what happens if the SCRV starts speaking him. I don't think he would last so long. They're now standing at 260 in the hill, though. He takes 2 shots for establishing the position. So a lot of spotting here, but like Enville is just going to be pushing 5-6 line by the looks of things. They're just grouping up for this already. And
that might be a huge problem for Aurora, because there is a lot of tanks that are going to get collapsed upon, and then like 1279 falls, the second one falls, and then the snowball just gets going, right?
There's a lot of tanks in the middle for Aurora that are able to get pressured. I mean, Timmy, Feli, Kalium, Destroyer, that's 4 tanks on the middle already. Like, sure, you have the SCRV in C1, but...
Yeah, I guess right now we're just waiting for Enville to make that move. We can see that the double EBR that was in like HJ0 is starting to transfer over though. I wonder that IS7, he probably has full spots on the K-line rotation with heavy tanks, right?
Yeah, you should see the full K-line, indeed. Conrad, Cat's Eye need to be careful. They're getting shots from 0 line, of course. They cannot lose their HP too early before they make their move, which I think they're waiting for. Where is the SCRV there, per se? Waiting for the SCRV in K4 to make a move somewhere, maybe?
Yeah, we'll have to see. The 260s, though, getting spotted. That is prompting Enville here into that push over the 6 line, onto Feli, onto Timmy. Maybe even onto Old Kings. We'll have to wait and see how much damage they're actually taking. Timmy and Feli already backing off. Alexandros taking one in his EBR, and Zuza immediately getting removed from the game.
Yeah, Zuza not having a good one in the 260. Crucial spot there from Alex coming out, spotting immediately that singular push from Enville by the 260. And now Feli has a little bit of a wreck to play with as well. A good start here from Aurora. Good to see now YOLO and Ricochet potentially coming for the repush even, as in the middle of the map, Enville getting dominated by these positions from C1, from 1-2 line. Now the repush into the mid coming even from YOLO and Ricochet, who just want to clean up T-Sec and Jacob in their respective 260s. And this is a good start here for Aurora. This is what they need, because they're currently handing it to Enville. Really, really good stuff there. They seem to have this set strategy that they wanted to use. Get that I7 in position, 260 on the hill, spot everything, force Enville to make a push. But Alex spotting the 260s early gives everybody time to aim, though.
Yeah, exactly. We can now see Enville here faltering, and Aurora comfortably defending against this Enville 6-line attack. They were probably hoping to gain a few more positions before making that move, but yeah, we just saw how effective the fire was coming out from the Aurora tanks, just immediately removing Zuza from the game. He was full HP, and then in an instant he just made poof and was gone. And now Aurora coming in with the repush through the 1 line. Rerolls does get killed by Rishek, but it's not really going to matter when you take a look at the HP. Still 9k up.
Yeah, 9k up for the side of Aurora. The only way they lose this game if they start YOLOing, and I think they just decided to stop. They're like, okay guys, stop.
Oh, Rishek getting
we
blind shot.
hold.
Yeah, I mean, they have everything that they could ever want, right? They have the hill, they have a lot of presence in the middle, they have the STRV established on the 1 line, the EBR...
You know what's weird though? This 260 on the hill doesn't really live, by the way, if you have a Chief on 0 line. Like, he can get crossfire by STRV, K5, Chief 0 line, and EBR. He just kind of dies for free, because he has no angles to play.
Right now, Mento's not really making the moves though, and the thing is, Baron is still there.
No, I mean, now it's pointless,
yeah.
because the game's over.
Piotr's rotating with his STRV. Maybe Enville thinks they can still generate an opening on the 0 line here with that STRV possibly taking out the 260, but I don't see it happening at this point in time. And yeah, we can see Baron is just fully hull down.
Yeah, he is indeed. Although, I think he's killable.
Kubash, meanwhile, falling somewhere else on the map. Yeah, I think Enville already is starting to talk about the next round, possibly, which is going to be their defense. I mean, I don't want to say it's over before it's over, right? We have seen Enville pulling back from disadvantages and pulling off miracles, but that would be a big one here. The stars would need to align.
More than just the stars, though.
I wonder if Piotrix is just gonna drive in and take the 1v1. Nah, he's setting up in the bush. Ooh, some blind shots whizzing past Mentos here. And obviously he's a one-shot for those 260s in the middle. So if a shell connects, he is most likely just gonna die. But yeah, maybe Aurora setting up for a mid-push here, but I don't think they want to risk anything, because that double STRV that is unspotted can be scary to push into. Finally, Panzfury does the rotation here because the IS-7 left. He was finally able to do that, but that poses a problem for Katya now, who is on the hill in that 260.
I think Mentos is gonna boost up.
Benzo getting spotted, taking one.
Did he fail? I think he failed.
Yeah, he would be up already if he... Oh? Ah, he failed again. Or? Did he?
Maybe he's just doing it slowly.
I didn't know it was possible to do it slowly. But yeah, whatever works for him. I mean...
Yeah, no, Kihan, you've always been fast at everything.
I'm not sure if that's a compliment.
Nope.
Anyway, he does make it up. And this now means that Katya will maybe have to turn his turret at some point in time. Ketsai now taking one more to the face. Now Panzfury driving in with his Chieftain. Does connect the shot, but does get blown up in the process. And now YOLO starting to come into the ditch, removing any kind of possibility. Oh, Piotrix getting spotted, almost taken out of the picture as well. And if YOLO gets too close to Mentos, then Mentos would have to bail.
I mean, it's been over for a little bit. Kudos to Enville for trying still. Like, kudos for trying their very hardest to bring it back. Not just being like, okay, we want to give up. They tried to make it work, but the deficit just too large.
And we'll see if Benzo is able to pick up Conrad. He misses the cupola. The STRV from the top there, obviously having a few good shots here. Destroyer now down towards a one-shot. The STRV is probably going to pick him up even. Oh, I think he just bounced. But yeah, who are we kidding? This game is over.
This game has been over for a little bit. I mean, good stuff from Aurora. I mean, just an overall really good strategy.
Yeah, that I think that IS-7 position is what really threw Enville off. Like, the fact that Aurora constantly had spots on that K-line cross, that is what broke the camel's back.
That indeed broke the camel's back. And then, I mean, even the 6 line, bro, there is a lot of crossfire, though. Like, a lot of people ready to shoot this. And you would still have to continue on to the 4 line. It looked like they would get a lot, but really they wouldn't. Because, you know, if you you kill the first 2 279s, you still have the 4 line 279s who are angling up towards the 5-6 line. So you're always in a bit of a pickle. Either way, you have the STRV at C1, you can't really continue. So Aurora did a really good shutdown here on all the possible angles that Enville could be coming from. Showing us something new even with the IS-7, although I think it will be, you know, getting countered quite hard in the future. I don't think it's that hard to counter either. I think it's possible.
How would you actually dig it out?
I think you can go from below and force him to turn his turret.
Yeah, true.
If he turns his turret, he dies to the K-line. Especially if you put an STRV there.
Alright, so I guess let's take a quick look at the post-battle results to start it off here. Yeah, DJ, Zusa, I mean, when you're getting sent towards a push like this, someone is going to have to bite the bullet, someone is going to die. So yeah, overall good stuff here by the side of Aurora in this game number 5. Able to stay alive in the upper bracket for now. 3-2. Now the sides are going to switch. Enville is going to have the comfort of defending, although is it even a comfort?
No, it's always a kind of a comfort. Nowadays, there's a lot of good defensive strategies that can work. Plus time is always sticking in your favor. You force your opponent to make a move.
Interestingly, also the STRVs across both teams, top of the board here. Both Rishek and Jakova seem to have warmed up. So, yeah, maybe some good news here for Aurora, who still need to pick up 2 clean rounds to make it to the...
It's a lot, Kihan. It's a lot. Eh?
Yeah, it's a tough
Are
ask.
you beginning to believe?
Not yet. If they show me one more round, then maybe I'm a believer.
Okay, so if it's tiebreaker, you believe in them again. This is some back-ass way of thinking, dude.
But the thing is, I think I predicted 4-2 for Enville. So
so did I, actually.
yeah.
I think.
So if they win now, then you know.
I
Could
think
be
I
good.
predicted 4-2. I'm not sure anymore.
On the other hand, even if Aurora takes one round now, at least one of the four of us, or rather one of the analysts, is going to be right, because I think both of them predicted tiebreaker, but for either team.
Yeah, but we don't want that, though.
You mean the rivalry is going on?
Yeah, I mean, my predictions are more important than the games, you know? Okay, Kian, do you believe in Enville, or do you believe in Aurora for this game, after everything you've seen?
I think Enville is going to take it, honestly.
Wow. So much for beginning to believe.
I mean, I'm just being realistic here. Yeah, no. Like, even with that game just now, I think Enville just has shown more so far in this match. Enville has looked better throughout the match. I think it's still correct, like from what we've seen from either team, that Enville is currently in the lead. So yeah, we'll have to see. Aurora trying to bring it to a tiebreaker with double EBR, 1 STRV. We have 5 Chieftains and we have 7 279s.
Yeah, 7 279s to round it up. Enville, though, with the 260s again, 4 of them, triple 279. 4 Chiefs, double STRV, and double EBR. So switching away from that double 1-1B, which we saw yesterday. Could be a similar defense, could still be aggressive as well, though.
Could be either. We'll have to see if Piotrix once again pops off in his STRV there. Alright, so split-wise, we do see a 260 getting sent probably towards the ditch, that is never, and mostly middle and like 9-0 line for the side of Enville. For Aurora, we have a lot of tanks going towards the middle YOLO already with a spotting run, seeing the double 279 there.
Ooh, double EBR on the hill, though.
Double EBR on the hill, that could be... no, Mentos doesn't
is not
seem
going
to be going.
for it. He's just spotting out what's going hill, so they have perfect info on the tanks that are going hill for the side of Aurora. They see the double chief. Mentos very aggressive here, though, has to be careful. Alex there spotting him out. Almost went in too deep in that EBR. Thought he could maybe take a cheeky bush on the outside, but no such thing available for him.
Yeah, Mentos also taking a shot of damage, and the fact that both Monster and Mentos are spotted right now is enabling YOLO on the other side of the map to just take a bush in probably like G1 with that EBR to just establish there. So Enville taking, obviously the HP of the EBRs is super important on Prokhorovka, so the fact that Mentos has taken a shot of damage, I mean, yeah, it's only 1 shot of damage, but it's actually...
Upgrades from Enville, though. They didn't do this yesterday. Destroy the buildings. I was thinking about it already. It's like, why wouldn't you shoot the building at the very least? Because, you know, Horse hit behind one of them as a one-shot and actually survived. So, like, it makes a lot more sense now that they're destroying everything. So that means that if Aurora decides to pressure the side, they will have no cover. Like, none to work with.
Yep. Never there taking another shot of damage, though, in his 260. Should probably stop peeking. Obviously, as soon as he turns his turret even a little, he gets penetrated by the STRV, but Scatter and Ricochet over peeking. Scatter probably going to have to reload here to just take out Neville for what is essentially free.
Yeah, that was very free. Rishak even getting spotted out, forced back. That was very, very free for Aurora to just pick up that 260. Enville got 2 minutes out of it. Like, they wasted 2 minutes with this, but... You know, they were still, it looked like Enville was still rotating, you know, still getting into positions that they wanted to be in. And as a result of that, you can see that they just lose Never relatively for free still. I mean, there was not really much punish for that.
All of that said and done, though. Still 7.5 minutes to go, and Aurora here, having picked up a tank, having picked up a position even with like E2, that I think the Chieftain should be able to leave from. So good stuff so far. Aurora, it's a mouthful to say. The German team, they still have to make a move, though. They are the attacking team here. Mentos now edging forward in the bushes. YOLO hasn't really made a move though with his EBR respectively. So Mentos 4 now can do that yeah, pretty undisturbed. And on the other side, Monster also doing a circle in his EBR.
It's such a big bait from Enville, though. Like, look, it's only Piotr, Monster, and Piotrix defending this side of the map. It's really brave. It's like gambling on that the fact that Aurora indeed saw them play yesterday, right? And that they were really stacked to 6-0. And hoping that they'll be like, okay, we're going to push 1-2 out of it.
Yeah. I mean, Ricochet and Scatter constantly getting spotted now because Mentos has taken like a passive bush in C2 on the outside. That signals them that basically they can't really leave anymore. So we'll have to wait and see. Now though, the 9-0 line getting reinforced with double 260 with a Chieftain. And
I mean, they make very big rotations if you're Enville here, man. It's huge. They're leaving 1-2 fully, just leaving the 279 there. Fully going to be playing from the Rails side. It's huge for them, actually.
I mean, this probably was a timing rotation, right? Because they started it around 6 minutes, so maybe
there's a limit on Proco on 1-2 pushes. I don't think they've reached it yet, though, because you have to push 1-2 and you also have to clear 6-0 after. It takes time, you know. There is this timing that hits where it's like, you know, I would say beyond 5 minutes, if you're not pushing 1-2, you're probably not winning IMO, because they're either fully stacked in 1-2 and you lose, or there's like almost nothing in 1-2 and you still have to clear the entire outside of the map, and that takes a lot of time. Like, that really does take a lot of time.
Now we see them completely setting
Bro,
up
Aurora's just gonna get absolutely rolled, bro. I mean, looking at it, they're gonna push off the hill and they're gonna be like talking in German to Baron and something like "Sie sind alle hier, Baron." Altemann.
Yeah, I think that's actually about to happen here. Like Rishek,
That's pretty good, though, no?
Oh, what?
Alex!
What the hell is Alex doing?
He tumbled, dude. He's so lucky to be alive.
Oh my god.
Actually, bro, he made a barrel roll. I don't know how he survived that. He's just driving off like nothing happened.
Do a flip.
How did you rate my German, Ken? It was pretty good.
I understood what you were saying, yeah.
Yeah, that's more than I do when you're talking in English.
Okay, bro. But yeah, I think that it's going to be rather brutal here for Aurora, driving basically into the entirety of the Enville team. Double STRV setup, hold down Chieftains, 260s. The Chieftains basically in AB 6-7 constantly firing there as well. The 279s, Kalium, Timmy, when they're driving down from the hill, are going to be spotted. And the thing is, Alex now took a few shots, but I don't think he took shots by everyone. The overpush starting now. Katya, the first one to go in here. And now the STRVs are just going to open up. Kalium taking the brunt of the damage. Piotr is going to get picked up, but it's probably going to be to no avail.
Yeah, now Aurora realizing what's happening, what's coming their way as they spot out what seems to be the entire Enville team, and that HP lead, it was about 5,000, starting to dwindle, starting to fall as they just driving into Piotrix, into Rishek, into these STRVs, and I think Aurora currently realizing that 1-2 is empty and that there was nothing there. Ketsa even making a little bit of a fail driving from the hill. I mean, this team has to be careful here for the side of Enville not to throw this round out. They have such a lead. They're gonna still lose 1-2 though. Don't forget that. They're gonna lose the 5-6 line as well at some point in the future. But in return, they have shut down this 0 line push in very successful, quick fashion as well. Disek to shut down. Now 5-6 line is getting pushed, so that's what we're talking about, that they are going to lose this part of the map. They're going to lose 1-2 as well. That will give Aurora a fighting chance, but a fighting chance is all they have right now because they are losing in terms of positions at this moment in time. A good kill from Piotrix and the Ritos as well. And now they're going to get repressured on the hill, but can Aurora hold it?
Can Aurora hold it is indeed the question. 3 KHP currently up for the side of Enville. Kubash obviously is going to fight tooth and nail to still trade away some HP against Magnus here. YOLO coming in to also help clean out that last 823 pocket by Enville. But the fact is, those double STRVs, they're just going to lay down the law against anything really that Aurora can be pulling off. I mean, Cap is an option. They could be possibly knocking the trees into it, but yeah, Kubash here is also still
With 2
wasting
minutes?
so much time.
Capping with 2 minutes, Kihan. If one of your EBR gets spotted and dies, you need to make a shield if you're Aurora. You don't have a choice. No, but honestly, their best bet right now is to make a shield. Use the 279 and make a shield onto the cap. YOLO's pushing across though. Piotr's still sitting there in SRV just spotting. There is no damage though, Key. There's nobody on the F6 either. There's no damage on this part of the map. There's nobody that can even shoot Piotr's, Panda Fury, or T-Sec peeking. You understand? It's all not looking good for them in that regard.
Oh, YOLO now coming close, taking one shot of damage here, possible one shot even.
Mentos is bro, look at Mentos.
Yeah, Mentos is far
behind enemy lines.
Yeah, he's on a mission. And yeah, with 1 minute 13, I mean, Aurora needs to boost the cap with at least one more tank. That's one more that is just a sitting duck out in the open, basically. So, yeah, Mentos is just gonna, I guess, take the bush line, and then he's going to shut down any hopes for Aurora to stay alive in this upper bracket here. Destroyer with a pickup onto Rishek, but it's not gonna matter.
YOLO's trying to make it to the cap, and Aurora might think that no, T-Sec actually shuts him down, and now comes Mentos from behind to ruin Aurora's hopes and dreams of continuing in the upper bracket. I mean, he's just watching from behind. He's going to pick up the EBR, well, not pick him up, but at least spot him out once he comes close enough. He's just the last second decap, as now Piotrix picks up Magnus. Even then, it wouldn't be enough time to cap Alex by himself. There he goes, spots him out, deleted from the game, together with Aurora's hopes and dreams of making it through the upper bracket to the grand finals. They'll have to go to the lower one, as Enville, with this, it was still close though, but with this tremendous read on what Aurora was going to do.
Yeah, that was just a very, very good rotation by the side of Enville, just having enough tanks available to shut it down, really. And I think it would have been even more clean if the Chieftain, I'm not sure who it was now, but I think he lost like 2k HP for dropping down. But yeah, good stuff by Enville, securing their spot in the grand finals, meaning we are going to see them later today. And Aurora now being relegated down to the lower bracket, where they are going to watch now the two Ukrainian teams battle it out for a spot, for a chance, for a shot at throwing Aurora out of the tournament.
It is for Aurora, you know, at the end of the day, I'd say it's deserved that Enville goes through. I mean, you know, they did seem like the better team on Cliff, and that was a decision maker, right? That Cliff, those two Cliff games, if Aurora goes into this, it wins one of the Cliffs, they at least take it to tiebreaker, you know? But now, I mean, Enville just, you know, Enville hand the round to play with still, right? They can gamble that Aurora will push 6-0 line, and if they lose, they still have the tiebreaker. Aurora doesn't have this.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Enville just looked like the better team this match, straight up. And I guess kudos to them. Like, what else to say? They looked good. They played well. The only rounds that they really lost were essentially by opening or because of something that they hadn't seen before. So other than that, just completely dominating Aurora. That all being said and done though, Ducky, I think that's quite enough from the two of us for the time being. Let's see if the analysts agree or disagree with our sentiment.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. And Toxic, I guess we can agree both of those teams, they didn't play their A game, but Enville made less mistakes and probably deserved to move into the grand finals.
Yeah, Aurora maybe still asleep a bit, maybe, I don't know. I'll check if I didn't do a warm-up stream today, maybe that was the issue there. We will be seeing them again in the lower brackets, but they will have to step up their game if they want to have a chance in reaching even the big final and eventually trying to take the crown here. I think it's going to be a hard task if they keep up the gameplay from today. I feel like they played a lot better yesterday, so that's kind of what I'm hoping for the next match.
Well, I don't know. I don't think they necessarily played that bad. Not great neither. They will definitely need to get better to win the finals of the losers bracket, because we have two decent teams that are going to be battling shortly. Talking about that match, match number 6, Madagascar, well, they were known as Aboba or Redan in the past. You probably get comfortable with those players, get to know them now. They're going to be facing NTMG. I guess it's going to be a very close match. Probably everyone going Madagascar's way, but I guess NTMG, they have a very aggressive playstyle that can work out against them.
Yeah, indeed. I just heard the replays already, so let's jump right into them to analyze what happened here. And in the first match, we saw on Morovanka actually Enville opting for a one-line push. Aurora not quite in position, but they were ready to rotate. Enville still getting the good timing there in order to catch the positions and kind of force Aurora into, just not bad, but inferior positions, I would say.
This is probably a good counter from the side of Enville, good read, and not the greatest from the side of Aurora. They had more tanks towards the forest, so they were maybe expecting a push here. Instead, Enville is opting for the 1 to 3 lines push, and it worked perfectly. Not enough tanks from the side of Aurora to hold it. No reactions whatsoever on time neither to reinforce and get the chance to repush and win the kill line. So Enville simply dominating on openings, countering what Aurora did bring on that first map.
And even on the rotation here, Aurora just kind of driving into the middle, and for Enville it's just like, okay, we have the entire ridge line around the 3 line, we have the K line. We are very happy with you guys being in the middle, because we have all the angles that we could want. Match 2, however, Aurora catching Enville off guard, with the 0 line push. Conrad not having a fun time, I can imagine, is 279. They also managed to catch Orzek pretty much for free. And Enville has a long way until they can finally catch the first Aurora tank, which is at A6. So Aurora really just having time to generate a lot of map control, HP advantages, and then forcing Enville into this very awkward A-line repush that Aurora has all the time in the world to prepare for.
I think they kept a good amount of tanks to deal with it, to not make it free for the side of Enville to win the A-line and get the cap down. In return, they clear the mid and they get themselves the cap down before. It's essentially a cap race. You see both of those teams with the spawns reversed, but Aurora, with the better opening, actually catching few tanks on the 9-line push, 2 from the side of Enville. And Enville not capable of pushing fast enough, so good stuff from Aurora getting back into that match. But next up on Cliff, we have to say that Enville, they came up with some opening that pretty much countered what they did.
Yeah, Cliff kind of the breaking point of this match, where Enville really pulled ahead. They were able to get a 2-0 here. They pretty much countered Destra and Ricochet here. Very, very smart move from Enville actually to move behind the rock in order to basically catch these CS for free, which forced Aurora into this mid repush that Enville was just ready for. At that point, it's just Aurora driving into sitting guns from Enville, and it's really just a pickup game. Even though Aurora has the hill, which is usually a very favorite position, they position away here between the ruins, kind of, so that the hill doesn't really have all that much opportunities to kill anyone. And then we see Katya, the last man alive. He's like, I'm not giving you the kill, I'm jumping off the cliff and ending it myself.
There is still a mistake though that they didn't push over the 5 line and went over the 4 line, because then this tank from Enville joined from the donuts, and maybe it could have been way closer if they did instead. But next up, this time on their attack, Enville on defense, Enville going very aggressive over the mid, and once again I guess there were a few mistakes made by Aurora. You could expect with their opening to have the upper hand and take the victory. First of all, Feli in his 50B. If I'm not mistaken, I think he was way too aggressive, he got tapped instantly and he shot one shot out of his clip. You can see Destroyer also that is staying at the donut at that truck position, that is going to get picked up by the 50Bs, and Katya crossing to help his teammates that don't necessarily need help. He's giving essentially his back to all of those tanks on the mid, and is allowing Enville to actually gain back control over here and taking back the hill. You can see right now Destroyer going down. So I think Aurora, they possibly had the opening to take the victory in that round, but all of those mistakes combined against Enville, that was not enough.
Yeah, I mean, Aurora had all the advantages they could wish for, and really just came down to positioning both of their 50Bs, going out with 1 clip maximum, Destroyer kind of in a pickle position. But yeah, moving over to Prokhorovka, we had Enville actually opting for the 6-line push, something I've seen from some German teams in the past. and it hasn't worked out back then. Didn't seem to work out here for Enville either. They drop a lot of HP, get kind of unfortunate with the Amorek on Zuza, but Fedi on his birthday really just showing off why he's here on the stage. He's able to survive for so long, makes Enville bleed a lot, and gives Aurora so much time to work with to just rotate, get these HP advantages, and I mean, you have a 7,000 HP lead at that point, the game's pretty much over in almost all cases, especially if you're the defender. So it's just for Aurora, either you wait until the match is over, or you hope that Enville does some move before, so you don't have to wait for as long. And as you could see, they were able to pick up the 279s in the end, and it's only Rish extending versus 8,000 HP and 8 tanks from Aurora's side. No way he's winning that.
I think two important things to mention. The EBR spotted them very early and they had no tanks in F5, F6 to cover that push, so Feli lived for way too long. So good stuff from Aurora, early info that worked out well for them. But next we had them on the attack, and I have to admit that this push was very, very late. Even though Enville had almost their full team over this side and lost one tank pretty much for free at the ball E3, they still traded decently, I would say. Got back in like the same HPs against that team from Aurora, but if Aurora got more time, I guess they had a shot to win that match.
Yeah, they could have maybe won it still. I think the zero line push here is something very brave to opt for. They had one of their EBRs try to make a spot run, but he didn't spot anything, so Aurora had no information on the tanks and just blindly pushed in, and I mean, Enville was ready for it. They basically annihilated all of the tanks, and then, as you said, Aurora, maybe if they have a bit more time, they can make this work in the end game, but it's really hard to pull off at that point. You're down guns, you're down HP, and you have to attack. Not really a scenario I would wish to be in.
Well, Enville taking the victory, moving into the grand finals. They'll be waiting for one team coming up from the losers bracket. Next match of the day is going to be the first one from the losers bracket from today. It's going to be a BO5 between Madagascar and No Timing NTMG. And to introduce the next match of the day, we're going to jump back to the cast desk. Kian and Daki, take it away.
Well, hello there, and welcome back at the caster's desk. As Insane said, Enville are probably gonna do what they do best, grab their popcorn, and look what's happening in the lower bracket while they're waiting for their opponent. And now we are in a matchup between two Ukrainian teams. It's No Timing NTMG against Madagascar. Community predictions split basically down the middle. I mean, 58 to 42, slight favoritism going on regarding the team of Madagascar. The winners of the last tournament that had to start in the lower bracket. What's your take?
I mean, we all know that in the group stage they were missing some key players. They seemed pretty solid yesterday, though, already in their match. I mean, it was pretty straightforward for them against Nice Try. No Timing, however, they looked really good on Ensk.
Yeah.
That's it. They looked really good on Ensk.
I was waiting for you to continue with something. No, but yeah, that's really it.
No, that's just it. They looked really good on Ensk, and yeah, a bit lost on other maps.
Yeah, they completely got rolled by Aurora on the other 4 games that they played. Yeah, I guess we can hop into the pick and bans as well, just to be able to see which or what maps we are going to be seeing. Obviously, this is the grim darkness, not of the far future, but of the lower bracket. So, best of 5, Live Oaks and Moravanka being banned, so no Ensk ban. But we do see Himmelsdorf instead getting picked up by Madagascar, being answered by map Prokhorovka from No Timing, then Fisherman, Sand River, and Cliff being out, and Tiebreaker actually is Ensk.
Yeah, Tiebreaker Ensk. Surprised that No Timing didn't pick it, but apparently they feel very good on Prokhorovka as a map. So that's an interesting one. Because obviously Ensk was still in the pool at that point.
Yeah. I mean, Ensk wasn't banned, but maybe the logic by the team of No Timing is that basically, if it goes to a tiebreaker, we want to be sure to win it. Like maybe make our best map the tiebreaker, something like this. Although, I mean, if you pick it
You
earlier,
have to get there first, though.
you have to get there first, and if you pick it early, that means you should have a higher chance, a higher likelihood of picking up more rounds if you're basically if you're very comfortable on that map. So we'll have to wait and see what's gonna happen here. In the end, I think Madagascar should still be the favorite in between the two teams, but maybe no timing surprises.
I'm just a bit worried for no timing Himmelsdorf, because whenever I've seen them play it, they push the lower side. Now this is a trend that you can pinpoint as Madagascar and play around. Once you know the tendencies of a team, you can kind of play around it. We'll have to see if they have some different stuff in mind for Himmel, because just lower side pushes is something Madagascar is very good at themselves as well and plays against it pretty convincingly. So gotta be careful of that, especially against a team like Madagascar, who's like just not afraid of taking these engagements, and they have the player skill as well to back that up. We saw yesterday no timing when they played against Trig. Trig not 100% on on that level as Madagascar. It's not even mean to say, it's just the way life is. So if that comes into Himmelsdorf, where they both play lower, I would still give it to Madagascar. They should be the better skill team still.
I mean, yeah, in the end, Madagascar, obviously, they won the last tournament, so, I mean, not only in theory, but in practice, they should, player for player, be the better team, the more experienced team. They've won in the past. That is always something to keep in mind, right? When the players already have that sense of security that, hey, we have already proven ourselves, we can actually beat
everything is a lot
everyone.
easier after winning your first tournament, I'd say. Once you've won once, you know you're capable of doing it, and you're just like looking to do it again. It's like less pressure, IMO, because you know you're capable of doing it. That's something Jackify understands, but maybe one day he will get there.
Yikes.
He knows how to get second, though.
I mean,
that's also a skill, it's consistently second.
I think the last time he was actually third, so picked up his second bronze fist. But yeah, we'll have to see. Right now, apparently, there is some technical problems with the team's TeamSpeaks, but I believe those are being solved, and as soon as that is all done, then we should be hopping into the game and see what's up. Because, yeah, Himmelsdorf together with Cliff, I say it time and time again, Himmelsdorf is one of the OG maps, one of the maps I really like to watch, really like to spectate. Because, yeah, it is an old map, but it has changed recently, I guess, with the changes on the hill, that basically the attacking team can rotate unseen onto and off it as well. But yeah, here the predictions coming in. Oh, the three of you actually going with a 3-1, and I am saying that it will go to a tiebreaker, but Madagascar should prevail.
Madagascar is our prediction for most of us. Three of us going with 3-1. Kihan, the one having faith in no timing. I think this has a lot to do with what we saw yesterday from no timing. That most of us believe that, yeah, they'll be able to pick up a round, but not more than this.
I mean, no timing looked really, really solid against Trig, but yeah, it was mentioned before that Trig, maybe not the caliber of a team like Madagascar. We'll just have to wait and see. But yeah, I believe the game has almost started, so then we'll be able to see how exactly the two teams are planning to approach this match. Obviously, this is lower bracket, so whoever loses the match is going to be out of the tournament. That though being said and done, lineups, NTMG bringing the double 268 before, triple Chieftain, double B, and 8279s.
Madagascar returned though 268 V4, BZ75, triple 50B, and the rest being 279s. You can still send 279s to the hill, it's just less likely. You usually expect a pretty hefty lower side commitment, but that goes for both these teams, as no timing has that triple chief and double B that can really go to the hill with the V4s if they want to. However, V4s going hill, bit old meta.
Bit old meta, and to be honest, to me it always suggests like 1-2 line push, rails push essentially with those 268 before spearheading it. That being said though, Madagascar immediately getting aggressive with those with that 50B through the middle. Shelby taking a lot of damage, needs to run away to even stay alive, I believe, because Vikshar is going to be all over him if he doesn't take another shot for now though.
Doesn't take another shot for now, but this is Madagascar. This is the Madagascar we're used to, immediately pinning down this team of No Timing in 1-2 line, and they're now going to be forced to push down, and they're spotted out, coming with most of their tanks driving down this part of the map. And how does Madagascar react? They're already doing some good damage to Love there in this 268v4, taking 1.4 health mine now as well, and every step of the way is costly for this No Timing team already against the likes of Madagascar, who have established those deep positions and now starting to pressure up the 8 line as well. The hill is one for Madagascar as well, and Dries, Rambo near you, Vic now coming. There's a little bit of a trap here. They have to be a bit careful because it's gonna get sprung in action, but the No Timing trap is gonna spring in their faces here. They realize that they gotta go, so they're pushing down the 8 line little here for sure, down and out in his tank. But now the question is the 8 line fight here. How does this go? Because now the double Bs are coming for Madagascar. Positive for CB coming in as well. The block is being blocked in right now. Near still alive, and it looks to be going Madagascar's way on this 8 line as No Timing continuing through. They currently have the tank lead, but that is going to change rather quickly.
Yeah, Vladislav about to fall here for the team of No Timing. Madagascar 7,000 HP ahead here, and No Timing, they're simply not finding the engagements they need to. Madagascar finding a lot of kills in that 8 line, and then able to just stall the game everywhere else. Beast now getting found here by quadruple players from NTMG, but Madagascar at this point in time, they do have less guns available to them, but they do have the HP lead. That's ever so crucial, as now the hit squad from the 8 line has arrived in the middle of the map, where Aka and Laquina are trying to stay alive. Sprite turning to get one more kill, but he's gonna get picked up as well.
He's going to get picked up as well, as now they continue the guns towards Master, but the cap here, nobody from Madagascar currently able to reset that one. 3 of them on it. Diavolt and Crestfix are the first 2 to arrive to actually be able to get in towards this, with 4CB though in that 50B rushing back to defend. 10 seconds left, 8 seconds left now. It's going to be all on 4CB and the 50B to get the decap out, and does he get it? He does, immediately on towards Profuse. A good reset there. Dreamer as well now getting reset. No Timing trying to push off of this cap. A little bit too late, this reaction, knowing that they can't cap, because now they're just getting caught on the run, on the move. Profuse is going to fall to near you, and that is going to be Madagascar. It became a little close there with that cap, but Madagascar full control.
Madagascar fully in control at the end of this game here. 4CB needed to deliver the resets, and he did. 4 out of 4 in that crucial clip to win his team the round. It's going to be Madagascar all the way in this game number 1 here, putting themselves up on a 1-0 scoreline. Dreamer getting what seems like hacked to death by 4CB, and Lokir is going to get picked up by the 50B, and only 3 players remaining for the team of No Timing in this match here, about to become 0.
Yeah, and Madagascar, they're showing us that they can play basically like No Timing, right? You see them just immediately take that pressure inside of the courtyard, and No Timing is sitting at B3, and they're forced to push out of it. But pushing out of that position is costly, because every step of the way you're already getting punished, and then you have your little hit squad of tanks on the 8 line, and you got to do something with them because they're getting surrounded. And it's just great for Madagascar. I mean, full hill control, full middle control, able to overrun the 8 line. And I even think that No Timing waited too long on the 8 line, because by the time they were pushing, you could already see 4CB in positive. They were like, what, 5-10 seconds out from arriving to the position?
Yeah, it was just good initial aggression by the team of Madagascar, for which I believe No Timing wasn't really ready for. Madagascar really able to already generate a lot of HP advantage, because they, like, that push on the 1-2 line by NTMG, it got spotted super early, so everyone was aimed already at the crossing, and they were just able to punish immediately. Also that 268 V4 by Madagascar on the 1-2 line, yes, it got picked up, but I think, yeah, little just, you know, wasting so much time from the players of No Timing, and able to do even his HP in damage. So yeah, good shooting by him. But great performance actually by 4CB.
Yeah, 4CB and the 50B there, just doing good stuff. What is expected of him. And for no timing, it's not the start you want to see. But this is prime Madagascar, I think. One of the reasons they won last tournament as well is that aggression, that straight aggression in your face. And for no timing, it's just really hard to break out of this chokehold. They did have something there going with the cap. For a little bit there, it came a little close, but 50B fast enough to get back.
I think they had like 2 tanks that were close to the cap but not capping, and they were both in the same street trying to hold
If
off.
the Diavol would drive past or Crespix, you can there was Crespix and Diavol driving down that lane. You have to block both of them.
Yeah. So
Although probably still one of them should be going for the other lane,
Yep.
and just hope that the guy going 8th line does a great job and tracks one, blocks the other.
yeah, something like that. Alas, it did not happen. That means Madagascar here picking up the first point of the match. It did get kind of close, but in the end, not really. So
Only because of the cap, though,
Yeah.
not in terms of HP or positions or anything about that.
Yep. So now we'll have to see if NTMG are able to also put one on the board, or if Madagascar immediately storm onto the match point, which, yeah, that would be very hard to come back from for no timing.
I mean, sometimes you just forget that, like, this is best of 5, So it just, like, really quickly turns into, match point for the opponent or for yourself.
All right, lineups though. We do see no timing. Once again, bringing the double 268V4, 1 CS63, 1 Chieftain, double 50B, and that leaves 9 279s.
9 279s to round it up. The double B, the mouse, the double chief, and is that 10 279s? Yes, it is 10 to finish it. The mouse, though, always an interesting pick.
Always an interesting pick, but like if you have the purple HP module on it, then it can be just that bulwark that the enemies have to like chew through. 3,550 HP for the mouse here, and now we see the Madagascar team immediately pouring into that 3 line. They have the mouse close to the cap. We see a little positive and near you taking positions on that 3 line here. By no timing, it sort of looks like a pretty passive opening, not really committing to anything just yet. Sending Sheldy and Hellmind here onto the hill, boosting that Chieftain up there, but obviously we do know that there is nothing by Madagascar even close to the hill. The earliest spots are going to be the mouse and the 50B.
And here comes Madagascar, though, realizing this timing of hill control being taken from the side of no timing. They have now figured out that they have to press W key, and they're going to be taking some damage along the way here, though, for this push. Just like we saw no timing skill, they're having the worst of it on that 1-2 line. Still double V4 there, though. Aka Lakin are going to be leading the charge here. No timing, even a little bit of team damage there. You could see the V4 is now trying to escape. Shelby there does his shot of damage in the CS63, but now the 50B is actually cutting through the courtyard on towards the 5 line. They have been in a bit of no man's land.
Yeah, sort of stranded out there as the push now continues down the 1 and 2 line here. The team of Madagascar starting to encroach onto the 268 V4s here. Katsunk is now going to be deeply pressed to like even stay alive. This is good stuff here for the team in blue.
Yeah, this double 50B of 4CB and Vic has achieved absolutely nothing in this game. I mean, Wednesday is now just pushing past to get Vic. That gives 4CB an actual opening into clipping Wednesday out. So, keyline pressure coming back out now from Madagascar. They want Profuse, they want Vladislav, they want Sprite, they want Dreamer. They're not stopping anymore that blob of Madagascar tanks on a journey to pick up Profuse as the very first one, but they gotta be careful from this next corner engagement because the amount of no timing reinforcements that have arrived are pretty significant. Nicolas, though, getting blocked a little bit like Keener as well. Hellmine to pick it up. Now the flying from behind coming as well. Madagascar again not letting go, this relentless pressure. But I think this one might be a little bit too much.
This one might be a little bit too much, as Madagascar trailing in HP currently, but they do pick up kills in quick succession here. It's just a complete shootout. It's just a mess everywhere. Look here, surviving on 6 HP will probably not be able to do another shot of damage. Rambo probably the next one to get cleared up by Dreamer here. Beast reversing into that street here on the K-line, but is also gonna get picked up, and no timing now. 3,000 damage ahead. Direwolf trying to move in with that mouse, but they're just gonna avoid him until the end. Kills going back and forth, but Madagascar, they simply don't have the guns left here in this game to pull it back.
It's really weird, the 50B moves that they made, right? It's just a bit interesting. They drove down the 5 line, they didn't find anything, they lost those for free, so they were like, okay, we gotta keep pressuring K-line here. But imagine if they don't do that with the 50Bs, you know? They have those 2 extra tanks, and they do pressure K-line like they did. If Madagascar can slow down this game, I think they can pincer those guys on the 4-5 line.
No.
Slowly but surely, they can find 2 angles, push from 2 sides, and just clean up that group. Now they kind of, you know, they pushed in around the corner, into the tanks. The guys from behind weren't there yet, but that's great for no timing.
Yeah, no timing, able to avoid the small disaster that would have been the 2-0 by Madagascar, the match point. So 1-1, all even between those two teams. No timing, finally showing that they're able to play more than just Ensk.
Yeah, good for Madagascar to give no timing a little bit of fate, especially for my prediction.
Yeah, I guess we can hop into the post-game stats and see who exactly was popping off this game. And it looks like Vladislav and Master OQ there, as well as Hellmine. I mean, what people have to realize is also that, yeah, he did less damage than Master OQ or Vladislav, Hellmine that is, but he has 4 kills, and like you'd never know how high HP those kills were. And ooh, Vikshare not having a good time in his 50.
No, that's a 50. This is a strategic failure there. That's a strategic failure though, because they were.
Those are some really low rolls, by the way, by 4CB.
Yeah, well, no, but the 50Bs, that's strategy. They were told to go 5 line.
Yeah, and
Which
they did
in
not have an
result
impact.
is, you know.
No, disaster.
No, they're absolutely horrible for them though. You know, like what were they supposed to do?
Yeah, nothing, realistically. Oh, there's the team damage. But yeah, in the end, just good execution also by no timing, right? When one team makes mistakes, it's up to the other team to exploit them. And they just did that there. So no timing showing up 1-1, which means we are now headed towards, I believe, Prokhorovka, yes. The pick by no timing.
The pick by no timing, but that doesn't always, you know, just because one team picks a map, that doesn't mean that the other team is bad on it. You know, it could be a good map for Madagascar as well, but it's what no timing felt like they were most confident with coming into this best of 5 to play out. So obviously they have to have their best stuff prepared for this because they had a lot of maps still to pick from at that point. Like Ensk.
Yes, like Ensk, but Prokhorovka instead being the pick by no timing, so we'll have to see how exactly they deal with this one. Personally, I feel like Madagascar still looked like the more active team, like the team trying to achieve more, but obviously being active also opens yourself up for mistakes, and that is what we saw in Game 2 with the 50Bs. They were just trying to achieve too much at the same time.
But that is that. This is now Prokhorovka coming in. Who's attacking first, Kihan?
I'll have to take a quick look at my cheat sheet. It's going to be no timing attacking and Madagascar defending first.
Okay, so we have that locked down. But yeah, Madagascar is one of those Proco teams. They have been very good at it, though. The few times they lost, mainly down to, for example, you know, Enville going hill with the double EBR, or was it triple EBR? I don't remember. Killing their EBR off immediately, forcing them to push 1-2. This comes to mind, so, you know.
All right, lineups though. Game number 3, no timing, bringing that double EBR, single STRV. We see 5 279s, and the rest is 7 260s.
7 to 60s to round it up. That's a lot of them. Madagascar only has 3 of them. They do have double IS-7. They do have 47 nines, double Chief, a CS, a Badger, an SRV, and 1 EBR.
Exactly. So the Badger, quite a curious pick. We haven't seen it yet, although it's not completely uncommon to pick a Badger. Obviously, this confirms what we knew already. Madagascar is defending. They're gonna. It's gonna be interesting to see where they send the Badger, because right now I don't. I do see him driving towards the northwest of the map. A lot of middle presence, though, by the side of Madagascar. The CS63 Dryzer boosting near you immediately in the EF2 ditch, where the IS-7 is going to arrive safely and tuck himself into it. Immediately getting pushed by the double 260, though. Love and Hellmine pushing onto near you. That's a 2v1.
That is indeed a 2v1 for the side of No Timing, but Near You is going to try and juke it out here. Positive is going to try and peek and come back in with a shield, but Positive drops towards 229 HP for that. That was not it. The FC there from Madagascar trying to get involved, trying to get into the fight, but now the 1-2 push is coming out already. Unspotted actually as well. This is a good counterplay here from No Timing. The Badger and STRV combination, they will be there, but it looks like Dryz is... Oh, he's moving over, so that's fine. He's going to be there as well. Looked like he was AFK for a second. But mid-presence here, huge for Madagascar, though. They're going to be shutting down these middle peaks, but they should be losing 1-2 in return for that.
Yeah, exactly. The 260 hit spot continuing here. Direwall in the SRV just completely getting blasted back to the garage. Now Rambo, the only one here remaining together with Dryzer, that will probably book it away, sell out Rambo. But the damage in the middle is also huge. No Timing currently losing in the HP department simply because the counter push by Madagascar is coming in, rolling over the block. Dream and Wednesday probably gonna die rather soon here, as Lokir is now getting focused out.
Yeah, but Madagascar has no choice but to continue actually into the dip now, because at this moment in time, the STRV from No Timing is having a great time. He's just farming away. Finally, though, Rambo's going to be fallen. That cost a lot, though, for the No Timing team. They're going back into this dip, picking up the last remaining tanks here, but they have to continue yet again. They don't really have a choice. If they stop here, the STRV will kill them all at some point in time. So what does Madagascar do? How do they play from this? They know the STRV is there. Aka is alive in his 279, though, in the middle of the map, but this blob of tanks from Madagascar currently surrounded, but they are defending, though.
Madagascar...
And Dryz is Dryz retaking it too?
Oh, Vladislav, though, is behind everyone now. Madagascar once again coming in with the overpush. They're trying to get Winter out of the picture here, but there is so many one-shots. Dryz actually recommitting into the A2 position here, getting shut down by Tansov, and now 4CB in the EBR probably can't continue. Beast sending Winter to the grave. This is still neck and neck.
Neck and neck in terms of HP as well, but now Beast needs to be the playmaker for his team. He needs to start peeking on towards the tanks. You see Xank in the SRV here, just shooting and shooting and shooting, trying to make a difference for his team, and it does look like they are able to do that. They are currently up in HP, but down in tanks. 4CB is a very important player in this regard, in that EBR, what he can do. They lose that to 60 of Master, but for that, they lose the entire HP of Beast, and now Vic taking damage as well. But look at this Madagascar team. They're all surviving on one-shots right now, trying to make it work. Nicholas finally falling to that STRV. Shelby picks up Vic. Now Skittle there in his 260 needs to pick up Sprite, but he comes to do that together with 4CB and these tanks in the bowl, yet still alive. But that double EBR key hand, we talked about it, it's so important now.
Yeah, the double EBR here still available for No Timing, and that is a lot of HP to play with on those EBRs as well. 4CB still spotted here in that EBR, and finally does get unspotted. The Crystal, the only real brawling tank left for the team of No Timing. But the problem for Madagascar is here, they have no information where the enemy EBRs is. They know where the STRV is, but that one, they can't really push it. Shelby is doing a good job of screening, and you can see Vladislav is already taking a lot of the map control as well. Does now commit in here. If he gets spotted by 4CB, that would be a disaster for No Timing, where he maybe isn't able to make it out. 4CB and Vladislav not spotting each other yet, but the time is ticking. 5 minutes 30 for No Timing to figure out what to do.
Yeah, 4CB is the most important player in this regard in his EBR. If he could stay alive, that's huge. If Skittle could take A1 back, that's also huge. If 4CB, though, spots out Vladislav at some point, There could be a shot from Beast. Nobody else, though. So he has to be super careful in that little EBR to not get caught out here, because that where he is driving, he can also get shot by the SRV, I think. Although I think that's not a render. It would be a huge shot from him. But now Skittle pushing up towards C1 to take some control over that part of the map. And it's hard still for No Timing. You say like, oh my god, they have double the HP. 1.3 of that is an EBR. That just explodes if it goes in. The other part of it is the STRV. And I think the STRV's play here has to be coming close almost.
Yeah.
Like
I do.
Either he goes super high. You see on the left of Shelby, he can go super, super high. But that's risky against 4CB. I think he has to go siege up in front of these guys.
Yeah, I think so as well. And then he'll just have to hit the shots onto maybe Chieftain Coppola. He's not really going to penetrate the IS-7. Now we do see Vladislav gathering information for the STRV. Maybe as soon as the two EBRs, 4CB and Shelby, so close to each other, not knowing that the other is there. But yeah, Vladislav once again pre-screening for the STRV. Katsunk does get spotted, but in the end, 4CB also shooting Katsunk, shutting down Crespix, but paying a lot for this. And 4CB in the EBR not really getting shot at. The EBRs instead committing into that ditch. Nikon's down to 22 HP. Does get a connection on Shelby, but is probably going to fall in turn. Also, the 279 does get picked up. And I think NTMG, they have done it here.
They should have done it indeed, but it's not over just yet. The good recommitment into the bowl there, kind of saving their life, and the Beast peeking to try and pick up the 260, doesn't manage to do it. I think 4CB, they're even missing a shot, kind of crucial at that point. Every shell really does matter. In 4CB, just trying to take some map control here. That's really brave in this situation, but what is he supposed to do? And Madagascar are looking against the match point.
Yes, indeed, as Vladislav now does commit and does get spotted here, outspotted even by 4CB. Finally, the EBR is spotted as well. Vladislav not connecting that one, and Crystal also missing 4CB here, but that means that the information about the whereabouts of the EBR has been given away. This opens up the 1-2 line for a push by Shelby, who does get spotted by the 260, but I think Skittles, yeah, he did miss him, so now Katsunk is probably gonna come close and gonna finish off that 260, 2 minutes and 50 seconds. There is misses coming out from all of those players here right now. What is happening?
4CB turning into God mode apparently, as he's still alive. He does take another one though. Xank is now down towards the one shot. If 4CB could pick him off, at the very least, that would be huge in that EBR. Don't know if he has Render upon that. Vladislav is just chasing though. Skittle now in a lot of trouble. He's going to try and pick up the STRV at the very least, but Shelby shuts him down right before that. But there is a potential here for 4CB to do something at the very least. He is a one shot though. He's going to get controlled by Vladislav, and the cap will get started. Imagine if Skittle hit Shelby when he got spotted.
Yeah, indeed. That would have been a way out of defeat here. Now double cap has been started, and the Crystal is not a one-shot here. He's going to make a shield for the EBR, possibly. Vladislav now taking passive bush here in the middle to shut down any opportunity for 4CB to come from there, but we obviously know that he's going to try and peek from the rails. Ooh, very, very nicely using the bush here, or rather the tree, to provide a reset. But now this in turn means that they know exactly where he is. The other EBR, Vladislav, is going to come from the other side to just shut down the last remaining player by Madagascar.
Yeah, he's going to find 4CB there, Vladislav. Unless Vladislav misses again, which I don't think will be happening here. 5 seconds, 4CB has to reset, but Vladislav picks it up. And No Timing actually the wants to put himself on match point here.
Yeah, No Timing able to withstand the pressure here by the team in blue, by Madagascar. It was neck and neck for a very long time, but in the end, on those open maps, the double EBR is just such a valuable, such an important asset.
The timing there was great for No Timing. That pushing down 1-2, if the SRV is running 5 seconds earlier, 10 seconds earlier, then he's an A2 and he farms like an entire 260 before it even gets close. A combination with the Badger, it's a super hard setup to push, but here he just died.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of shots by the 260s on the move, connecting on that STRV. So Diable not really able to have an impact on the game here. So good stuff by No Timing, getting a little lucky with the timing, but then again, you know, the luck is with the brave here.
Luck is indeed with the Brave. And for no timing, they just hit every single moment. And Madagascar did very well. They're continuing because I think they had to continue because otherwise they just get farmed by the STRV. So they were always continuing. But what really sold the game there in the end, I think, is Riser's play by himself. In the CS, he tried to retake A2 before Force TD was close.
Yeah, and just threw
If they
himself
do
away.
if they do it together, he was full HP key. Full HP CS coming into the fight there.
Yeah, and you can't understate the DPM that the CS brings to it, but if he just gets shut down like that, obviously the DPM is not able to kick in. But yeah, this means that no timing now on a match point here. Madagascar up against the ropes, against basically everyone's prediction. I mean, for mine to come true, Madagascar now needs to pick up 2 clean rounds in a row, but that is so hard when you're up against that match point. You're not able to do any kind of mistake anymore. You need to play basically a picture-perfect game from now on, otherwise you're out.
That is true, but let's see. Let's see what Madagascar can bring. It was really close, though. I do believe that this is going to a tiebreaker at the very least. I mean,
yeah.
I don't see it ending after this round.
We'll have to see. I mean, sides get switched now. It's going to be Madagascar defending, and obviously, being the defender is the more, the more comfortable thing, even on Prokhorovka, simply because, yeah, time is ticking in your favor, and you're just able to essentially chill and wait for the enemy to make moves. And obviously, with those moves comes the opportunity to make mistakes. So, yeah, Madagascar not out of it yet. I personally think this one is going to tiebreaker, but maybe no timing proved me wrong.
I don't see why it wouldn't go to tiebreaker. I mean, even in this last game, no timing had such an initial lead. They killed an IS-7 relatively for free. Then they killed an STRV relatively for free. If the STRV stays alive, they lose that game. Even if Rambo just stays, if Diavol just stays with Rambo and they play it off of there together, they would probably kill 1 or 2 260s. I mean, the SRV does just die against the 260s, but now he was running and he didn't do any more shots,
Yeah, exactly. I think the Badger can do a very nice job of even shielding the SRV, possibly. And then the 260s need to stop. They actually need to start aiming, because they're not going to be overmatching the SRV anymore as soon as the lower plate gets hidden. And then the CS can farm from the side. But I think the crucial point there was that basically no timing. They pushed 2 260s onto the IS-7. And then the IS-7 died and was unable to spot the other hit squad of the 4 260s that were essentially the second layer of aggression coming in. They just got spotted.
Yeah, the IS-7
so
would
late.
the IS-7 would proxy spot them if he wasn't dead yet.
Yeah, no. I think that was really, really well executed by no timing, and you could really see the thinking going into this one. Essentially, switching off the lights with eliminating the IS-7, and then just being able to completely surprise. I mean, in the end, it was kind of a blind push. Then again, if you have STRV and Badger, there's basically 2 possibilities, because realistically the Badger is always going to be 1-2 lines, so you're either pushing into double TD, but you have 4 heavy tanks to do that, or the STRV is on the other side and you just get the Badger for free.
The STRV Badger combo, like I said, if the STRV Badger combo is set up, you lose 3 260s.
Yeah.
Because the STRV farms a hole. Because you have to stop to shoot at the Badger with the 260. You're not going to pen it on the move. So you have to stop. The STRV kills a full 260. Driving at him, and the other 3 are like, you either stop to shoot the Badger and the SRV kills two of you, or you continue past and the Badger kills all of you.
Now, all of that being said and done, though, I think we're just about to head into the next game, which might be, I don't think it will be, but might be the last game of the match. No timing currently sitting on the match point against Madagascar, who still need 2 rounds to stay alive in the tournament. Yeah, it is a do or a die for Madagascar here. They are going to be defending, maybe a slight advantage for them, but no timing. Maybe they're bringing something unusual to the table. Who knows?
We'll see. We'll see. The lineups will say a lot of what kind of game plan we're gonna get from both these teams. And No Timing has a mouse, triple EBR, an STRV, a chief, and the rest to 7-9s.
That is a setup suggesting a very mid-heavy presence by No Timing. Madagascar, on the other hand, 1 EBR, 1 STRV, 1 Chieftain. Then they have 5 279s. They have 6 260s and an ISM.
This amount of 279s, though?
I think they, like... Haven't we seen it before? That essentially...
Yeah, but it's a full hold.
Yeah, that the mouse goes into the middle, baits the shots, and then the 279s sit in the back and
I just
chill.
don't like it. Because you can actually figure out angles on every tank.
Also, the fact that they have triple EBR, that's a lot of tanks without a lot of firepower. It does give you the spotting priority, though, as we can see here. 4CB exchanging spots with Vladislav, who is able to see a lot of the tanks from Madagascar. The EBR on the 8-9 line also gaining the full information that the 260s are starting to drive into... I think they wanted to go to 0 line, but now they're starting to move more towards the middle, where the mouse is. But the mouse is the tank that No Timing actually wants Madagascar to push.
They can cut the map in half, though, still. If they do this move properly, they can cut the map in half if they continue towards deep A6. I mean, Crespix will probably fall for this, but this mouse is not going to live as long as you think, yeah, let's put it that way. He's going to try and ram even, which turns him fully sideways. But this is good, actually, from Madagascar. Ooh. And Dreamer getting caught out as well in the EBR. Not sure how that came to be, but now you see, if those 260s continue, Kihan, all the way to the end of A6, you cut this map in half. You slice this defense from No Timing wide open, and that's exactly what they're doing. Shelby's also dead, by the way.
Yeah, Shelby also got picked up, I believe, on the 0 line here. And this is, disastrous for the team of No Timing right now. We can already see Near You and 4CB spotting out everything, gaining the information as to how much there actually is in A3, A4 Sprite already taking a shot of damage. Obviously, the tanks by Madagascar can't really push over this right now because... Oh, actually, they will. Starting to drive over. Little taking a bit of damage. Nico Heinz the next one to follow, but Winter just gets blown up. Profuse the next one on the chopping block. Madagascar just storming into this game number 4.
Yeah, this defense, Kihan, it has to be perfect to work. And you can see Madagascar just slicing it open like a piece of cake on a good Sunday afternoon. Take out the mouse, push to A6, get a blow up on Immensive as well. Not that it changes anything, because No Timing is going to tiebreaker. This was a great opening from Madagascar. They got so much. The mouse, double EBR. They took all the way to A6, and that's the issue, Key. If you take all the way to A6, this is just spliced in half the defense. You can't repush anything. You can only hope that you win. You have nothing to repush with, because all you have is 278.
Yep, and those are pretty slow, especially considering this map is very large and open here. Madagascar at this point in time just finishing off the game. Wednesday probably the next one to fall, as the Chieftain in B9 also does get engaged by Beast, by Vikshare, and then the last remaining tanks by No Timing are the ones on the A3 position where, yeah, Vladislav just got a spot on 4CB, but Near You and 4CB are just, at the moment, containing the forces by NTMG in their pocket, waiting for the eastern part of the map to be cleaned up, and then we'll probably see the engaged finish off the game to put it to tiebreaker.
Yeah, tiebreaker and pocket pick from No Timing. They knew this was going to happen. It's going to be Ensk.
So they knew all along. They were
and
widely...
Madagascar gets to pick the side, though.
They were widely and acutely aware this was going to happen. But yeah. Good job by Madagascar, recognizing what's happening. I also don't know how, Dreamer and I think Shelby, how both of those died so quickly. Normally when you
I don't think it would matter, but yeah, it just adds to it, right?
Yeah, that was weird. But yeah, we get a game number 5 in the best of 5. So best possible result, I guess, for everyone involved. At least those that are watching. And yeah, GG's. I wonder... Yeah, Ensk, what would you pick? Which side?
Depends. I mean, this is such a question depending on, so much. If you have a really good defense strategy, you pick defense. If If you don't have a really good defense strategy, you pick attack to get the better side. It's that simple. I mean, that is the turning point. If you have a defense that you know it's going to work, you pick defense, because South is usually the hardest side to play from. If you don't, you play from attack because it's, easier.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. As we see here, the damage numbers. Rambo there, putting a good 4.7 on the board. Is going to be quite happy. And Madagascar as a whole team are going to be happy to have made it to tiebreaker here. Although Ensk now is... We've seen No Timing play Ensk, and they were very proficient at it. We'll just have to wait and see now, I guess.
They were very proficient at it, or Aurora was very bad at it. I think it was a combination of the two.
Yeah, Aurora's game plans didn't work out at all yesterday. But... yeah, Himmelsdorf getting split 1-1, Prokhorovka getting split 1-1, which now means we are moving into Ensk. Madagascar choosing the side. I don't think they've made a decision yet. But yeah, elaborating on that. I don't think that either team is really going to do this defense with going green side with the 279s that we've seen in the past. It works, but it can also fall apart pretty quickly if players.
No Timing usually doesn't have the No Timing's openings on Ensk North. The way they play it and the way they played it in campaign, where they play basically full city every time from north. It loses against the field hold every single time because you have every advanced position in the world. If you only have one tank at A0, you just ignore the guy at A0. He's irrelevant. He doesn't achieve a single thing. That's why if I'm Madagascar and if I watched what No Timing did, I would probably pick defense and go full green, because the way No Timing played and the way they played in campaign was basically every tank towards the city. The way they played yesterday, every tank at A6 shooting towards the crossing to then take city. But if you have no field presence, you do not win against the field hold. It's impossible. To retake field is not possible. That's why you see Enville, when they try or expect you to play that, they have 5-6 tanks in the field immediately to take the positions, so you're locked in the back. If you don't have that, it's insta loss.
Yeah, so a decision has actually been made. Madagascar are choosing attack.
Yeah, well, goes back to if you don't have a solid defense, right, you just pick attack, right?
Yeah, I guess that means in just about 2 minutes to also give some time to No Timing to basically prepare, set up their tactics. We should be seeing what will actually be the last game of this match here. Judging by what we've seen so far, who do you think deserves it more? Madagascar?
Yeah, I think so.
That would be my prediction. So yeah, let's go with that one.
I mean, let's be real. The first Himmels was always Madagascar's. The second Himmels, No Timing deservedly won, but it's also, more failure from Madagascar than a win from No Timing. The first Proco could have really gone either way. I mean, No Timing did very well on it, but it could have gone either way still with that, and the second Proco wasn't close. So taking all of this into account, I'd give it to Madagascar.
Alright, so Ensk, the deciding map here, but we have seen before that No Timing is good on Ensk, or is Aurora bad on Ensk? I mean, I guess a philosophical
I mean, they banned it as their
question,
first map today, Key.
yeah. So, that being said though, the transfer teams should all be good on Ensk, right? Because on the former Russian server, Ensk was a a map that was being played very
Different
often.
sides, though.
Sorry?
Different sides.
Different sides, yeah. That as well. I really do think that switching the sides on Ensk, Sand River, Live Oaks.
Of course you would say that.
Yeah. Of course I will say that. But it's really
the tournament administration saying that the tournament rules are good. Shocker. Why don't you give yourself a medal while you're at it?
I could also give myself a pat on the back and no one would notice. Anyway, No Timing, 2-2, all even in the best of 5. So either team that wins the round is gonna win. The match is gonna move on to face off against Aurora, who are waiting in the lower bracket finals already. And no timing, choosing attack here. So, well, according to you, they don't have a good defense strategy then. Or possibly...
Madagascar picks the attack.
Sorry,
Oh,
Madagascar. Yeah. So yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. Personally, I'm wondering how many TDs we're actually gonna see, or if we're gonna see this full 279 city hold that you hinted that the Madagascar usual playstyle would fail against. Sorry, the NTMG usual playstyle would fail against. So we'll see. Lineups though. No timing coming into this one with a double E4, triple E3. We have a single mouse and 9 279s.
Madagascar, E4, double E3, triple V4, a 705A, and 8 279s. Both these teams could be very, very heavy on the rails.
Exactly. Also the 705A, we've seen it on Ensk before in some past tournaments where it really did pop off. It sort of has this like exact height where you're able to play very well like above the low rail cars, and obviously it can side scrape very well as well. That being said though, Madagascar sending a lot of people towards the green positive immediately, taking 810 by one of the E-tanks on the side of No Timing. No Timing as well, driving a lot of their tanks down onto the green. Dreamer though, taking
Dreamer
two
wasn't even
shots.
spotted. He just got unlucky. Dreamer wasn't even spotted. He just took 2 for somebody else that was driving behind him. But this is like very Enville-esque from Madagascar as opening. It's like they know that No Timing likes to play heavy towards the field. They did it against Aurora as well, right? If you remember, very, very heavy towards the field initially. They have Crespix shielding near you to shut down that lane in his V4 for Crespix. I used to be a damage farmer, but now he's just a sideways player. Unlucky. But you open towards the field to lock them in there, and then you start taking control over the city.
Yeah, Aka and Flyno in their 279 starting to drive through the city. Also a very interesting position by the 705A, by Positive. He's behind, I think, the like tubes that are lying there, so it should be fairly safe from there, as well from the zero line 279s that NTMG have posted there. HP, surprisingly, also completely even. I think he should even be able to spot here. Oh, and he is able to wiggle up and get a shot even at the 279s, but the problem there being... he even did get penetrated there. The problem there being that he does have pretty low pen. I think like 317 or something?
Yeah, it's a pretty low pen on the 705A. I think 317 is correct. Look here, they're getting a good shot on the block, forcing him to angle towards the H line, where you can see a lot of the TDs, of course, this setup though. Unholy.
Oh god.
Unholy, dude.
The Grousers.
No, it's not just Grousers, man. No Rammer, Turbo HP Grousers, Speed Governor. His gunner dies, and but jack of all trades or not, he's mauled him.
Oh, that is a setup and a half. Yeah, he does get the spots though, which I think is the thing he is meant to achieve here. Like, normally you don't pick a 705A and expect it to start damage farming. So I guess he's just there to provide the spots onto the zero line. That being said though...
But the issue though, Key, the issue here for No Timing is pretty evident, no? They're missing something that's super important on Ensk.
Yeah, they're missing the spots on the rails. Like, they don't see the rotations that Madagascar is doing at all. You can see Nicolas, Rambo, both of them are able to rotate through.
Also, the block, the block, you know, you can push behind him, right? From like where in front of Shelby is. If you push down second rail with like the E3, like they're doing now, you pressure back Hellmine, you can totally just drive somebody behind him to farm him from behind. You don't have to cross into the guns at H7. You see on your minimap the H7 location. There's a lot of TDs aiming for that crossing. But that crossing may never come. If you just kill the block from behind, you never get that crossing.
4CB now taking one by Hellmind. But starting to move up through the rails here, and you can see the 279s, they're starting to form up for Madagascar. They're taking complete city control, probably just waiting here until everyone's there, and then the cross is going to come and the block is going to fall.
I mean, look here, just proxy spotting the block. Madagascar still has plenty of time to play around with. Ensk is a small map. I don't even think they're going to try and kill him from behind. They're just going to accept the damage on the crossing and cross over from each one, because that looks what they're doing right now, full speed. Rambo will join as well, and they're just going to go for the crossing the old-fashioned way, accepting the possible damage that may come, and the question is, how much does no timing do?
Yeah, that is indeed the question. Fly here peeking.
Oh, they're
Does
baiting.
get spotted. The block not proxy spotted currently though. Finally he does get spotted. Nicolas taking one onto the cross. Ooh, taking more down to 45. But they are going to make it across with everyone. Aka now also crossing, taking one by the block. But I think now they should be good here. They should be able to kill him over a long period of time. This is sparking a reaction though by no timing. Starting to push over the 7, over the 8 line, over the 0 line, even positive. Starting to get encroached on by everyone. Winter going to get behind him, and they're going to take out that 705A.
They're indeed going to take out a 705A, and they're also going to take a 7,000 HP lead at this moment in time. They're going to kill the 705A, and they're going to back off from it, actually. Finally, they figured out that they can kill the block from behind, but that's taken a long time, IMO. But the block's just pulling back inside of that window. He's tanking like a champion on that part of the map, staying alive, holding the angles. Still 7,000 HP, though, and it's looking rather dire here for Madagascar right now, and I think even that it's coming, the no timing, the full repush across that map. Hellmine picks up 4CB, and this is looking rather dire for Madagascar. Here comes the crossing over the rails though, immediately Master in his E3 leading the charge. The entire no timing team here is making this move, but is this too much? Is this too far? Is this too deep? On tournament elimination, they're pushing across the K-line. 7,000 HP is now back to 3,000. They're leaving Tansov, they're leaving Love to die to the guns of Madagascar coming back in. What will they find in return? They'll find a lot of these guns from Madagascar still on the K-line, wiping them away, establishing another HP lead here, back up to 5,000. And now though, can Madagascar make something happen?
Can Madagascar make something happen? I don't think so, as the HP lead's still there. Also the lead in guns finally. The tanks by no timing starting to drive back, throwing their HP into the fray here. Beast though with a very, very good position, not able to get another connection though on the 279, and as the dust settles, Madagascar sort of scattered around the rails with their team, and no timing. They just have this HP lead here. They also have the engage now onto Little. Profuse not able to flank the 268 before, but that is a 1v many being played by Little here, who's taking even more damage, 6,000 HP difference.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Madagascar at all. I stand by my point that I think the block was very easily killable by going behind him with some tanks while covering with others. But they went for the straight crossing, lost a lot. They got repushed on the field, probably pulled back slightly too many from that field to even hold, and then no timing. With a very, very big repush, and Little here seems to be in a lot of trouble as Madagascar has 2 minutes and 40 seconds to somehow figure out a way back in, but it doesn't look to be happening.
It really doesn't look to be happening as Beast. They're just alone, stranded on the rails even. Profuse facing off against Neayu and Vikshare, but he doesn't even have to engage because no timing. After all of this, they're still defending, so it's up to Madagascar to figure something out, but with double the HP available for no timing, I don't think that it's really gonna matter, because now the southern part of the map has been completely cleaned by no timing. So as soon as they find out that there is no one facing off against them anymore, they're just gonna drive into the rails and give side shots onto Neayu, onto Vikshare, onto all the tanks that are remaining by Madagascar.
All the tanks that are remaining from Madagascar, and Enville is currently clapping their hands. I think they would like to play against Aurora or no timing much rather than they would like to play against a team that beat them last time around twice.
Vikshare now the next one to the grave here, and the last moments of Madagascar remaining in this tournament. Skittles now also taking even more damage, and yeah, no timing. They're just gonna collapse as soon as all of their players are here, and then it's gonna be all she wrote for the team that won the last tournament. They're not able to repeat it. Instead, it's going to be no timing who are moving on to the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, but they're going to be facing off against Aurora. Madagascar here in the tiebreaker, not making it work. Good moves from No Timing, though. Decisive ones as well. Pushing out the 705A, then returning back, pushing their own base. It's all very, very brave. I still think that the block is killable without really taking anything for it. If you have proper control over the rails, you can peek behind him. You only need to do it with one. He can't really get re-peeked either. So you just farm in the block, and if he goes back into the window, he dies from behind. If he goes forward, he dies from the front. And if you lose that spotter, like if you lose the spotter there, you are in trouble because they can just cross down 1-2 unspotted.
Yeah, I mean, the block there, just good performance here. How much did he bounce, actually? Four shots. But yeah, staying alive, enabling his team just to do well, get the punish on the cross. And yeah, there was a point in time where there was the gigantic HP difference, but then Madagascar started to coming back, started closing the gap, but then once again No Timing just responded with that repush, just cleaning everything up. So well played to No Timing, and for Madagascar we unfortunately have to say goodbye to the team that won the last tournament. A slight upset, yeah. I would say. Everyone was predicting
more than a slight upset. Yeah, so they come back in here and they're gonna be kicking themselves about that Prokhorovka round and that Himmels round. That could have gone either way, but it is what it is. They are out, and better luck next time.
All right, that concludes the match in between No Timing and Madagascar. This means that now the analysts are gonna have their chance to dissect what we just saw.
That good performance from the side of NTMG taking the victory over Madagascar. That's surprising. We didn't expect them to take it, but they played really well and it's well deserved, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, if we looked at our predictions, I think 3 of us went for 3-1, even for Madagascar. So very shocking to see the winner of the last tournament go out and not even finish in the top 3. Very stellar performance from NTMG, showing that not only are they proficient on Ensk, which they showed in the tiebreaker, they can also play other maps. And if this is a trend, they can continue in match 7, and Aurora plays like they played in the first match today. I feel like we could have a close one on our hands.
This is a rematch of what happened yesterday between those two teams, Aurora and TMG. I mean, MTMG took the victory on both Ensk rounds, so maybe Aurora is going to bound that map. It's this time a BO5. Talking about BO5, I think that what costed the most to Madagascar not making it to the winner's bracket to at least get some BO7s and a second chance. The last time they won everything, finals of the winner's bracket, grand finals. This time they're out, bit of an upset, but we have an interesting match coming up now, Aurora against NTMG. What's your take on it?
So we saw the match yesterday, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
And yesterday Aurora really showed that they want to play, and they don't only want to play, they want to win this tournament. And if the showing they had yesterday repeats today, I don't think NTMG has a shot. But today I wasn't all that happy with Aurora's performance, and MTMG really showed that they can play well versus the best teams, which Madagascar we definitely count as one of the best teams. So if they continue like this, I don't know, I think it's going to be close.
And it's a BO5. When you play something like BO7, BO9, you have a lot of maps to play, a lot of rounds. So basically, even if you have like an unlucky one with bad RNG, it's not as costly. When it's a BO5, you can just play a first map which is not really good. So you can go 2-0 down and have 3 match points to deal with. So that's a different match, that's a different game, and they will have to deal with that. But Toxic, we should take a look at what happened between Madagascar and NTMG. Those two teams, they started on Himmelsdorf, and I have to say that Madagascar, they started really well.
Yes, instantly taking aggression in the middle is something we see from very confident teams oftentimes. You basically force the enemy into doing something, NTMG opting for the option of the 2-line repush here. Not sure if it's the best reaction. They still have their kind of trap set up in the 8-line, which Madagascar will fall for. The issue is that Madagascar falls for that trap with too many tanks, so they just end up winning in that location. We see here the shootout, they're happening. A lot of bursts on the side of MTMG with those 50 Bs, but it's just too much tanks from Madagascar, too much HP. They didn't lose any HP actually with their courtyard opening, had 40k, were always like 3,000-4,000 HP up. And after this cleanup, it's going to be really hard for NTMG to get back, because they not only need to fight the tanks, they also need to fight for positions, and they need to fight versus better positions. So that's not really a great position for them to be in.
I think that this opening pretty much countered NTMG and forced into some push due to the fact they had nothing on the hill. And it could have been closer. Madagascar, like you said, they were up HPs the entire time, but they had to deal with that cap pressure. And even though they had more tanks and more HPs, it was not the easiest. You could see a bit of a panic rush with those tanks, 4 CB leading the charge, actually like getting the decaps. So NTMG maybe, if they were slightly faster, they could have made it with the cap. At the end of the day, Madagascar, convincing victory in their first round, but they had to be careful.
Yeah, they had this slither of hope in the end with the cap, as you mentioned. It went down to, I think, 3 seconds. So, I mean, if the 50B bounces 2 shots in a row, maybe, but in the end, they just had to be faster. Madagascar, however, also opting for a 2-line push, something apparently these Ukrainian teams like to do. And NTMG was just really ready for it, right? They had all these rotations in place. They took the K line and kind of set Madagascar into this awkward spot where they either have to commit into the J line or into the K line, and either option is not really great. And especially if you take this long to kill the 268 before, really well played from Kisen Q, I guess it's pronounced. You just give the NTMG team so much time to react, and at that point, if NTMG doesn't mess up majorly, it's very hard for Madagascar to get this push done with.
I mean, they dealt with the 50 Bs from Madagascar pushing over the courtyard. Also, those teams, this is pretty much their playstyle. They like to go aggressive, they like to make those pushes and take some control straight, and also involve the skill of the players, because they pretty much have the best players in this game skill-wise. But you could see that NTMG, they had the reaction on point. They didn't overcommit to contest the 1-2 lines because they were dealing with the other tanks from Madagascar. They just held, and they held well. They made sure that Madagascar didn't have the opportunity to keep pushing and get some cap pressure down. So I'd say that it was like a pretty controlled defense from their side.
You also had this mouse with a lot of HP on Madagascar's side. He's just so slow, right? You bring the fight to the K line of the enemy, and the mouse just constantly driving down the 5 line. He's like, yo guys, can you slow down a bit? I'm not quite here yet. And so he's the last guy standing, and his HP were out of the match the entire time. On Prokhorovka, we could see the repeated aggressive playstyle that these teams like to opt for, as you just mentioned. They instantly take it to the 2 line. Madagascar repushing the middle in return. The only issue for Madagascar here is that one tank you might be able to see on H1, he will be farming constantly, and we said it whilst we were watching the match, that guy is going to have a lot of damage, and he did end up having, like, I think it was just over 6,000 damage, so that's what really broke this play for Madagascar.
So I really liked the way NTMG played on their attack, because you could feel that they pretty much countered what Madagascar did in the last tournament with this aggression over the mid, one tank in the ball over F2, F3. They had a really good opening to work around it, pushing down the 2 line, picking up the STRV and the Badger in the process. I think that it was close at the end, because in return Madagascar had great reactions. They were pretty fast and reactive to push over the F line. At the end of the day, though, isn't NTMG having an easier win if they get more than one tank over H1? Maybe they committed with too much tanks over the 2 line and over the mid, and I expect that if they had like 2 to 3 tanks over the 2 line here, over H2, G2, it would have been way easier for them to handle it.
I mean, maybe even if they left something like more mobile back, they could have rotated him all the way to like K3 to have even better crossfire, and especially kill that 279 that was stuck in G4 for quite a while. But in the end, it doesn't really matter, and TMG was able to play the match down. Only the EBR left in the end, and he's not going to do anything. There's 1.5 minutes, you have the option of capping, you have the option of killing. You can do whatever you want, it's just a pickup game, right? So NTMG goes on to their death, I believe. and they have this mouse strat here. The mouse basically just there to buy time. We say we sacrifice this tank, he has to buy time for us. But Madagascar not having any of it. They just drive straight past him, take the 6-line push, and see what's happening.
You see the difference with Enville? When Enville made that push, they had many tanks over F3, F4. This time, Madagascar has almost their entire team over F5, F6. So they're capable of picking and killing that mouse, letting the rest of their team push all the way to A6. In return, they use the EBR to push the 3-line to also get the spots on the guys around A2, A3, so they can shoot them when they overpick to shoot the 6-line. So I have to say that the way Madagascar played was one of those ways that you could to counter those passive defenses. NTMG going for some splits, pretty much 50-50. So yeah, indeed, the 5-6 line was the weak point.
Yeah, I mean, really great stuff from Madagascar here, right? Bringing the aggression on again. And this was actually a very, very convincing win that kind of gave me hope that even though we have Ensk as the tiebreaker map, Madagascar could try to make it close. We will see soon that was not really the case, but here in Prokhorovka, they definitely showed at least that they are able to understand how the map works. I mean, their rotation, their defense was also great. It's just those little details that mattered in the last match. But here they got everything they wanted, right? They got the 6-line push. They just cleared off the whole 6-0 line afterwards, took all the positions, and it's again just a cleanup. And you see they had like almost 15,000 HP left in the end. On Ensk, however, NTMG's kind of home turf, we see the 1-line cross not really going great for Madagascar. They bleed a lot of HP, are 3k down, and now they're kind of stuck here, right? They have to try to do something, and NTMG afterwards just says, okay, you push that side, we take the aggression on the other side, we kill your 705A, but we don't take the bait and go in deep enough. We instead opt to rotate out, repush your tanks stuck on the J line, and with the HP lead they have, they can afford this push, right? You will eat a lot of HPs, yes, but you get all of the tanks there. You catch them.
Yeah, I mean, it was probably the right play. It's an interesting way to defend. A passive approach with very heavy tanks, mainly 279s and TDs. Good amount of damage on the initial cross over the H J line. And afterwards, utilizing that HP advantage, like 6k, 5k, to make the cross back. You could see that Madagascar had a lot of tanks over the field, so those tanks were not really capable of finishing as much as the TDs over the rails. So they take that repush, and that was probably the correct one. Even though they are gonna go down HP-wise, they were still up, and at the end, of a match in the city, and the game was done.
And all I can really hope for Aurora is that they utilize their ban on Ensk, because with the showing that NTMG has so far this tournament, I don't think they've dropped a single round on Ensk, if I'm correct.
No. Yeah.
So not really something you want to be playing against. Anyhow, before we jump into the next match, what I want to quickly talk about again is the Twitch drops, everyone. The drops are active. Twitch drop tokens up for grabs, and today there is the mystery drops. You have a chance on either premium days, 2D styles, or a tier 8 premium tank, namely the STA2, the Centurion 5-1, or the T54 Mod 1. And if you don't know how to activate your drops, the Stream Elements bot will send a message into the stream chat. I think the mods will also happily repost it for you. There will be a tutorial for everyone, so you all can grab those juicy rewards basically for free.
Indeed. And even if you're joining just now and you still have like a total of 4 hours to watch, we will be likely hosting Daki after that will carry over, so you get the chance to complete all of it, so you don't have to worry about that. On top of it, Toxic, we maybe have also another announcement to make regarding what's coming up next competitive wise. The Million Pucks World 7 tournament is going to be happening in 2 weeks.
Yeah, it will be sponsored once again. A sponsored 7v7 is always nice for the players. You know, more rewards up for grabs. And I think one way you can maybe practice for this VOD 7 tournament is the ongoing Onslaught season. I think it's the Season of the Griffin, not sure. which is basically hosted in a 7 versus 7 format. You are able to play there either solo or in duos or in a 7 versus 7 so-called super platoon. So you can kind of practice your team coherence there. Or if you want to just have fun, play with a friend, play solo, maybe grind a bit. And if you are able to reach the legend or the champion rank, you will actually be granted daily bonds as a reward.
You're playing that, right? What's your personal experience based on it? I heard that Kian said that some changes were made actually in the middle
Yeah,
of
that's
that
true.
season.
We had a mid-season micro patch actually
Yeah.
for all of the abilities. They basically all got buffed a little bit. Kian likes to tell me that if everything is OP, nothing is OP. So that's the sentiment that Wargaming is going with. Personally, let's say I've had some fun, but I've also had some unlucky sessions. It's always a bit about how you personally play, how you are able to utilize the game with your teammates. So it's really a strategic game mode where you can learn a lot for competitive play.
All right, back on the tournament. Now we will be covering the finals of the losers brackets. So the team dropping will be taking the third place, and the team winning, actually playing against Enville in the grand finals, is going to be Aurora against NTMG. And we'll have our casters to introduce the next match of the day. Kian and Daki, take it away.
Well, hello there, and welcome back with both Daki and I. Yeah, we are about to spectate the next match within this tournament. It's the second last match, actually, the lower bracket finals in between Aurora and NTMG. Predictions basically split right down the middle, 55 to 45. Not really a big advantage for either side in that department, Aurora being slightly favored. Although we have to say that Aurora already met NTMG this tournament, where, yeah, after Ensk, NTMG didn't have a lot to say.
Yeah, no. They went up 2-0 and then lost the next 4, if I'm not wrong. Fisherman's Bay was one of those maps where Aurora actually came back on. One round of Fisherman's Bay was pretty simple for Aurora, I would say, when they were defending, just doing the passive hold, working out. The second round, however, No Timing was the team that pushed across the middle of the map, got a free kill, but then decided to sit there and actually still managed to lose the game. I think they will have fixed their mistakes in that regard. And the reason why we're talking about Fisherman's Bay so much is because it is going to be the first map between these two.
Exactly. Ensk being the ban coming out from Aurora.
Shocker.
Rather unsurprising, I would say. Muravanka being banned by No Timing. Then we have the Fisherman's Pick. As you said, it's going to be the first map. We are then going to be moving into Prokhorovka. And if it gets to it in this best of 5, the tiebreaker map is going to be Cliff.
Cliff if it gets there. But yeah, Fisherman's Bay. I need to see a lot of stuff from No Timing there that needs to be fixed compared to last time. Prokhorovka, however, was a good map for them on attack. Their defense, I don't think they're going to be running that again, as there is just too many flaws and openings and opportunities to exploit this slow hold in the way that they try to do it. But yeah, I think if you're Aurora, you're pretty happy you get to play against No Timing, no?
Yeah. Especially since you met them yesterday in the upper bracket and just 4-2'd them, and if we discount Ensk, 4-0'd them, so even 4-owned. But yeah, I think Aurora is pretty happy, and Enville probably as well, right? Because they were the ones losing to Madagascar last tournament, and that team that has been basically the only team for years that's been able to beat Enville. Well, they're out of the tournament now, and the only 2 other teams remaining are Aurora, which Enville has already beaten once today, and No Timing, which they're probably also happy to play against. So, yeah, we'll actually have to see how this one plays out. In my mind, Aurora probably is still favored simply because of the results of yesterday. But obviously, if you make a lot of mistakes, NTMG yesterday that is, then you're also able to identify and fix them.
Yeah, but it goes for both these teams, though. I don't think we'll be getting a similar match as before, but it's shaping up for Jakafar, Silver Fist, yet again. I love the storyline. The curse. Honestly, I think they should kick him if he doesn't win this time.
Wow.
Enough is enough,
Wow,
dude.
that is
Enough is
very
enough.
very harsh. On the other side, NTMG they probably do want their shot at the silver or possibly even the gold fists here. And the thing is, both of those teams right now are also fighting for the spots where it's actual monetary rewards, right? If you're
Not just that though. Group stage next time.
group stage next time, true, because if you advance to the finals, then you'll be invited to the group stage. You don't have to go
Qualies
through
are
the
a dangerous place.
Yes, yes. We've seen numerous teams being actually kicked out in the qualies that you...
Been there and done that.
Exactly.
Once. And then I came back to Tornuki had.
Yeah.
Everything worked out in the end.
Everything did work out in the end. But yeah, obviously we are talking about all of this because NTMG, after the match that they just had, they went to tiebreaker. They really had to show everything against Madagascar, so they probably want some, at least minutes to calm down. They also had to do like the live pick and ban, everything like this, which leads us to the...
No mercy. You put yourself in this situation. No mercy. Back in my day, Phil was already, pick and ban and went straight into gaming. Yeah, there was no delay there.
Back in your day. Now that's something that I could say as well. But yeah.
You didn't have a day, dude. It's not because you got like literally a charity run to a gold fist that you had your day in competitive. Don't even say you earned that badge, dude. Everybody knows you did it.
I planned the whole campaign before that, and that basically was my reward.
Dude.
Okay.
Wow, man.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Jihad.
Thank you very much.
Man,
I'm gonna take that.
I guess we should give the Ballon d'Or to Pep Guardiola then as well while we're at it, dude, because he is the manager.
Anyway, though, predictions. Both of us going with a 3-1 comfortable victory for Aurora. Insane and Toxic both saying it'll take Aurora the tiebreaker to get things done. We'll have to see. Fisherman's Bay yesterday went 2-0 the way of no timing. I'm kind of doubtful that they're able to like repeat that, simply because defense on Fisherman's Bay can be very very nice to play. But then again, yesterday we saw a lot of offensive victories on that map. So yeah, it all depends on how the teams play it. For Aurora, I'm actually kind of interested or intrigued how many 268v4s they're gonna pick this time. They're very inclined yesterday to use those, especially on Fisherman's, but
they were in love with them.
Yeah, they were all over those. Yeah, it remains to be seen.
All over those like Kihan is over a good lager in the summer.
True. Anyway, NTMG bringing their lineup a EBR 105, a 268 version 5, a Chieftain, and the rest is 12 279s.
Aurora, on the other hand, 268 V4, EBR 4 Chiefs, and the rest being 279s. I don't like the V5 on this map.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I understand what it's designed to do, right? The 395 heat pen, you're...
Okay, but a regular 268 has the same.
Yeah, but the regular 268 doesn't have a turret. It's not as flexible.
Yeah, but does it matter? Does it really matter? You gain having a turret for sitting in a passive position, Kihan, and trade off on every other aspect.
I mean, I guess for NTMG, the trade-off makes sense, because otherwise they wouldn't be picking it. But honestly, yeah, I'm not a big fan of the pick either, because like...
I'd rather have a Yak Panzer almost set up on them, sorry.
Yeah, exactly. Because, like, 750 alpha, yeah, it's 750 alpha, but oh, Shelby there taking a shot of damage, actually, in his EBR. That is obviously huge. Like, every shot in the EBR that you take is going to be problematic. That being said, though, NTMG, they are forming a trap, rather, in the city. They have a lot of tanks on the red line as well that will be able to support Destroyer, onto Destroyer Magnus and the Aurora 279s there in the city. Although, right now, Aurora just feeling it out everywhere. And Magnus, Timmy, Destroyer, they don't really want to peek because they know that 2685 is going to be lurking somewhere. But I do agree that the Yak Panzer would probably be the better pick. Rotation starting, though, by Aurora here with those Chieftains towards the city. But little do they know, there's a lot of tanks waiting for them there.
Yeah, pretty good info though from our side on 1-2. Alex went pretty deep, didn't spot too much outside of that singular 279 there. And there's also always a sign when there's nobody at the building in E45, the rectangular shaped building on the northern part there is one that you see a lot of 279s play nowadays because it's pretty safe. Like the one, not one where Timmy is now, but the one past that, with the broken building.
Now, Timmy, continuing on, is gonna see Loe. Does not get spotted, though, quite yet. Now he does get spotted. So a lot of guns probably being trained his way right now by the side of NTMG. But other than that, NTMG doing a extremely passive hold. Now, the Chieftain from D1 putting one shot into Loe, making him back up behind the house here, probably enabling Timmy to go one building further. And here we can see the hit squad by Aurora starting to drive into the city, but that is very problematic because the block is going to spot them super early, and then basically NTMG have the time to decide, do we want to sit here with the 279s? Is it enough actually? Do we need to rotate some more from A5 towards the city? Yeah, I don't think the city is the play here.
No, it isn't. It is not right now, but that is also... We know everything though, Kihan. Ooh, nice shot there from Timmy onto Crystal, actually. Good connection there from that 279. Crystal not getting spotted out again. Crystal has to play really close to the building where Timmy will find the angles on the back of him. And if Timmy was feeling frisky, he could even go one building further, but I don't think he's going to be doing that right now. It would be a big play, but it's not a play that's going to happen. See, 1-2-7-9 push across for the side of Aurora, but that's also just one and rerolls getting deleted.
That was
from
in the
E6.
city?
E6 deleted him.
Yep.
Crystal's getting deleted in return though, and I think Alex is figuring out that there's nothing here.
Yep. Crystal not really able to stay safe, just completely perma-spotted now, going onto the other corner here, facing off against Ricochet again, but Crystal just down and out of the game.
No timing, has to push the city. They don't really have a choice anymore.
Okay, so Feely taking a big hit by the 2685. The 279 armor not able to hold up against 395 pen. And now...
Unless they're going to try and hold out this defense like this, but I don't think that's going to be happening.
No, I think they're rotating tanks towards the city now. And then they will have to push there, but... I mean, the thing is now in C1, there's one of the Aurora 279s already starting to push the one line. He's not going to find anything, and that means basically an unpushable position with the Northwest switches hands into the hands of Aurora. So that is kind of huge for the game here. Alexandra's still not, still sort of doubtful as what's happening here currently, and Kalium now has good shots onto Love and Wednesday. They are probably going to push up the 268v4 as well, and then 360 pen will suddenly start firing onto them, and now rerolls is probably going to get deleted here, but the other spots do get done as well, so Old Kings and Jackifer should probably now be booking it away here to just survive a little more, or the overpush over the middle needs to come in. Some sort of reaction by Aurora needs to happen, who are up 2k right now.
Yeah, Aurora does get the initial HP lead here. Some more shots coming out from the middle of the map, but no timing, not stopping here, just pressuring out the city. And it's weird that Aurora even allows this to happen right now. Okay, yeah, they have now run away from the city, but it's 4 minutes left. No timing is going to stop here. They're not going to continue from this point on. Really weird that Aurora is allowing them to do this instead of clearing out the A line, for example, starting to pressure those 279s at D5. I mean, no timing. It's like, okay, we've taken the city. We're going to try and play out the defense this way, which is also their best shot, though.
And now Aurora noticing that they can't really keep running here. They're starting to pull more tanks towards the city, more tanks close again. Even the V4 from the western part of the map starting to join up. NTMG starting to trickle out of that southern part of the city again.
Trickling out, but realizing they have to hold. Ooh, this 279 has to be careful there too. Like, this is annoying because like there's so many angles that you have to take care now from if you're no timing. There's so little positions you can play. It will be the city repush actually for the side of Aurora, and I'm be real with you,
Ooh,
Kihan, I think that's a
Baron.
mistake.
Baron taking 1k straight to the face, only able to retaliate with one shot of damage, but I think as soon as Scatter is there, they are gonna start pushing him. Master OQ a bit out of position though, a bit far in front, the 268 with a good connection into Profuse, but that is still a good crossfire here, although Aurora up 3k right now.
Aurora up 3k, but Aurora running out of time soon. TM. I mean, they're gonna have to make the city play work for them. You can see those positions from no timing though. The fact that they pulled back is now making it so they're getting shot from behind, from that 279 at f6. Who's just having pretty much a free game right now. Now pressure on towards the double 279 on d6 as well. And it's starting to look a little bit dire here for no timing. They are holding the city, but they're starting to trail in every department that is important. HP, positions, just generally not having a good time. Feely finds Love in the middle, and now here comes the boys from Aurora though for this repush here. They want to make this work. They want to make this play. Alex trying to clear in the EBR. Will he find Shelby? I'm not sure if Shelby's even there. Shelby is indeed there, so Alex does find him. He gets absolutely deleted, that being Shelby. Wednesday now not having a good time in his 279 either. So Aurora just holding the city right now, but currently picking up important positions.
Yeah, exactly. Clearing out Wednesday here, and the V5 is already spotted there in the backline, so they're able to control it. The middle has entirely been won by Aurora, who still have 120 seconds to finish off this game here. Slowly starting to get the meat grinder going in the city as well again, as Tansov there only remaining on a two-shot try, down to a one-shot here by YOLO Magnus. The full HP 279 starting to roll in and is probably gonna roll over the enemies here. The only high HP 279 by the side of NTMG remaining in the city is Hellmind here, down to 2k though. And if we take a look at the complete picture here, so many more guns by the side of Aurora that also have the choice to still go cap if they need to. And now Feely from the side is probably going to finish it off here. Dreamer down towards a one-shot is going to get picked up. Only Hellmind and Vladislav here remaining. And this one should be one in the back for Aurora.
Yeah, Aurora coming out clean in this one. City repush actually working out for them because no timing backed off from the city. I think that was a mistake if they want to hold like that. I think they need to hold deep in the city where they can't get shot from the outside, you know? But they pulled back, put themselves in positions where they're not able to really get too much out of it. You know what I mean? Like they're getting farmed on the outside here. 46 seconds, so hold up.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Something
the
ain't
block
right.
is facing off against Ricochet. Ricochet is probably going to try and drown him and will achieve at this, I would say. Yeah, Ricochet does achieve it. That leaves the V5 though. 30 seconds. Sprite. No. Hold up, dude. Sprite killed. No. If Sprite kills Benzo here, dude, they're actually going to win this game. They're going to. Oh my god, dude. They lost. Oh my god. Oh, bro. No words. No words, dude. Unbelievable. Insane. It's actually insane, dude. It's so
The
funny.
V5 being the one that saves it all for the team of No Timing. That pull ahead with a scoreline of 1-0. And I think Darky's face says it all. Yeah.
I just witnessed what I could consider, and I'm going to be mean about it, a horrendous defense that relies singly on this 1-2-7-9 on 1-2 to sell that there's more tanks there into then a city push, which Aurora does not have to contest, by the way. If they don't want to, they could just be holding further back already, or be more ready for it. Like, they have way too many tanks in the middle for Aurora in the start if they want to hold city. They could just shut down this push. They knew it was coming. They can't cut across the hill anymore, into then No Timing actually winning.
Yep. No Timing, pulling ahead in the match, 1-0, and Aurora, when they are going to rewatch this, I think they're going to be more than kicking themselves.
They're even lucky that Ricochet drowned the Chieftain, you know? Because if Ricochet doesn't drown him, they can't kill that guy either.
Yeah. It's a bit... I think that's a tilter if you're on Aurora. on the team. And NTMG, they're gonna have.
It's your own fault, man.
They're gonna be
It's honestly your own
smiling.
fault. They had so much time when they already figured out 1-2 was empty to play from that they could have done so many things. They were kind of slow even on repushing the city. And they had far too many tanks in the middle for a while there.
Yeah, but like the 2685 actually working out here, 2014-8.
And only a 1v4 though, so you can't upload it to what place. The one they all want.
Yep, the one they all do want. But in the end, NTMG winning round number
Gotta
one.
say though, Kian, ever since this one famous clip of a 60 TP and drowning happened, Fisherman's Bay has been plagued by people jumping into the water. I think they're trying to find the hidden city of Atlantis with the lords in it.
I don't think anyone has yet found it though. So I guess they're gonna keep doing that, right? Hopefully not.
Yeah,
though.
in Fabian's case, he's trying to find the hidden supply of copium. Underwater gas.
The depths of the sea, the only place where he hasn't searched for it yet. And he,
I mean, it's a large unexplored area, Kian. Let's be real.
yeah,
We know more about space than we know about the deep sea, dude. So
exactly. There might be some hidden stashes there, but I think he also needs them right now. After losing this round like that, it's
if you're Aurora, you're so pissed.
Yeah.
Like honestly, you're just like mad.
at yourself even. Like they could have done so many things.
No, you're mad at no timing because they should have let you win. You were winning the game and they didn't go into
Match.
die.
But yeah, no timing obviously are going to be on top of the world with how they feel right now. I believe the next round is going to be started in a very short amount of time, and then the sides are obviously going to be switched. Aurora will be the ones defending, and yeah, yesterday we saw a sort of comfortable defense from them, but no timing showing. They are actually able to step it up. They didn't win a single round on a map that wasn't like ends against Aurora, and now immediately coming into this match, putting their mark onto it, 1-0. So yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter in the end how it happens. It just mattered that it did, right?
True. Win is a win. Win is a win. And Aurora would have liked it, but no timing stole it away. And they have to be very happy with that because it was not a good Fisherman's Bay defense. Again, let's agree on that. Very much too baity, too reliant on one singular tank to sell it. And that's not really going to work out for you usually. But, you know, no timing has a good shot here at putting themselves up 2-0.
Yep, and they're gonna do so with an EBR 105, once again the V5, then a V4. We have a double Chieftain and 10-279s.
And 10-279s to round it off. Aurora, on the other hand, in love with the V4, 3 of them, 1 EBR, 11-279s.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, the V4, not only does it perform well against the 279, it can also be used, like, during repushes, simply because of the good frontal armor, the mobility. So it really lends itself to a big map like Fisherman's Bay. So I understand why Aurora is picking it. We'll have to see. Once again, double V4 getting sent towards the one line. I think that's kind of similar to what Aurora did yesterday. So we'll see. NTMG obviously switching it up with the V5. Whether they have identified weaknesses in the strategy of Aurora.
Yeah, Aurora's going to play probably very similar to what they did before, where they have like some mid presence. They play the buildings and hold from that point on. Repushing 1-2 with the double V4. In most cases, I will say, Profuse going very aggressive early on together with Crystal, who's getting punished though for this, but he does make it Profuse though. Heavy punishment as well. At least they have established the buildings immediately, but it has been costly.
Yep. Love also not trading well here. Actually not trading at all, just donating HP towards YOLO, who just did a big hit into him. And that also means that YOLO is going to keep having that priority over the 8 line that NTMG aren't really interested in. Instead, Winter and Shelby are both going to push onto rerolls here. And yeah, rerolls with a good initial shot, but as soon as that Chieftain gets hold down or even able to flank him, that's going to be where the 268 V4 is going to strackle Scatter they. Scatter though with a good peek, and
Winter,
Scatter,
hello? He just YOLO'd by himself in the Chief.
Yeah.
Like literally just YOLO'd all alone.
Double 279 now starting to drive onto rerolls. Dreamer, though, taking a beating there in his 279 respectively, down to 1200. That's only 2 shots remaining that the 268 V4s need to do. Love also getting chased out of the city where YOLO is starting the repush all by himself. The 279's still not there yet, but Love, they're not going to let him escape.
No, they're not gonna let Love escape, and this 1-2 repush was I don't even know. It's over, dude. It's actually just over, Keith. It's lost, bro. It's like if you repush 1-2, you repush it in force, you know?
Yeah, and
no, I don't want to be that guy, but it's actually over, though.
Yeah, no, it's like they're sending 1-279, then a second one, and they keep being surprised Pikachu after the 279s there. They're like, I'm half expecting Tansov now to drive in, you know? And Vladislav to just watch him get killed also. Like, what the hell?
Well, no timing. It needs a lot of work on Fisherman's Bay, though. They should like rub both of their hands, and like be happy that they got that first round out.
Kalium now getting focused out, but realistically, Aurora is not going to let that one slip. They still have 15 tanks available to them. Yeah, I mean, Old King's going to pick up Love here. That's going to secure the southeastern part of the map. It's going to crossfire all of the tanks that NTMG have in the middle. But realistically, what was that on the one line? Like, I'm trying to wrap my mind around it, like my head around it, what they were trying to achieve there, but it just doesn't click.
I don't know what happened. Maybe they didn't spot the V4 taking 1-2?
Maybe, yeah. But it's exactly what Aurora did yesterday, so they should have maybe expected it. Yeah, I really don't know.
I don't think they know themselves what happened either, to be honest.
Yeah, so Aurora, after a probably infuriating round number 1, are coming back in, well, I guess the best way possible, but then again, like this won't really feel like a satisfying victory, I don't think, because, well, the enemy just played horrendously.
Let's just say it was a strategic failure on the no timing part.
I think that's fair to say, yes. Obviously.
I feel like they actually did not spot the V4 taking 1-2, and they thought they could take it for free with the Chief. And then...
But then they sent like 1-279 in, sent the second one, sent the third.
I think they got confused, but like I'm pretty sure the first V4 wasn't spotted, which you then blame Shelby for, that he didn't spot it. But still, even then, repushing 1-2 is usually done with more than just a Chief, because you do want something to take the shot so the Chief can get with HP at the end. Like it doesn't really change. You still don't go alone. Even if he wasn't spotted, you still do not go alone.
Yep, and with a clean 15-0 and with a whopping 15,500 HP, Aurora are going to close out this game. Quite some one-shots on their team, but no one actually falling to the grave. They're going to equalize it. It's going to be a 1-1 after map number 1. NTMG lucky to take a point from this one.
Yeah, they're just should be so happy they won the first round.
Yep.
Actually, they should be so happy because they just got rolled in this one. I mean, it was just over from the beginning.
They just got mega rolled. Like there was nothing pretty about it. Yeah, I mean, Winter, was that the Chief that got sent in? Like he even died without damage. He didn't do a single shot on the V4. Like how?
No, but like don't blame the Chief.
No.
I mean, dude, he tried to flank a V4, and then he got shot in the ass by another V4.
And obviously the V4 is paying off dividend here by the side of Aurora, being placed number 1, 2, and 3 according to the damage leaderboard. But yeah, I guess both Aurora and M2MG, funnily enough, want to forget this map ever happened. We're moving on to Proc.
Thankfully. That was a slightly disappointing Fisherman's Bay, I think.
Yeah.
We can all agree on.
That was... The best thing you can say about it was that there was
Unless it's over.
room for a lot of improvement.
You know what, Key? That's true. They can only get better.
Surely. But yeah, Prokhorovka now being the pick by no timing. We're gonna have to wait and see. They did just play that map against Madagascar. It was split 1-1. Obviously, they do consider it to be a good map for themselves, so we'll have to wait and see how exactly Aurora plays it. Did they actually play that map against each other yesterday, I wonder? Let me...
No, Aurora played it against Enville, if you remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there was the Piotrix incident where they... No, that was not Aurora. There was no timing.
Was it no timing?
No, it was nice try.
Nice-
Sorry, it was
nice
nice try.
try,
They played
yeah,
against Enville. Aurora, what did they play against?
Actually, we're being informed that instead of Prokhorovka, it's actually going to be Himmelsdorf. So
Oh, the good old switch up, dude. That was the mystery map.
The-
Just like a mystery draw.
the good old switcheroo. But yeah, Himmelsdorf obviously a different kind of beast. We just saw Himmelsdorf being played. I feel like I'm repeating myself, but we just saw Himmelsdorf being played by no timing against Madagascar. And yeah, we'll have to see in between both of those who's going to take it here. Personally, just because it's Himmelsdorf now, I think Aurora is maybe favored. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see.
Himmels? No, I'd favor NGTM.
Yeah, I guess we wait and see. Because, yeah, I don't know. That Fisherman's is still stuck in my head. Like, I can't get rid of the thought of...
Aurora loses this in tiebreaker, for example, or like just loses this in general, that first Fisherman's Bay is gonna hunt them.
Yes.
Forever.
Yes. That's gonna haunt them in their sleep. Anyway, NTMG coming into round number 3 with an E3, a CS63, triple chieftain, 1 mouse, double B, and that leaves 7 279s.
Aurora, on the other hand, double CS, double V4, a bad shot, double chief, triple chief actually, a 50B, and the rest being 279s. That looks very like Enville from Aurora, where you send CSs and Bs and even a V4 towards the hill to just really take quick control over that part of the map.
Also the synergies that the 50B and the Batchat will be able to create simply because of having 2 clip tanks. I like it a lot. I always say it, I don't like if teams just pick 1 autoloader. 2 is always the preferred option. And double CS also going towards the hill, so there's going to be a lot of sniping from the hill from the start of the game. Kalium and Magnus now starting to drive through the courtyard here. Let's see if they take any damage, and if yes, how much. The block struggling to make it across, finally goes over there with the 50B, is going to continue driving towards the 8 line. Dreamer going to get proxied by YOLO and Destroyer, and this is already signaling to NTMG that Aurora knows that they have enough to have on the hill, because basically all of this would fall apart if the hill wasn't in control of Aurora, but we can see they're establishing firm control. NTMG currently not able to contest it, and that 279 is sort of caught out in the open now.
I don't understand. I'm sorry, but I don't understand what no timing is doing. Like, they have to push 1-2, man. They've had to push it already like 20 seconds ago, and they're just not doing this. And this 279 is just dying from the hill. They made a trap on the K line against double CS and a bat on the hill. Like, I'm not too sure what to say about it other than they're a minute late onto pushing down this 8 line, which is finally happening, pressuring Baron in his 279, pressuring the courtyard, but not before. They take a tremendous amount of damage for this push. Now they're pushing down 1-2, but you know, Aurora is already very, very happy.
I don't know what the double 50B is doing there right now. It seems like a touristic tour through the 8 line. Finally, the push gets going in the 1 and 2 line over the rails, but rerolls and Scatter in their V4s already waiting for them. And those are basically just tanks that can be thrown away by Aurora because they're winning everywhere else on the map. Chieftains pouring down from the hill are going to eliminate the 50Bs. The 279s in like G4-5 still holding on, holding strong. The 50Bs getting eliminated now. Ricochet and Feli double teaming onto the block. And yes, Scatter and rerolls are going to fall, but in turn so is the entire team by NTMG that are now trying to probably get tanks on the cap. But you can see Aurora, they already have tanks back. They're not going to be able to get this base capture through.
It's going to be really hard for them to get the base capture without D-line presence. You can already see the bad shot in the cap. Just as Jackafa, that's a bad aim. We didn't aim fully. That one is better though. Coming in, but like they're up almost 10,000 at this point for the side of Aurora. It is, I'm sorry, I cannot explain it. Behind tactics, there needs to be sense. And there is no sense into what No Timing is currently doing. They had like 7 or 8 tanks chilling on the K line. And you know what? This would make sense if you spotted the entire team of Aurora pushing down 1-2, but a 3-line, 8-line bait with 2 7-9s when the enemy team has double CS and a bat that are 100% going towards the hill, and you don't see anything on the 3-line, you can definitely push up the 2-line. 100% can push up. And it's not like you don't have a choice, like you have a choice if you're No Timing. You're either baiting that they're pushing down 1-2, which you don't know because you're not spotting anything, or you just lose the game.
Yeah, and double cap is going to get started by Aurora. The question remains whether, you know, the kills are going to happen faster or the cap. Probably the cap, actually. But yeah, Aurora is going to defend, or attack, rather comfortably here. Yeah, I mean, No Timing. That did not look great by them. There's no real way to sugarcoat what we just saw. That was just not good.
There's times to be nice and there's times to be critical. This is the lower brackets finals to decide who goes to the grand finals. And if you play like this, you're never ever going to beat Enville in your life. Like not now, not next year, not in 10 years when they're all in the retirement home.
So yeah, Aurora being the first ones in this match to be putting themselves on a match point. In a different world, it's 3-0 already. But yeah, No Timing. They do need to step it up a notch.
In a different world, in a normal world, it's 3-0 at this point.
Yeah, sides now are gonna get flipped, and kind of rough right now for NTMG. And by kinda, I mean very.
More than rough, Key. You, again, need to always read your enemy's lineup. You understand, like, it's even good that Aurora, you know how good it is, by the way, that Aurora is trying to sell this hill with pushing the courtyard. Like a team that instantly, like a team that pushes, like Aurora is playing a super risky game, by the way. And the simple fact for this reason is that when teams see this lineup that Aurora is bringing, sometimes they just push straight down the 3-line and they don't care, or straight down the 2-line. You know, you go through K-line, you push down the 2-line, and then you have those tanks in the courtyard. Those 2 7-9s in the courtyard, they can't go anywhere. They're stuck, and you have hill, but you have nothing else. So you just lose those tanks in the courtyard slowly, and you lose the game as a result of this. So it's super risky what they're doing.
Yep. But obviously it did pay off, and that was like the second round in a row where we didn't really see a lot by No Timing, like damage-wise,
No, we saw their
kill-wise.
tanks.
It just...
We saw their tanks.
Yeah, we saw their...
They were present. It's like going to an electric hen when you're half asleep. You're present, but you know the light is on, but there's really nobody home.
Yeah, participation medals currently for No Timing. We'll see though. It's not all over yet. No Timing, if they win the next 2 games, are going to be putting up themselves for a grand final against Enville. But obviously Aurora, they want to win this round. They want to get there right now. And judging by what we've seen so far, they are definitely willing and able to do so. But
I mean, it's good for our predictions, though, Kihan, but for the quality, it's not. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We'll see.
At this point, No Timing just has to go to basics. Stop with the fancy bait stuff. Stop with the trying to hopefully get Aurora to push into you, and just go for the push.
And we know they can definitely do that.
Yeah, just do what you're good at, man. Just push it. Just you know, you may as well at this point.
Yep. How many 268 V4s by Aurora do you
2.
think? 2?
Max. Nah, I don't think this is a map you may play more than 2.
Uh,
Never mind, it's 3. Dude, yeah.
All right.
It is what it is,
what
Kihan.
it is. Double.
Aurora with the triple.
Huh? Yeah,
Aurora with the triple, then the Chief, the double BZito, and the rest is 7-9. BZ's on him.
and NTMG with the double V4 singular CS, triple Chief, and 9279. So,
remember, BZ has the 7058 gun basically in terms of like gun stats. It is not a high pen gun whatsoever.
yeah, so the BZ is essentially going to struggle against the 279s, against the V4s, against the Chieftain Hull-Down, obviously. And yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Aurora with a very, very big hill commitment here. Obviously, those BZs, they can double their horsepower by pressing the button to get the rockets activated. And this is where we see YOLO and Alexandros. They're going to be easily able to reach a whole lot on the hill. But now we already see a lot of other tanks turning around because the 3-line straight commitment by NTMG has been found. Timmy with a connection into the block, but Scatter is just going to get rolled.
Yeah, Scatters is going to get rolled in that V4. It's a sacrifice. All 15 are spotted for NTMG. You can see that by the eye indicator, which means that you know that for the side of Aurora, that all the tanks there. And Aurora is going for the straight K-line push. And I gotta say it, K-line, this is a mistake. I don't want to be that guy and like call it out too early, but this is usually a mistake if no timing reacts properly.
We'll have to wait and see. Baron now the first one to lead the charge. Love already down towards a one-shot. Baron taking a lot of punishment, but actually survives this first cross. Finally, Scatter falling, but Winter probably next one on the chopping block as Kitsunk is starting to engage on towards Benzo, on towards Old Kings, the only two people by Aurora that are remaining in that K-line, but already Magnus and Katja turning around to put the hurt onto the NTMG tanks.
Yeah, Old King's actually getting another kill out there. Finishes off the 268 V4. Now the repush coming back in towards K-line. No timing, doing a mistake. You always have to clear K2 fully, Kihan, to set up for this repush and then play close because you know that they are not pushing your base just yet. So this K-line repush for Aurora is working out great because no timing gives them the opening to actually do it by playing everybody on the 2-3 line instead of at least having a adequate force on K2. It's not all over yet, but then you get forced to push back into K-line, which you just get surrounded back again. And for Aurora, after that first round, deservedly so, they're just going to be picking up the next 3 in a convincing fashion.
Yeah, NTMG not able to hand it to Aurora today. Aurora just dominating this match after the first round. And yeah, realistically, the best team of those two is going towards the grand final, which is going to be a repeat of the upper bracket final. It's going to be Enville against Aurora. NTMG, they're going to have to settle for the bronze fists.
Yeah, they had a good run in this tournament. At least they beat Madagascar, but I think this was the match too many for no timing, to put it that way. You know, sometimes you hit a brick wall after having a successful streak, and Aurora was the brick wall here for no timing. Like I said, the Aurora K-line repush, it's a mistake, usually, because you're pushing against all 15 tanks of no timing, but no timing, again, gave them an opening. You cannot play everybody on that left-hand side of the rail because they push past you. You take the initial damage. Once you take the initial damage, they take back K2. What do you do when they take back K2 and you're like in a triangle? What can you do? You have to push back one side, right? But then you start losing because of this.
Yeah, I think NTMG, like the 3-line push came a bit too early. Like if they wait a little while more until the Aurora tanks are further up the hill, then they take longer to come back to the K-line, and then you actually even stand a better chance because Scatter is going to be dead and everyone will have the time to reload and re-aim and everything like this. And then obviously the first tank driving out, I think that was Baron this time, doesn't go down to like a 2-shot, but immediately just gets obliterated. But yeah, like this, NTMG, unfortunately for them, out of the tournament, and Aurora going to be marching on to the grand final. I mean, we can see here the damage numbers, but realistically, NTMG not with the correct responses to the reaction.
No, it's just like you always have to be careful from the K-line repush. And that one of the ways to do that is by not immediately just YOLOing through. Because driving over the hill takes time, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
It takes like, you know, have to drive up, drive past, drive down, and then push towards the cap, right? That takes a long time. You always have plenty of time to send somebody back to watch this and to reset. for that matter. So you just always make sure you don't lose against Kill and Repush.
Yep, but NTMG not doing the correct things, and thus both of us getting our prediction correct. It is 3-1 the final scoreline, but you know who didn't get their predictions correct? It is Insane and Toxic. So guys, take it away.
Well, thanks a lot, guys, about that.
Hello,
one.
everyone.
And,
Thanks for stopping by. We witnessed the game of NTMG versus Aurora. Not really what we were expecting to see. It felt like we were watching a complete different team on the side of NTMG compared to the Madagascar game. Don't really know what happened there. Aurora did show that they were playing, but NTMG just, I don't know, not really showing anything. What do you think?
well, I think that was a good performance from the side of Aurora. They had good counters to what NTMG did, to be fair. They played well against them. They controlled all of those pushes, and NTMG, they went for some they tried to go for some baits, but Aurora, good control all around. I think that they played better and they deserve to get that rematch against Enville in the grand finals. So we'll get to see there.
I mean, the scoreline is 3-1 on this match, but watching it really just felt more like a 4-0. The first match, NTMG only were able to get because Aurora did their move a bit too late, basically. But I don't know. This was very weird. Ducky pictured it very well. NTMG just not playing how they should be playing if they want to win a tournament or even get to the grand final. And I would even go as far as saying this is not worthy of a top 3 performance. They will be walking away with Bronze Fist, but not really what we want to be seeing from a top 3 team.
Yeah, I guess that this team, NTMG, did great against Madagascar because also they can counter their playstyle pretty much. They're used to play against this team, but against Aurora that was not working out. So they are going to be moving into the finals of the losers bracket against. No, they are going to be moving into the grand finals against Enville. And what's your take on that? Do you think that Aurora can take it, or do you think that it was not convincing enough?
Well, we've seen the match already today once, Enville versus Aurora. Aurora did not have a strong showing there. I liked their performance in this match 7. They were more confident, they played more aggressive. But then again, NTMG is a whole different league than Enville, right? So what I want to see from Aurora is that they really bring this confidence into the grand final, knowing that they face an opponent that is equally good or potentially stronger than them. And it's going to be harder to keep the aggression up, but I think it's going to be their only chance to really take this match.
Yeah, we'll get to see that shortly. We also have the replays from the match between Aurora and NTMG to get to see what happened between those two teams. They were starting, as you can see, on Fish Bay. Aurora was on the attack, NTMG on the defense, and it was pretty convincing from the side of Aurora and NTMG that trap didn't work out at all because they got caught with only one tank over the 1-2 lines.
Yeah, Aurora basically playing very, very passive for the start here, kind of trapping the aggression of NTMG. They didn't make the they didn't make the mistake of re-pushing instantly. They took it very, very slow, traded a bit, just gathered the position, and then only after they had all the tanks in the position they really want them to be in, that is when they decided to do the re-push, right? So whilst that is a good move, it was in the end what cost them the match, right? They just took too long. If we look at the timer, it's 2 minutes 17. There's still 15,000 HP that you have to clear up. And clearing the city of Fisherman's Bay, not really the easiest. You have a lot of angles where people can buy time. And I think it's even Ricochet in the end who managed to push one of the chieftains almost full HP into the water. Yeah, we see it right here. If this didn't happen, it wouldn't have even gotten close in the end, right? And even like this, the 268v5 survived in the end with like 1k HP. So just a tad too slow from Aurora. I get where they're coming from, but maybe too much calm in the first match.
I mean, the entire time we had the feeling that Aurora got it, and at the end of the day, they lacked some time and they had some poor performance from players actually throwing, being overconfident that they got it. They had plenty of time to make it. They took the 1-2 lines deep very fast. Then it was just working on the city. So, to be fair, NTMG taking the victory here, not very well deserved, but also Aura being too slow and making mistakes. So it was fine that way. Next up, you could see that they sent Chieftain over the one line, trying to take control over there, but they didn't spot rerolls. Getting in here with the 268v4, and that was probably where they pretty much lagged out. Like you can see, they're following up with 279s, but that's just not working out. Rerolls is still there, full HP. They also tried to get a push down on the mid, but Aurora, just look at the HPs, 12k HP up.
And I think this is the match where Ducky had to start putting a blindfold on. Don't really want to see this kind of gameplay. The Chieftain donating himself completely in the one line. I think he did one shot in return. And then after that, you're saying, okay, we donated one Chieftain. Why not donate two more 279s? That's what, like 9,000 HP missing. You're missing 3 guns. Aurora just says, okay, we'll take that donation. Thank you very much. We'll repush the city and the middle in the meantime, and the match didn't even get close. I think this was our first 15-0 win of this tournament. And if a match ends in a 15-0, you know it's not just the winner team playing good. The other team has to have fucked up majorly.
Yeah, and then on Immelsdorf, we could see that NTMG, they didn't go for the aggressive playstyle that worked out before. They tried to simply wait for Aurora to push on the lower side, but you could see and you could guess based on their lineup, CS is bad shot, that they would go for the heals. So it was not a good bet from their side. They were also very slow on the reactions. They should have overpushed the lower side much faster against that heal play, and they were so slow. You can see that banana repush is coming up 1 minute 30 after the start of the round. So Aurora, they were comfortable and confident in this round because they had all the positions of the word to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, one thing to look at in a match like this is that NTMG does have the disadvantage of playing 2 matches in a row, which can be kind of exhausting. Maybe that's why they had the slow reactions. But on the other side, you can just say, okay, if that's an issue for you, play better, stay in the upper bracket. So that's not going to be an issue you will have to deal with. So it's just NTMG's issue to deal with in the end. We can see they also, you mentioned the lineup. You know that with that lineup they would go for the hill, and
Yeah.
NTMG just didn't react whatsoever. They waited for way too long with their 2-line push, and it enabled Aurora to take so much of the map. They didn't even kill Baron here in the 8-line push, so I don't really know what was up there.
Well, good stuff from Aura, actually playing well against that playstyle, and you could see on the last round they had very fast reactions to deal with that 1-2 line push. They are only giving scatter with the 268v4, but that's still a tank that is not the easiest to kill, that can give 2 or 3 shots of damage, and this 3 push all the way to K1 with all of those tanks worked out in their favor. You could see position wise, HP wise, they re-established those 1-2 lines with their full team, only 150B missing, joining now.
And I mean, this is the confidence that I was talking about. They saw in the first 3 matches, okay, we are better, and the result of that is, okay, they put all their tanks here, what are we gonna do? We'll just repush with all of our tanks, because we are better, we will win the shootout. And that's really the confidence I want to be seeing from a team that wants to try and win this tournament. I don't only want to see that aggression versus teams that are just worse, I want to see this aggression versus Enville. Maybe that's something that Aurora can show. I'm really hoping for it, because I feel like that's their best chance to actually win the tournament.
I mean, I hope that they're gonna bring something aggressive against Enville and not let them play and lead with their game, with all of the control they like to take, because that's one of the teams that you can beat by simply taking the initiative. Whenever you let them do so and let them establish all the positions they like, it's very hard to get something done against them. So we will get to see that shortly. Aurora against Enville. That's going to be the grand finals of this tournament. We have to remind that it's going to be BO9 and that Enville, they are coming from the winner's bracket, so they have a slight advantage. They get to pick one map straight, so no permaban possible from the side of Aurora.
I don't feel like that's too big of an advantage for Enville, because they are not a team like NTMG that's really, really specialized on one map, where they would just pick Ensk, right? I feel like Enville would probably pick Himmelsdorf, I guess, which is a map that's very known to those players that have played for a long time. And both teams are filled with such players, so it's going to be very interesting. The best of 9 format that you just mentioned will make it so that both teams are basically allowed more mistakes. And I have just been informed that Enville picked Cliff, apparently.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. Also a map where you can bring sheer aggression. So Enville probably going to opt for the shootouts, going with the approach that I just mentioned I want to see from Aurora. We are the better team. We're going to bring the fight to you. But what you mentioned is that Enville is a team that likes to take control of the game. And I totally agree with that. Having played against them in the past, it's always better to try and force your playstyle onto Enville, because that way you put them in kind of a predicament where they have to do what you want. And otherwise, Enville will just control the entire match, do whatever they want, and basically just force you to do mistakes, which is not what you want to be doing.
I mean, I'm pretty surprised that they go for Cliff as a first forced pick against Aura, because that's one of those maps where we get to see them often lose one round out of the 2 they play. That's a map that you can have very much gambles involved, let's say so. Like sometimes you just go for an opening and you have a straight counter if the team is taking risks and pushing one side with their entire team. So they probably are very confident, comfortable to play that map, probably have very good tactics prepared, even maybe something that they didn't play yet. So we'll get to see that shortly. And Toxic, that's probably the last time they will do that, but we'll get back to our casters to introduce the final match of the day, their grand finals. Kian and Daki, take it away.
Well, hello there, and Insane said it already. Welcome back for the last time of the day. We are going to be casting a match. It's going to be a rematch of the upper bracket finals. It's going to be Aurora coming from the lower bracket, winning pretty decisively 3-1. Realistically, should have been 3-0 against NTMG. Enville earlier today beating Aurora though.
It's shaping up to be a good match, I think. Hopefully, if things work out the way we expect them to do. I'm looking forward to it. I do believe, just like everybody else, I think that Enville has the edge here on this Aurora team. Aurora likes to run some executes, if I would call them like set pieces strategies, that are not like initially super aggressive, just control. And I think when they get to dictate these, when they get to take the positions that they want to, which is why Insane said also that Enville is a team that can be defeated by a team that takes initial aggression. That's why Madagascar is a very, very good matchup against Enville, which we saw last tournament, not happening this time around, because they also play that way. They play initially aggressive, and then you can defeat this Enville. However, for a team like Aurora, which I think does not always take initiative and may refrain from doing it in this match as well, if Enville gets to dictate their game pace upon Aurora, we already saw what's going to happen.
I mean, yeah, basically Enville is the team that likes to get into the driver's seat of any kind of game that they're playing, and they just have the skill to be able to just race away while being in that driver's seat. So I do agree with the sentiment that if you want to win against Enville, then you basically have to take the initiative yourself. Aurora sometimes is a bit slow to do that, and it's hurt them in the past in the matches against Enville. That being all said and done, though, after we called the end of the era of Enville last tournament, simply because Madagascar beat them there, Maybe it was just a fluke, or Aurora is going to finally, once again, I think the core of those players already won a tournament, but yeah, there is some that have never done so.
That's, you know, the Jackfuckers. 4 silver fists, I think. 2 bronze fists.
Yep.
He has more fists than I do. I mean, because fists only started counting a little bit ago. They didn't start since the beginning, where, I'd have the double diamond. But, since you're not a nice guy, you never gave it to me. It's kind of rude, not going to lie. He has more fists than a lot of players, that even people that have won tournaments. Because I think I have 3 golds and 3 golds and 1 silver. And he has 6.
Just been playing more often. But I think the...
Do you remember the funny story, though? I asked Jackafat to play a tournament with Fame, probably on the bench, because I was looking for players, because not everybody could play. And he said no. He wasn't available at the time. And guess who won that tournament?
Unlucky, I guess. Pick and bans, though, being available. We do see, obviously, since it's a best of 9, the advantage of the team that comes through the upper bracket is being able to pick and ban a map, respectively, just because, they never lost around. They don't have that second tournament life available to them. So Enville taking Cliff, banning Live Oaks. I don't think the Live Oaks ban is a big surprise. Actually, Morovanka then being picked up by Aurora. They themselves then banning Ensk. Then the next 2 maps that are coming through are Prokhorovka and Himmelsdorf. And the tiebreaker would be on a map that we haven't seen throughout the entire tournament either, just like Live Oaks. It would be on Sand River.
It would be on Sand River if it gets there, but let's just see, though. Enville puts Cliff as first one. A good choice, I think, from them to have that running. Aurora, like Morovanka, I think. They also went even against it on Enville before. But Prokhorovka and Cliff, for me, are the decision-making maps here. We already saw Enville do very well on Prokhorovka before, and the question is if they can do this again.
Yeah, that indeed remains to be seen. First of all, Cliff, though. I think probably by now the most played map of the tournament. So whoever put that in their prediction game is probably going to be pretty happy. Cliff, we mentioned it already. It's basically a very action-packed, fast-paced map. Immediate aggression, immediate calls that need to be made, immediate decisions that need to be taken. And Enville, yeah, they are just so good at doing the right thing under pressure, which is
and they're
so
probably
hard.
so happy that honestly, if you're Enville, you're so happy you get to play against Aurora. Ideally, you get to play against No Timing, but it's not to disrespect Aurora at all. But I just think that the playstyle, Madagascar wasn't in form, but even then, a team that isn't in ultimate form, but that is getting to a grand finals is a different thing, because I feel like if Madagascar got there, we would have a very rough time for Enville with just the general playstyle that Madagascar does, where Aurora's game style is a lot more comfortable for Enville to play against.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, the fact that Enville is just so good at taking the initiative and then never letting go of it is one of the key factors that makes or has made Enville succeed in so many past tournaments. It's what have made them just win all of those. Not even win, but win in a decisive fashion, right? Through that era of Enville dominance, we just saw them, and no one was able to even come close on the EU server to what Enville was doing in that period of time. The only time off for that obviously being when Fame came back to play the WCI tournament. But overall, Enville has just also the core of the team. They've been playing together for so long. They probably blindly know exactly what the other players on their team will do before those
Not just in 15v15.
Yeah, exactly. They play 15v15 together. They play 7v7 together.
They play Onslaught together.
Yes, everything.
Yeah, they play everything together. I wouldn't be surprised if they, all marry the same girl at this point. Just the entire Enville team just marry this one girl so they can all stay together for the rest of their lives.
They're happy family, Vin Diesel approves. But yeah, overall, obviously we are giving them some more time here, or rather we are giving some time to the Aurora players who've just had to play a match here. Although that shouldn't have been the most taxing one. I think it
looked like a rough match, man.
It looked like an easy ride, and we don't talk about the first round. I can't get it out of my head. It
would be so funny if it actually cost them, though. Maybe I'm a bad person, but I think it would have been hilarious if that first round of Fisherman's Bay came back to bite them in the end, because it's like the ultimate karma, you know?
All right, a map video coming up now, though, so that should mean that fairly soonish we'll see the first game. Let me actually check who's going to be attacking and who's going to be defending first. So Enville is going to start on defense. I mean, we haven't seen a Cliff Hardcamp yet, but I don't think Enville is going to do it.
I don't think so either. Prediction-wise, though, Insane and Toxic 5-3 for Enville. Me and Gihan 5-2 for Enville. So Gihan yet again disrespecting, and Toxic as well, disrespecting his fellow countrymen. Gihan's just jealous. He doesn't want other German players to get gold fists, which he has. Big word. We won't say earned, because that wouldn't be accurate. Right, Kian?
I would say I put a lot of effort into getting those, so
yes. Okay. How many games did you play in that tournament?
So in the qualification, I believe I played 2 because Papa was stuck in a traffic jam. And in the grand finals, I played 1 as artillery because they swapped me in for alpha.
And how many trainings did you play?
I believe I was there for a few of them, just as backup.
Present.
I was present. Okay.
Yeah, well, somebody needs to supply the snacks, right?
Exactly, and you can tell no one was going thirsty because I had the water bottles always at the ready, dude.
Smart, yeah, smart. I like it. Every great team needs a great mascot.
True and real. But yeah, I believe not much longer, less than 1 minute here until the final match is going to start. It's going to be Aurora against Enville. I think we've summed it up by now that Enville are the favorites to win it, but Aurora definitely, they're a good team. Like we've been talking a lot about how Enville is so great and everything like that, but Aurora, they are not here out of mistake or out of chance, right? They've earned their spot in those grand finals, and yes, they've lost earlier today against Enville, but in the end, if Enville, and they've shown that they sometimes do mistakes, then Aurora will be very quick to seize the opportunity and put the crown on their own heads.
I want to come back on what you just said, Gihan. I'm gonna be honest with you. Aurora really had one of the easiest rides into the finals I've ever seen. With the teams that they had to play against.
I mean, yeah, twice NTMG.
Yeah, and once Enville in upper bracket finals, which, all it does is send you, if you lose it, to the grand finals of the lower bracket where you can just wait for your opponent. I mean, it's not to take anything away from it, but it would be a whole different ball game if they had to play, I don't know. I mean, even... You know what I mean? You get what you get.
Yeah, I get what you're trying to get at. Like, if the seeding had been different and they would have had to play like Madagascar or something, then maybe we would be looking at a different finals. But all of this said and done, it's Aurora against Enville, and we are gonna hop into game number 1. Enville bringing the double CS. They're bringing 6 260s, triple BZ75, and double 50B.
Aurora, on the other hand, triple BZ, 5 CSs, and the rest being chieftains. It's the matchup here, right? 260s, those, what seems to be 8 260s from Enville against those chieftains from Aurora. It all depends on, can they play together? Can they get these chieftains to actually play the game before they get overrun?
Yeah, indeed. And as soon as basically the chieftains are out in the open, then they're just easy pickings. Now, split-wise, we see 1 CS, double 260, double B for Enville going lower side, and 10 tanks driving towards the up. And Aurora is just sending everyone towards the middle. But they're sending a hit squad of CSs around the hill immediately.
Did we see this from Nice Try as well? I think it was Nice Try, right? That also sent CSs around the hill. I believe it to be true. This is a big flank from those triple CS, so they're going to try and play passive in the middle, hold back for long enough to get those players in their CSs to execute that flank around. And Enville, again, is not really waiting for this by the looks of things.
Monster get up for free, though.
Yeah. Monster did get up for free. And now the BZs are coming as well from Enville, so they're just holding the middle. The CSs are flanking now. Chiefs are starting to play the ramp, though. Gotta be a bit careful here if you're Enville, because those Chiefs on the ramps, they hurt. They really are hard for you to play against, but the top of the hill has been won by Enville. The CSs now, though, from behind, what can they really do? So far, an HP lead here for the side of Aurora, but that's changing ever so slightly. Never surviving Rexar will not, though, on the side of that hill. But now we got to see how can Enville play around this presence of the ramp being won by the side of Aurora. They're actually trying to push on towards that singular CS of Kacha, trying to wrap around. Zuza will have to drop off, though, I was assuming is 260 to get below Scatter. If he can do that, that would be huge. He actually found a little bit of a hold down to play from as well, but Enville now starting to trail.
Enville indeed starting to trail. Katya being pushed off here removes one of the areas of crossfire, but Enville right now a bit behind in HP. The 260 are taking a humongous amount of damage. Benzo and Jakova still with the cross shots. Mentos from the backlines trying to do what he can. Two quick pickups in quick succession here for the side of Enville that are still behind regarding the HP. Good pickup by Kubash onto Scatter as well. Katya seems to be stuck in his CS.
He is stuck. He's definitely stuck in the CS, but between the rocks you can see that it is Enville in trouble there. Trying to stay alive with DJ, Orchek, and that 50B of Reshek. Mentos, though, crucial shot from that rock, still alive there. Another one from Zuza now coming out on towards Impact. You can still see the CS is flanking from the outside. Benzo finds a kill on towards Reshek. Pretty important as well. Aurora's up 2k HP at this moment in time. But we forget about Kacha. He's 1000 HP, not in the game. That makes it pretty much even, Kihan, if we think about it. And that is just going to be a thing as well to take into account. And Mentos' position there is so important. Uncountered with the hill as well. Now Piotr coming in, Orchek falling. Piotr comes in as BZ, though, wants to pick up this kill. He will find it. It took a little bit of time, but that's the ramp gone now for Aurora.
The ramp indeed gone, and Mentos still from the sidelines able to basically do shots into whoever exposes themselves in the middle. Finally, Mentos does get spotted, has to drop off because Jakova is driving towards him in probably speedy mode. Now Kubash and Zuza looking for side shots onto Feli in the middle that has to stay safe from what feels like 10,000 angles at once. Mentos now gonna run towards the waiting Kubash, so Jakova won't be able to engage onto him anymore. I think
Kacha dropped off, though. Kacha got out.
Kacha got out. That is huge because that is once again like almost 1000 HP back in the game here as Piotr takes a swing at YOLO, does not connect, however. Monster there also trying to shoot from the upside. Feli taking one shot of damage from, I believe, DJ. And now Zuza gets the reload, finishes off Feli. That's another kill here. Jakova with the shot into Mentos, does not high roll though.
Does not high roll, and Piotr now just going for YOLO, does connect his one shell. His last shot here tries to ram, but only 58 for Piotr. He falls to Benzo now. It's a 4v4, and Enville down a lot of HP. They've also lost the top of the hill, which they had there for a moment. But Benzo now with his 2k HP, so crucial in this battle.
Yeah, Kubash now prowling, driving around the corner here, but Katya and Jakova, both of them are starting to aim this way here. They're probably not sure where exactly he is. Mentos starting a long rotation, but I think if Katya and Jakova just engaged onto Kubash, that could be huge. Benzo still the playmaker here with 1900 HP. I think Aurora is second guessing themselves at this point in time, but with 4000 HP. Mentos actually dropping up. Mentos, my boy, what are you doing?
He pulled a duck of that.
What? Why though? But yeah, Katya getting the pickup here now onto the 260, and now only Zuza on 600 HP and DJ on 400 left here. Benzo doing a good job of getting information against Zuza, who is being proxy spotted by that CS. Zuza with a good shot into Jakova apparently though. Benzo now starting to peek. Zuza has a hold down though, and Katya
will find Mentos here. Does Mentos do at least one more shot for this though? Would be huge if he does. Because Kacha is going to find Mentos flipped here. Mentos, does he get the shot out? He doesn't. Kacha picks it up. That will surround the last two tanks from Enville in this scenario. YOLO with the BZ even gets the pickup against Zuza, and that leaves just DJ. Didn't they have Monster on the hill as well at some point?
Monster was on the hill as well.
For a long time, and then he died.
Yeah, Alright, so DJ is gonna get rolled by Benzo. And that concludes game number 1. Aurora, with 4 tanks left standing, are able to pull ahead in the grand finals here. Probably surprising Enville a little bit with going to middle with the entirety of their tanks.
I mean, Enville they did pretty well still, though. At the end, costing a little bit. Finally, Mentos getting countered. They should have countered him much earlier for Aurora. He was really putting a lot of pain onto that middle area in his CS. Not sure why he decided to drop off at the end, but yeah. The 50Bs were so useless, though, for Enville.
Yeah, the 50Bs coming into this one. Piotrix 1-shotted damage. Rysiek 2 shots of damage. But yeah, it really felt like Enville completely got surprised by what Aurora was doing, and a lot of their moves felt very, very panicked. Especially the BZs going up when the CSs behind them were already in place and were able to farm them completely on the way up onto the hill. Like, yes, I think Monster it was that made it onto the hill for free, but then the BZs, they had no impact in that game. Is what I feel like, at least.
The CS is from around doing good, though. Philly there in his shifting as well. Pretty big amount of damage, surviving for a long time. It's exactly the start Aurora wants, though, coming into this match. Picking up the first round. It's the best of 9. It's going to be a long match. Doesn't mean too much yet. Like, we won't go ahead and be like, oh my god, Aurora's going to win 5-0 now. It's still very early. Cliff is one of those maps.
I would be...
This time they... that would be insane, but it's not happening.
I would be very surprised if that were the case. It is a long road to go, but Aurora, they've made good on the first step of the way there. 1-0, and Enville are going to be like, all right, dudes, you wanna do it like this? I guess gloves off for Enville. From now on, they're going to be looking to pick up the first round for themselves here on the map. Remember, this is the map that was essentially their free pick, and they just lost the first round on it.
They indeed lost the first round of, but switching around now, it's going to be Enville attacking, Aurora defending. Aurora making it work on that cliff with those triple CS from behind, but it was close and down the wire. Could have really gone any way for either of these teams. Aurora is the one, though, that edges themselves ahead. But can they do it twice in a row?
We'll have to see. First of all, Aurora demonstrating, though, that even in those very, very chaotic shootout games that normally are a strength of Enville, they're able to actually prevail, hold on, hold strong, and then decide the round in their favor.
It's something they have to keep up for another 5 rounds, though.
4.
Nah, they're going to lose this one.
Okay. I guess Enville is going to win this one with double CS63, double BZ75, double 50B, and 9 260s.
Aurora, on the other hand, triple BZ, double 907, a 260 V4, triple CS, and 5 260s.
6, no?
6 what?
260s.
Did you hear me call me out? Kian, are we calling each other out now? Last round you said 7 260s for Enville and there were 8.
Oh, well, no, we are not calling each other out.
Two can play this game, Kian. Be careful.
All right, splitwise though, Aurora going towards the middle with triple CS, triple BZ, 1260, 1907, sending the rest of their forces towards the 1 and 2 line. For Enville, it is the CSs, I believe the 50Bs as well, some 260s towards the southern, or the western part of the map rather. Rysiek in the 50B already getting completely focused down by the tanks of Aurora. Hasn't even shot a single shot yet. Finally, the first one comes out. They need to delete him, and Piotrix with the team kill.
Killed him. Piotrix with the team kill towards Rysiek, but Rysiek would not do too much in that game. Anyways, they're trying to get out of this 1-2 engagement here by the side of Enville, because it does look like Aurora just has the upper hand right now. They're trying to put these tanks stuck in the lower corner. Zuza, Tisek, Kubash now reinforcing, as now the rest of the Aurora tanks just crossing from the top out in the open. Cat's-Eye Fury and DJ are like, where are we supposed to go against this? Just kind of chasing them around this hill. It's a sloppy fight from both these teams right now, as now Piotr and his friend Never are going to be winning the middle, but Enville is able to pull back here, Kihan. They're able to pull back into those positioned to surround, and I think Aurora will have to continue pushing.
Aurora should be getting a good pickup here with Rexa, who just made a shield for Kubash, who's now going to be hold down, and this is exactly why we see Aurora up in HP right now, even up in tanks, forcing the issue here, forcing the push onto Zuza. Even Jakifa is going to leave that little position back here. Skeda is going to drive close to Kubash to maybe take him out of the picture. Maybe the Aurora tanks should be turning around to basically do something against Kubash here. They're not doing so right now. Skeda taking a humongous amount of punishment, and Kubash still able to survive. Skeda trying to not create a good hold down here for Kubash, who's now getting flanked by the 907 behind him, so he's not going to survive for much longer. And Aurora, I think they are doing it. They're taking the second round, looking at the HP.
Yeah, they are indeed taking this second round on Cliff. They have the superior split there. The double 50B from Enville never really getting into this fight. I mean, Piotrik's team killing Rishek didn't really change anything, to be honest, there for the side of Enville. Kacha needs to be careful though in his CS. I mean, he's just going to get blown up here, but it's only 4 tanks left standing for Enville versus a overwhelming force of Aurora, who are coming into this grand finals and are going to be making it 2-0.
Finally, Pun's Fury does get picked up. Everyone going for the damage here, even on the side of Aurora. And 2 kills onto Piotr and DJ are gonna lock the 2-0 on Enville's map pick onto the board here. Aurora storming into these finals here.
Again, a round that could have really gone either way. The 50Bs there, if they get their clips out, 1-2 would maybe be a different scenario, but they got focused hard. Rishek, I think he did 1 shot, maybe Piotrix maybe 2 at best. So they'll definitely be on the bottom of the scoreboard there for Enville. And yeah, Aurora just having more tanks in this one too. The double CS crossing from the top as well behind the rock to help out with this. Just the superior opening.
Yes, so we do indeed see that the double 50B did not have a great impact here. Rishek getting out 2 shots, but only doing 1 shot of damage. And yeah, Piotrix there with the connection into Rishek with the team kill here. But I do agree with you, it wouldn't have changed a thing. The focus fire on the 50B was just so good by the side of Aurora that they were just able to completely negate them. Rerolls there, not having the best of games. Still though, his team won here with Feli, the German superstar, putting himself on top of the board.
Yeah, 6 kills as well though. It's a lot for a 260, especially if you do 4.4k damage behind it as well. So good stuff there from him. 13, 13, 13. That's what you expect from Feli. So he delivers upon that. And yeah, it looked there for a second that it would still be possible for Enville if they were able to win the middle of the map and establish crossfire between them and Kubash, but then they had those 260 still close to the corner, not the Kubash ones, but on the left of it.
I mean, Zuza.
They got pushed. Yeah, I don't know who it was, but there was 2 of them there very close to the corner. They have to be 1 corner back already, and you have to somehow play for split map, I think, if you're Enville.
Yeah, but obviously Aurora then putting themselves into the driver's seat, putting down the pedal to the metal and just keeping pushing, just snowballing it out of control, removing more guns, removing more HP, removing more tools from the side of Enville. And now we are headed towards Morovanka. So the first map that Enville picked, completely going the side of Aurora. And now we're even headed to Aurora's map pick of Morovanka. I'll have to check quickly who's going to attack first. It's going to be Aurora attacking first. So Enville picked defense.
Yeah, so Aurora attacking first. Enville need this round, to be honest, now to reset. You gotta break the hype train of the enemy team, and to do that, you gotta start winning some consecutive rounds.
Aurora earlier today on their attack, they did win Morovanka. I think both of the teams won their respective attack on Morovanka, right? Against each other, I mean. So we'll have to wait and see. I'm kind of curious if Enville is going to do the 1-2 line pushes that they did essentially both games last time. If they're going to trust in that again, or whether they're actually going to do more than send like 2 chieftains to the forest, 2 279s towards the forest to then just die there uselessly. It remains to be seen. Here are the lineups though. Enville coming in with the double EBR, 1 SGRV. They have 4 279s and 8 chieftains.
Aurora, on the other hand, 5 to 7 nines, WBR, the rest being chieftains for them, which would be 8. So, in terms of lineups, not much difference in these teams, just like slight to 7-9 more for Aurora, but in return, Enville has the SCRV though.
Yeah, that STRV, we saw it earlier today being used to great effect on like the C3, C4 position, I believe it is, where he was able to shoot at all the tanks returning from the forest. But Enville, not a very one-dimensional team, so they can put him basically wherever. We also see Enville with a lot of tanks driving towards the middle. Oh, good shot onto Mentos here by Alexandros, who doesn't take a shot in return. Also Monster spotted with the EBR in the forest, basically handing the entirety of the other side once again to YOLO, who has once again not spotted the chieftains there.
No, and now Enville, they were baiting for the 1-2 straight push, are going to be rotating based upon this information that they have been given by the side of Aurora, who just take the forest. They're like, okay, fine, we get the forest for free. Enville's trap doesn't initially work out. They got to come and cut back across the A line before the 3 line gets taken away from them. It's always important to know that if a tank does get to C4, he's able to spot any rotations. So they're beating this timing.
Exactly, so preemptive reactions here by the side of Enville, who probably suspect that a lot of tanks by Aurora are in the forest. I mean, Benzo and Kalium Mangel already spotted here, so a chieftain and a 279. That suggests the presence of more tanks, which we all know to be true. Also, they've already been shooting at the tank in C0, I believe, with HE, and now Enville doubling back here, actually, with the U-turn. Taking the chieftains and rotating back towards the west, but we can already see also by Aurora there's a rotation with double chieftain, double 279, but I don't think that's enough to hold.
Yeah, Monster there gets spotted out. I think he tried to connect him towards YOLO. Didn't succeed at it. So they're going to be rotating back towards 1-2, which is, again, a big commitment. You can see counterclockwise rotations from Aurora as well. Against this, sending more tanks over. Baron, Feli. Last time they went to K3, they didn't have a good time though.
No, and they're not going to have good memories of that either. Baron now once again turning towards the forest. Feli keeps driving towards that 3 line. And Enville, I don't really see any like proper incentive for them to push currently, because realistically they are the ones defending. They don't need to really take any risks by blind pushing somewhere.
Yeah, Souza has to be really careful though there in that chieftain. If he gets double peaked, he could be in trouble rather quickly. Of course, Aurora has to respect the fact that there could be somebody at A0 behind Souza covering him as well. So Souza has to play a big game of all the tanks from that part of the map. And now though, Aurora just taking some map control. Enville just baiting here, hoping that they come 1-2.
Yes, indeed. Aurora not really doing that as of now here. They have sent 2 tanks towards Souza, trying to suppress him, trying to maybe be able to move up unspotted with all of their heavy tanks. But they're not really going to be able to do that as long as they don't go closer and actually suppress Souza. And then there is the factor of Mentus sitting in that bush. He'll be able to spot all those tanks regardless. Aurora, I think, are getting baited a little into that 1 line with that 279. He's up very, very far. He wouldn't survive for a long time. And there is no one like behind him on the 1 line to really back him up. Like, yeah, there's a chieftain and a 279 behind at H3, but they wouldn't be able to prevent anything.
Yeah, Timmy here just taking it slow and steady. He wants to take the 3 line. He wants to cut off rotations like we talked about. He still has to deal with Conrad in that position though, who's going to spot him out. He takes one from Piotrix. Conrad there just in the bush gives him one as well. Timmy now down towards 1.9. I think Kubash might get some shots on him as well. Another good shot there. Conrad needs to be careful from the forest though. Takes 1, takes 2 immediately as a reaction for him. But look at Enville. They're pushing down 1-2. They're pushing down the 4 line. I think this is what they were waiting for, realizing how many tanks are still in the forest. They're going to just be going up and over in towards Timmy, into the 1-2 lines as well. It's another bait strategy here this time around for Enville. It's looking rather okay because Aurora is again having to rotate from these positions, and they're going to be kind of slow. They lose Timmy. Rexar takes damage in return for this though. Rerolls now scattering to the winds. He's taking 1.5 as well, and Enville right now seem to be quite just complacent with this, not continuing down. Zuza here trying to stay alive. The SRV gets spotted out. They're going to be careful with that. Old Kings and Impact trying to deal with Zuza. But Zuza has a decent amount of support still.
Zuza still has Piotrix behind him, and the problem for the Chieftains is that they don't have the caliber to overmatch the STRV, so that's actually going to be a pretty big problem for them while trying to dig out Zuza. And Aurora and Enville, they both have stabilized the game now. Impact and Old Kings, they need to get out Zuza.
Aurora over-rotated Tokian. Look at it. Right? They didn't push out 9-0 line, and they can't do it either. Impact and Old Kings is not enough. They started pulling back everybody to 1-2 because that's how they lost last round. Remember? In the upper bracket, that's how Aurora lost. They got pushed on 1-2. Now they rotated everybody. What does Enville do? They stop. It's a good adjustment from Enville. You got to say that much.
Yeah, and the fact is that Timmy is dead here. They're not really going to be able to suppress those 279s that Enville has posted in the middle of the map on the D-line. That being said, though, Zuza down towards a one-shot needs to be very, very careful because him dying would actually open up a lot of the northeastern part of the map for the side of Aurora, who could then freely push up to the STRV. That being said, though, Enville starting to reinforce the STRV position with Chieftains.
Yeah, starting to reinforce it. Enville just has to make the correct split at this moment in time. Have enough tanks in A3, have enough tanks on the A-line to hold as well. They have all the info they could need at this moment in time to hold both sides. They just need to make sure they have tanks at A3 that are able to do this. I mean, there is very little time left here for Aurora to make moves off of this.
Yeah, 4 minutes might sound like an awful lot, but it actually isn't on Murovanka. And now Aurora, they will have to start making like decisive movements on the 1 line, on the 0 line, wherever. They just need to start with the movements. YOLO now being sent in to sort of spot screen, and now Baron is probably gonna go to where Timmy was, and Conrad, dropping down towards a one-shot, so that is good. Destroyer able to remove Conrad from the game. Never also taking damage. Kubash taking damage. Aurora trading very well now, but time is a ticking.
Yeah, but Kubash is just dead for this, though. The fact that Zuza died is actually turning to bite Enville. They could have rotated to cover him, but now they're just losing positions more and more. They're going to get pressured on 9-0 line soon. They're down 6,000 HP, Kihan. Maybe Aurora has a win condition here, but it's still going to be hard for them to clear every side of the map, though.
Yes, indeed. 3 minutes only remaining. And Impact, he can't really push over the open ground, so 0 line is not really an option right now. They do reinforce it, though, Old Kings, and on the minimap we can see 2 more tanks with Katya, full HP. Finally, someone arriving here. Destroyer getting spotted, and they are going to start the move over the open ground here. Piotrix peeking with his STRV, giving a shot, receiving one in return, though, and I think they're going to make it over the open ground. It is once again what we also saw last tournaments. Aurora driving towards that A8 position. Are they going to be able to do it? They have 2.5 minutes. I believe it might be enough.
Yeah, Piotrix, they're just trying to run away with the SRV. I don't think he's going to be making it out of this fight, though. It would be a disaster for Aurora if he does. But now Kacha just pushing past. The crossfire coming in from the side of Enville, though. They're trying to do what they can. They're still down 6,000 HP. 2 minutes left here. That's an eternity, though, at this point. 2 minutes to survive against a surround that Enville has to deal with. It's going to be almost impossible.
Exactly. Less than 2 minutes remaining now, and more than 11,000 HP still to chew through, but Aurora, they have everything. They have the HP, they have the guns, they have map control. They could even go towards the cap, and I think Katya is making a shield for YOLO there currently, and for Alexandros. So they're just putting every single checkbox. They're ticking them all to make sure that they are going to be the ones going toward a 3-0 scoreline against Enville. Monster? Oh, I mean, quick pickups here, but only 5 tanks remaining. Monster is also in their pocket. They're not spotted. 10 seconds remaining here, and Katya.
Who's going to reset?
No one is going to reset. Alexandros is safe.
Yeah, just wondering. Monster is the last remaining bastion here normally to reset, but it's going to be Aurora 3-0 over Enville.
Yeah, good stuff by the team in baby blue here. Aurora just coming into this finals wide swinging, and they're going to take the 3rd consecutive round against Enville, of all things. Although, if I remember correctly, there was a German team in the past that went very, very far up in the grand finals and then got remontadat. So we shouldn't be getting ahead of ourselves too much, but right now, Aurora firmly in the driver's seat of this game and match. Enville not having a say in the matter.
No. I thought for a second that Enville was doing really well when they pulled back off 1-2. I feel like, if Zuza could stay alive there longer, it would be huge, because then they can hold zero line a lot longer as well in return. But they weren't able. He just started getting penned from angles, died, and then you have the issue when Zuza dies. They retake the 3 line, Conrad falls, Kubash falls, and that really made it a lot easier for Aurora to win off of that point.
Yeah, and Jackafer there with a pretty good game, 4.5k damage for him. And really, the entire team of Aurora with a good match so far. Enville showing a surprising amount of weakness.
It is what it is, though. For Enville, they have to look at a 3-0 deficit to come back in this match. Luckily, they do get Moro attack now, the favorite side still, and then Prokhorovka, which is one of their better maps usually, into Himmelsdorf, if I'm not mistaken. So it's possible. Let's say that it is indeed still possible. Probable is a different thing, but
I mean, at this point in time, obviously Aurora is or are the favorites to take the title here, but they are gonna have to win 2 more rounds, and the opponent is still Enville. So yeah, if they're able to pull it off, good for them. But it is obviously still a mountain to climb, even though it is basically the Himalaya now for Enville.
Yeah, indeed. It's becoming a bigger and bigger task. But let's say that there's a massive difference between 3-1 and 4-0, though. I don't always agree with your 3-0, you're not in trouble at all. 4-0, you're really in trouble. But no, there's a huge difference between having at least one more round to work with in a best of 9 in the grand finals than just looking at endless match points.
Yes. Well, we'll have to wait and see if Aurora will be able to get that crucial 4th point on the board, or if Enville finally starts showing up in the match. They had the opportunity, the possibility to win at least one cliff round, in my opinion, but Aurora with the better end. Enville, however, with double EBR, 1 STRV, we have 6 Chieftains and 6 279s.
Yeah, and Aurora on the other side, 4 279s, WBR, the rest being Chieftains, is what they're going to be bringing in this match. Let's see, Enville has it all to do. Aurora is probably starting to get a little bit more nervous, though, Kihan.
Yeah, indeed. The closer you come to the finish line, right, the more your nerves start coming into play.
That's why Kihan finishes in 10 seconds, so he doesn't have to deal with this.
Oh, okay, bro. Yeah, split-wise, we see 1 EBR left, 1 EBR right by the side of Aurora, sending a lot of their chieftains towards the forest immediately. Magnus, the only real fighting tank on the 1, 2, 3, 4 line. Mentos taking a shot. I'm not even sure if that possibly was won by one of his teammates that tried to hit YOLO here. But the entirety, essentially, of the Aurora team is spotted here. So, and Impact and Katya actually with pretty unusual positions with their chieftains on the 7 line.
Yeah, but Enville is going to be quite okay with this right now. They have still control over 1-2 line. They are pushing up at 279s now with some chiefs behind to re-establish the forest. And let's say it the way it is, the forest is better from the south than it is from the north.
Exactly. All of the Enville forces now starting to come ever closer towards the tanks that Aurora has. And the thing is, there is even 4 heavy tanks by Aurora out of the game. You see the 2 chieftains in the 7 line, you see the 279 in E6, you see the 279 in C4, and Enville, obviously, they know this. This is why they're immediately crossing into the second ditch. Conrad, though, taking 1400 for it, is going to get to safety. Panzfury taking another shot, but Enville, are they going to overpush? They are over-peaking at least. Scatter down to 1300. Conrad getting completely removed. In turn, Scatter falling, and this is going to turn into a brawl.
This is going to be a big brawl here as Zuza in that lower side down towards a one-shot. Enville here just trying to force the issue. Maybe a little bit of tilted POV, knowing that some tanks are out of the fight, having this info, but deciding to go for display when they have 8 minutes to actually work with the map, work with the positions they have. But what did they do? They decided to push straight in, and now comes the repush from Aurora, though they have to be careful not to chew off too much here instantly in this fight. They could still lose this, but it's not looking likely that it's going to happen. 6,000 HP difference between Aurora and match point for them in the grand finals here, and this is an Enville that we have not seen this tournament. This is not looking like they normally do, but it's what it's gonna be.
Ozek and Piotrix now both down towards a one-shot. The same goes for a lot more of the Enville tanks, and 9,000 HP advantage. Aurora with a commanding lead in game number 4, putting themselves on match point 4-0. Enville, where are you?
I'm not sure. They had all the time to work with to make a few rotations, establish 1-2-3 line, start getting angles on those chieftains at E7. Like those two guys at E7, they're not very safe at all, Kihan, let's put it that way. They had plenty of time to work with this, and they also have an STRV, you know?
Yeah.
STRV is not really a great push tank.
No, it's a great bush tank though, but they were just using it as well in that shootout here, and I think Enville, I really don't know what the plan was here. Like, they saw all the tanks crossing over, and they committed into it.
This is weird.
Yeah, it's not the Enville we normally see. That's for sure. And now we are at the like end point here almost. It is 4-0. Like, not quite, but you know what I mean. It's gonna be endless match points, as you said. Enville just falling apart in front of our eyes.
Yeah, I mean, they had that first Cliff game that was close, and then after that, second Cliff not that close. The Muros now, you know, it is what it is, though. I mean,
it is what it is. But yeah, the question remains: how many it is what it is does Enville have left in them, as they are facing, match point after match point after match point after match point, and they will have to do a full-on clean remontada against the team of Aurora that is probably on top of the world right now.
yeah, they should be on top of the world.
Yeah, Conrad, not a single shot of that. I mean, it's not really his fault that he does so little, because like it's FC call to go in, and obviously he does, but Aurora just with all the answers that to the questions that Enville hasn't even asked, probably.
It's just weird. Either Aurora is like insanely good, or Enville's just not performing right now. I think it's a little bit of both.
Yeah, I mean, it takes two, right? 4-0. And if this was a normal upper bracket match, like this match would be over. Enville would be relegated down towards the lower bracket. That being said, though, Cliff and Murovanka done, both going the way of Aurora, 2-0 on either. And now we go into Prokhorovka. Maybe a slither of hope for the Polish team, as they have demonstrated before that Prokhorovka is a map that they are very, very capable on. But it just takes one, man. It just takes one more round for Aurora. But then again, they are probably like, you know, palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. Maybe there is that mental barrier from preventing them from actually
it's
winning.
It's a long road, though, for Enville. It's a very, very long road.
Yeah, we have to talk about this fact, though. Like, Enville, uncharacteristically, like this is not the Enville that we have, you know, seen in the past few. Like, even though they didn't win the past one, like and even earlier in this tournament, they played differently. Like, I have trouble phrasing it because it's so weird to see.
Well, it does lead us to this Prokhorovka, with Enville facing a tremendous amount of match points against them, and Aurora on the brink of being super happy that they finally get to win something.
not able to talk about the Silver Fists anymore. That would be a bummer, of course.
Dude,
but
honestly, it's really not an issue, Kian. It's like you go from Silver Fist to Purple Fist, dude. You know what I mean? You just move the goalposts, dude. Do I look like I care?
But yeah, I think 30 seconds until we are gonna go into the what might be the last game of this finals, and you could probably hear the bewilderment in my voice. Like, if it was 4-0 for Enville, it wouldn't nearly be as mind-boggling to me.
Mind-boggling indeed are the scenes that we have seen so far in this match.
Yeah, Prokhorovka. We've seen both teams on the map before. We have a rough idea how each one of those likes to play. Enville, it's do or die. They now or never. And they are trying to stay alive here in this match, bringing a double EBR, double STRV, 1 Chieftain, quadruple 279, and 5 260s.
And Aurora, on the other hand, 6 260s, double EBR, 1 STRV, and 6 279s.
Now, are we going to see an Aurora victory netting them the tournament win, or are Enville to hold on at least for now? We'll see. Initial splits, YOLO going towards the middle with his EBR, Alex getting sent towards the eastern part of the map. A lot of Aurora tanks actually going towards that eastern part. Enville sending a lot of tanks towards the middle here. The double 260 looks like it's very likely going towards the ditch. Not spotted yet though by YOLO, and the 1-2 line looks pretty weak for the defending team of Aurora.
260 is getting spotted out now though for the side of Aurora. That's a good spot there from Mentos coming in. Get the info that they would want. The dip being taken immediately by Enville. You love to see it as well for them. At least they have that going in their favor. They're now rotating back towards the hill with double 260 to go hold it. Monster going to be taking some info on 1-2 line, knowing that YOLO is spotted. Knows that he can be more aggressive based upon this.
Baron there on the hill though, taking 2 shots of damage here. First damage of the game actually. Pan's Fury was spotted going towards the hill. Baron taking it, but the thing is there is no one really that can properly support him. YOLO there getting spotted out in his EBR, getting deleted immediately.
Outplayed by Monster actually. Outplayed by Monster. YOLO was spotted. Now it's going to be a big hill push, though, for the side of Aurora. Baron there takes 2, and this is what I'm talking about, Kian, if you remember. I said that the SRV and Chief on the hill can angle this out, but it's going to be Aurora here. The push down the 0 line to try and secure tournament victory, but already the guns are blazing from Enville, from the middle, from the K-line. The Ignite from Piotrix onwards. Destroyer, I don't think he's going to make it past the hill, even in that 260. He stops on the top. Baron bites the dust before he even gets to die, but now he gets shut down by Ketsai, and finally it looks of Enville that we want to see, like 0 line being overpushed by Aurora, but 1-2 line being fully lost. Yeah, sure, they will lose Panzer Fury, but in return, on top of that, they will take everything away from Aurora on towards the 5-6 line, on towards the 1-2 line, and Aurora now have won the hill, but that's also everything they have.
Exactly, the map now being split essentially. Instead of north and south, it's west and east, and Enville going towards that middle with a lot of heavy tanks. But the issue is there is the STRV, there is Jakifa from the back lines here, able to shoot on towards the tanks in the middle. Never now trying to overpeak here onto Kalium Mangel. Yes, they are swarming rerolls, but they're taking a lot of damage in return here.
It shouldn't matter, Kihan, let's put it that way. Like, they take damage, but the Rails positions are undefeatable. Like, you cannot defeat the Rails positions normally. They're too strong from Enville's side. Like, sure, they take a lot of damage, Kian, but you have such a bad hold over the map, so little control, and not even good tanks to really play this with either. I mean, 279s can't peek anything from those positions.
Yeah, and also 7 minutes for Enville still to like get something going.
And I don't even think Aurora knocked over the 3s, which means that Enville can do it.
Yeah.
You know, you can knock them towards 1-2 line.
Yeah, I know. So they don't get knocked basically your way. So I'll quickly check. No, the trees are still standing. So, yeah, Aurora looking kind of stunned right now. Jackifar readjusting towards the north in his STRV now.
No, the trees are not standing anymore. They didn't knock them over properly.
Wait, I didn't see it correctly. Oh, yeah. So no real possibility, I guess, for them to properly cap there. That being said, like the spotting runs or the peaks for the spots are going to be so expensive for the side of Aurora, who are down in guns, who are down even in HP. Cap does get started now, and we'll have to wait and see. Oh, does get abandoned again. Good shot by Piotr onto Magnus, constantly making him aware that he needs to be careful of this part of the map as well. Impact is now going to mirror Piotr's position. Katya perma spotted on the hill. That's crazy also.
Yeah, they're just Mentos and Monster are just afraid of Alex speaking, because Alex can run the rails and spot them. Every time Alex goes away, they'll probably restart that pressure on towards this gap. But they have to play it super careful, of course. And you can see just the angle starting to come into effect, though.
Yeah, 3k HP difference now once again. And Enville, yeah, sort of happy with playing it out here, letting the angles work for themselves. And, yeah, Old King's there on top of the hill. He's going to have to basically blind shoot. Rexa now getting spotted here, and both of the EBRs edging in. Probably the pings going out right now where exactly Rexa is spotted. Ooh, and Alex, they're really paying for that peak. 2 shots connecting onto him. Good shooting by the side of Enville. Rexa is going to get shut down, but after that, Monster and Mentos are going to have a very good time, especially once they get despotted.
Yeah, I mean, Jackify, they're going to try and get the resets, but those EBRs will be getting despotted. They are despotted now, and Alex is a one-shot. If Alex dies, there's nobody really left to spot the cap anymore. And that's a big issue here for Aurora. Like, sure, the HPs within 3k of each other, and Mentos gets spotted out, but Scatter, they're immediately getting punished quite hefty for that. 8 seconds left here. Enville looking to get that crucial win on the board at the very least. 2 seconds left now. Back down to 20 seconds. Monster actually taking a shot there. But look at the price that was paid for this reset. 6,000 lead for Enville now. The STRV coming closer as well. Another reset has been found, though.
Another reset was found, but it's not going to change the fact that Enville are going to win this round here. 6,000 HP, the difference. Yes, Never does go down towards a one-shot. Yes, Piotrix has a lot of the HP of Enville, but they also have the superior amount of guns. They're able to force the peaks by Aurora here. You can see it. Cap is still going, so the pressure is unrelenting. It is just on to the Aurora tanks, and even if Mentos gets high-rolled here by one of the tanks by Aurora, that's, well, not in the middle anymore because it got cleaned out, Enville is going to find their first point in the match. It's going to be 1-4.
1-4, the first round here finally for Enville. They would have liked to have more than just one on the board, but at least it's a start, Gihan. It is something. A ladder that you have to climb. You always have to start at the bottom, right? You can't start from the top unless you're climbing down, Kihant. I understand you want to be a smart ass, but that's besides the point.
Yeah, indeed. It is a start. It's not much more than that, though. Enville, they cannot make any more mistakes, and Aurora, they still have a lot of leverage, a lot of leeway with that, although, you know, it ain't over until it's over.
It ain't over until it's over. But now, switching sides on Prokhorovka, Enville, I think they're clutching on to the hopes of Himmelsdorf, you know?
Aurora, though, they need to be careful that Enville don't get a train of their own going here. Like, yeah, it is still a gigantic mountain to climb, but that Enville team in the past have shown that as soon as they get the machine going, they get the engine running, that they are an unstoppable force. And Aurora, they need to stop this as soon as possible, which would mean the next round here on Prokhorovka, round number 2.
Yeah, for Enville, if only they picked up that first cliff round, everything would still be looking different.
Yep. But now even if some unlucky Amarak or something costs them 1 tank immediately, that's...
Yeah, they have to play flawless.
Yes. Yes, exactly. And they have demonstrated in the past that they're able to do that. Whether they're able to take that potential today and show it still remains to be seen, because at the end of the day, 80% of the rounds in this match between Aurora and Enville, they've not been able to do that. And even now, I felt like it was more Aurora misplaying with that overpush on the hill that just got completely farmed to pieces before it had even begun. Yeah.
They had no choice though. Yolo got outplayed by Monster and died, and that is the game over. Game over, by the way. You can't rotate back to this one too because you'll always be spotted.
Yep.
If an EBR established deep, you have no shot anymore.
Alrighty. It is a tense situation here for both teams, obviously. Aurora, it's so close and yet so far, right? They just have to do it one more time, but suddenly when Enville starts winning a round, right, the danger is there to fall back into that old mind pattern that we're not gonna get there. They need to get that out of their head. They just need to play every single round that is coming now. They need to not care that they're on match point. They just need to freely play. Enville coming into this one with 1 EBR, 1 CS, double Chieftain. We have 5 279s and we have 6 260s.
Yeah, 1 EBR showing aggression though, probably from Enville. Aurora, on the other hand, STRV, double EBR, 5 Chieftains, and the rest 279s. 1 EBR usually indicates some sort of aggression, unless though, keep in mind, Kihan, CS63, optics, low noise. Definitely a possibility.
We'll have to see about that one. Aurora sending, once again, 1 EBR mid, 1 EBR east. They're sending a lot of Chiefs to the east as well. Like 4 of them towards the middle is TRV, and double 279, I believe, are going towards the southwestern corner. Mentos, YOLO once again exchanging spots. A few tanks do get found, and very importantly, one of the 260s by Enville that is going towards the northeast is also spotted. Enville diverting the 260s now towards the middle here, and this looks like a very, very aggressive push by Enville. They are going to converge onto those tanks that Aurora has here. Yes, there's a lot of tanks by Aurora available as well to shoot at this, but this 1-2 line push, they don't see it coming.
Enville's even backing off from the 6-line push. They don't want to. They want to push down 1-2, but they have to deal with the 279s over there. Piotr pushing the 3-line kind of by himself. Zuza now coming into effect, now coming with him. They need the CBR from Mentos though to plow down on towards this SCRV from Jakafa. They have to shut him down in this game, but the first kill goes the way of Enville as Impact bites the dust. Where is Mentos? Where is the clear on the SCRV? He's coming in right now, actually, with that EBR trying to peak high, but Kalium there taking a serious amount of damage. Mentos doesn't find anything, though. He doesn't find the SCRV. That's pretty important to find, and Aurora is up 4,000 HP right now. They have to kill this SCRV to have a chance in this match to shut him down. They do have good middle control for the side of Enville, but Mentos has to reach this SCRV, in my opinion.
Yeah, Mentos there once again doing a spotting run. Kalium now falling to his death, but Mentos now spotted. He's actually going to continue down here. No, he's doing another round. Good shot by Jakafa into that EBR, making ever more evident where that STRV is. But Aurora at this point in time, 5k HP up. They've taken the entirety of the eastern side of the map. They are probably going to proxy spot Monster Destroyer, though, on the other hand, falling here. So the tanks by Aurora starting to falter. Aurora, they need to get those crucial pickups here. Mentos now starting his final approach, and that needs to be where the STRV completely gets obliterated. Mentos now spotted, and they all see this. He does proxy spot Jakafa finally, though, but Mentos also falls in turn, and this means that double EBR versus 0 now for Aurora.
Yeah, and Aurora does have a pretty good control here, but 2,000 HP lead as well for the side of Aurora. Piotr and Zuza there trying to do what they can. Benzo is in a pretty good position. It's the 3-line repush actually for Aurora with Magnus and Baron in those 279s. Piotr still alive though. I don't know if he can actually survive in this position. For Enville, it's massive. If he can, rerolls now down towards the one shot as well. And it seems like Aurora pulling back from that 6-0 line. Feely here in the Chief in a very good position. Monster, they're getting punished as well in the CS63, forced back. Enville does have the tank lead though, but can they hold this? Can Piotr survive? I think that is the most important aspect right now of this game.
Yeah, can Piotr survive? That is the question right now here. He's probably able to farm a good amount into the double 279 that are actually standing there. But Alex now coming over with the EBR. I think Aurora, they've realized that it's crucial to get Piotr out of this one. He's still surviving. Ooh, another HE onto Piotr, another one going out, making him a one-shot now for Alex, who's probably gonna go for it simply because Piotr needs to die. Alex indeed the one to pick it up, removing another position from the team of Enville here. Feely now starting to get traded against by Rexa, I believe, but he should still have the better trades here with the Chieftain being hold down. Monster now starting to rotate in his CS, but I think Benzo is much too healthy for any kind of 1-2 line push to succeed by the side of Enville.
Yeah, Benzo is starting to peak high, though. It wants to get those shots onto the tanks in F2. He's going to spot out Ketsa, actually. He wants to nail DJ. A roll would pick him up. He misses that shot, actually. Ketsa getting spotted out.
Benzo peaks here, that would be huge, because he would see Piotrix and Monster at the same time, though. He's starting to farm into that ditcher. He's not finding the connections currently. That would be big.
I think Ketsa just kind of has to drive at Benzo now. I mean, Ketsai is trying to find some shots onto Baron. I think he will find it as well. A good connection there from Ketsai. 447. Benzo now probably going to start peeking against this, but that means he's going to get shot back from the ditch. So Piotrix getting blown up, actually. Tries to go high to get a shot on towards Baron. And now Ketsai left by himself here to trade off against Benzo. Getting shot by Alex as well. And Benzo in a far superior position. Ketsai now taking multiple shots from multiple angles. And Monster trying to reinforce. But that's not going to be happening either here for the side of Enville. That one singular 279 surviving is ruining the side of Enville right now. As Ketsai tries to survive, he's not able to make it happen. Benzo angling above them is going to tank it out. Ketsai will fall, and that means Aurora has doubled the HP of Enville.
And YOLO with the EBR with a good connection into the side of the turret of the 279, felling another one of the tanks of Enville. And on the other side of the map, we still see a full HP EBR. Alexandros there, and also Scatter with a full HP Chieftain. Feely and Katya probably gonna peek Never here to just remove him from the face of the earth entirely. Only one of the two shots connecting, though, putting Never down towards a one-shot here. Alexandros in the EBR spotted, though, but I think as soon as they collapse onto the ditch, it should most likely be over. They're trying to play a clean game here. They don't want to let this slip away from them. The thing for which Aurora has fought so hard and so often in the past, that tournament win that up until now has been elusive. It is within their grasp.
It is indeed within their grasp, and Enville backing off from that 5-6 line push. I'm not sure it was if it was the greatest idea they've ever had. We can see now, though, it took forever even for Mentos to clear Jakafan, and when he did, he died for it as well. I think Ketsai could have maybe even repushed the 3 line. You remember when he was full HP to kill those 2 one-shots, establish back some positions. But it is what it is. At the end of the day, Enville gets only 1 round in this grand finals, as Aurora are now shutting down the remaining tanks from Enville. It's Rishek, Tisek, Konrad, Kubash, and Monster that are the last ones standing here. Rishek here going for the all-out play against Kacha. Even the Ram, I think he knows that this is done, and that's it. It's taken a long time for Aurora, taken a longer time for some of their players to finally win something, but it is going to be this clan showdown, as Tisek and Kubas are the last 2 standing. Aurora, not 5-0, but 5-1 are the clan showdown winners.
Congratulations to the team from Germany. Congratulations to Aurora to take this showdown down in a 5-1 scoreline that probably not even the most die-hard Aurora fans would have expected.
There are die-hard Aurora fans.
Okay, now that's just rude. But yeah,
they're just like standing behind their computer. Let's go, Aurora.
It helped,
with,
though.
like,
It helped.
with like Bengal fire and stuff. Like, shh. There's probably a party in Kalium's house now. All the confetti popping off, dude.
Yeah, the long-awaited victory here for the side of Aurora, finally able to put the crown on their heads. And after this, finally, I have to say, deservedly so. Enville not showing up at all. That was, not a performance by them that we are normally used to. For them, it's the 2nd tournament in a row that they don't win.
Yeah, well, such is the time in the sun, huh?
Hmm.
The time in the sun can always change quickly.
Indeed. And as we can go here through the post-battle stats, we see that Feli, the young German superstar, once again performing. Jekafar with the STRV also able to put himself up there, but basically that's in the end what the STRV is meant to achieve, right? But yeah, Aurora in the end with a super clean performance, able to sweep away Enville 5-1. That was... Yeah, I predicted 5-2 for Enville, so I just got schooled.
Unfortunately, mistakes happen, Kian. Do not worry about it. We all make plenty of them. And Enville made a lot more of them than Aurora did in this one, to put it that way. And yeah, who knows what could have been? It doesn't matter, though, what could have been. It is what it is. You can go on about tournaments in the past for ages. What if this happens or that happens? In a week, nobody remembers outside of the scoreline.
Exactly. And with that all being said and done, thank you, Ducky, for a lovely weekend. It was very, very fun casting with you. We are going to raid you after, obviously, so people can keep claiming their drops. If you haven't already, obviously, drop him one of those crucial primes as well. And with that being said, as always, I'll leave the last words to you.
Overall, a lot of teams have a lot of work to do, I would say, to come up to their top form. But we'll see. Finally, Dragify, gold fists. Now we just get to troll him and not have him purple fists. So life goes on another day. Aurora takes this away. Congratulations to them. Much deserved. I think they were the team that probably put in the most preparation by the looks of things compared to everybody else. And they get to take it. And now we get to see if Enville and Enville teams are going to lose in World 7, because that's what comes next. But before that, analysts have a lot to say about what Aurora and Enville had to do today.
Well, thanks a lot, guys, for the casting over the weekend. And Toxic, is it the end of the Enville era? They have lost now. They fell 2 times in a row in the grand finals. They used to be dominating and taking victories. And now we have to say congratulations to Aura. They are grand winners. We said it, we mentioned it. They had to prove that this team would perform. And what a way to do so, taking the victory in this Clan Showdown.
It's you mentioned it. It may be an end to an era. It's not just that Enville lost 2 tournaments in a row. It's also how they lost today. 5-1 is not a close scoreline, and definitely not one that I think anyone was expecting. We have to say, however, congratulations to the team of Aurora. I think it's the 2nd time overall that a German squad manages to pick up a tournament victory in the Clan Showdown or Clan Rivals format. Special congratulations to Feli, winning a tournament on your birthday. What a feeling that must be. Very thrilling match to watch, actually. Aurora performing, I would say, up to standards, probably above standards. Especially in that first Cliff match, I was very surprised that they actually did what I asked them to do, which is play aggressive, take the fight to the enemy. So let's go over to the replays so we can look at those games once again.
Well, yeah, perfect gift for Philly on his birthday with this victory, and Aura was starting on Cliff against Enville. They were on the attack, Enville on the defense, and we had the feeling that this round could definitely go Enville's way because this opening was great. They had the tanks of the donut to punish Rerolls and Alexandros taking the hill, but Aurora actually managing to stay alive around that middle and then utilizing all of that firepower to turn that game back in their favor.
Yeah, I've had the feeling that Aurora never really had the greatest positions in this match, but somehow they made them work. They didn't have the hill for the entirety of the match, and yet they managed to always stay a bit ahead in the HP. And when we saw Katya being stuck at D3, I was like, okay, this match is over, it's done and dusted. But somehow he managed to free himself, and now he can be utilized to repush the donut together with Jekifar, the red line warrior. And that just really puts the end to this match. They pick up Piotr, and yes, they have the same amount of guns, but Aurora has almost 3 times the HP. Nothing to do for Enville.
Yeah, next up they were on their defense, and I have to say that this opening straight up won the game. You could see JKFA and Destroyer taking that position as a CSs again. They have done that in the past, and those 260s they proved to be better to confront those tanks from Enville on the lower side. On top of it, you saw that Enville they had the need to cross with some tanks from the top to reinforce, but Aurora is just gonna do the same with those BZs in turbo mode and impact. And at the end of the day, Enville they didn't have the greatest position to deal with that donut fight. They were actually pretty late for it, and also the outnumber was there from Aurora.
Yeah, and this we have to remind ourselves. Enville gets a free pick before any map bans are done, and they pick Cliff.
Yeah.
Now we were pretty surprised to see that because we would expect them to pick Himmelsdorf, and I mean it obviously didn't work out for them. So maybe next time back to the drawing board. On Morovanka, the rise of Aurora continued. We see the opening of Enville right here. They chose to kind of play the 1-3 line a bit, but Aurora in return just taking the entire zero line, also able to retake all of the positions towards the middle, and Enville just gets shoved into this corner. And yes, Aurora only has 2 minutes to play with, but when you have that little of the map, that's like a fourth, a fifth of the map, it really doesn't help you in any way, shape, or form because you have to defend. And the 2 minutes don't seem like 2 minutes anymore. They seem like 2 hours that you have to survive against all of these guns, all of these positions.
I think that they had a reactionary tactic. They pushed the 1-2-3 lines at 5:30, so they stopped the E line because they maybe lacked some info and they didn't know if Aurora had the defenses organized there, and they felt like they could just back off and have an easy way to defend with the time left. But Aurora had the perfect reactions. They were fast on reactions, and they managed to completely surround them, so that was good. And next up on their defense, you could see that Enville, maybe they were a bit tilted because they went for that very aggressive push over the forest, but the German team, they had the tanks to respond there.
Yeah, I feel like this is the matter of mentality. Like, Enville just thought, okay, we have to do something. We're down 0-3, and on paper, we have been the better team for quite a while. So what if we just take the shootout and try to be better once again, and we can win this match? But Aurora is not having any of that. Aurora just says, okay, you go do that. We will wait here. We will receive your push. We will deal with it in a strategic manner, call out the focus fire, call out the priority targets, and it's just an absolute stomp once again. We see 10,000 HP up. Aurora has kept their low HPs in the game. We see Katya on 50 HP, Benzo on a one-shot. So really, really great stuff from Aurora. Now here we have the slip up. Aurora maybe becoming a bit overconfident. YOLO getting completely outplayed for Monster. And Aurora feels the need to do something. So they YOLO the zero line. Not really the correct play here. They will go on to lose this round. But then again, they have a buffer of 4 more rounds. And they only have to win 1 of them. So at this point, the important thing for Aurora is to do, to say, okay, we lost the round, whatever. We don't care. We go play on. We play our matches. We don't care about what happens. We are here to win 1 game.
Yeah, well, Aurora, they were 4 up, 4 match points, but they got pretty much outplayed on that. It's pretty interesting to mention that whenever you want to take back the one-line spot to the EBR, you have to be careful, because Enville likes to push up with one of their, in this regard, Monster was there, countering YOLO taking that bush. So it was pretty hard. They had to go for that zero-line push, but once again, Enville, they were ready for it. They had the information, so they could rotate the tanks to cover it. And at the end, clearing the 5-6 lines, going for the cap, using 1-60 to make a shield for the EBRs was just enough, because position-wise, HP-wise, and tanks-wise, they were far in front.
And that's all really Enville had to do here to pick up their victory in the end. Aurora had a couple resets here and there, but it's just not enough. On their attack, Aurora actually opted to play a bit more stale at the start, and Enville took the aggression to them once again. But Aurora just keeping their calm. I really like that about them in this tournament. They were able to show, at least in the grand final, that they are able to deal with this kind of aggression and really react to it in a calm manner. They let them push in, they receive the push, and just punish Enville for every little mistake that they make.
I don't know if you realize, but that tactic from Enville, that's something that they played in the past already. The combined push over the 2 and 5-6 lines with the 279 taking the position all the way to the 1 line to counter K1, K2. But you have to say that Aura, they pretty much countered that with their opening, and Enville realized, so they tried to adjust. But even though they tried that, it was not enough. The hold proposed by Aurora was just good enough to deal with them. In return, they took the entire map control over the 6-0 lines, and then you had Enville completely surrounded. Also, you have to mention that Ketsai made a mistake. He stood way too long over H1. He could have tried to rotate out from that position. So at the end, Aura is gonna take the victory, and I have to say, everyone they won were convincing. Enville has been pretty much underperforming in those grand finals. That's something we have seen already in the past. Whenever they were dominating in the winners bracket finals and they had to wait for the grand finals, they were not in the greatest shape, and they could make some also, let's say, tactical mistakes, maybe picking Cliff. Well deserved by Aura, grand finals winners, and I think that it's gonna mean a lot for those German players.
Yeah, we talked about it a bit this weekend already. Enville is missing their main caller, Barbarian. He played for them in the group stage, is not playing anymore in the playoffs. We don't really know the exact reasons why, maybe some internal stuff going on, but we are not here to theorize about that. Do you think the fact that Barbarian left the team and Piotr and Monster and probably Ketsai had to take over the shot calling, the strategies, has something to do with the underperformance that we saw in this grand final?
That's very possible. I mean, I personally do think that they can perform better without him. Just going full Polish, if you don't count Mantus, that has been playing with them for years and that is very comfortable with them. The fact they took Babai and he was basically managing pretty much everything, like the tactics, the leading, he was a very reliable piece. But maybe in the group stage that didn't work out. They could have internal conflicts with him, so they decided to not play with him during the playoff, which was not that easy because he was meant to be the one in charge with the main responsibility. So that's possibly the case why they end up performing in the grand finals when they probably didn't have like any tactics left new to propose to Aurora. But on top of it, you have to also admit that regarding the reactions and the decision making, that's probably where they fall against Aurora today. The choices of openings. In return, the German team perfectly countering it.
Yeah, it's really stellar to see the German team being able to step up so much. I think the last tournament they didn't even make it to the top two. They finished third place, and
Yep.
now we see them in the grand final, not just winning with 5-1, really showing we are here to win. And maybe they are here to win not just today, not just this tournament, but maybe we have a new star on our sky, and that will be the German team of Aurora. However, before that, we will be having another VOD 7 tournament actually. In 3 weeks of time, it will be sponsored by Million Pucks. It will be the second tournament, the second VOD 7 that Million Puck sponsors. So make sure to tune in for that one. If you want, you can train for it in the Onslaught format. Anything you want to add to that and say?
Well, yeah, that's pretty interesting that we have such a cool tournament in only 3 weeks. It's going to be once again one weekend, Saturday and Sunday, I assume so. So you will not have to wait too long to get back to some competitive World of Tank actions. It's pretty cool. I mean, that's different, 7v7, the format and the teams, but we get to see usually the same players. So make sure to tune in, like you mentioned. On top of it, we will be hosting Daki, so if you didn't get enough time to pick up all the drops, you will get the chance to do it on Daki's stream. He's very often streaming till very late nights, so no worries about that. You'll get your chance. And also, Toxic, I would like to thank you for being a cool analyst over the weekend. Good performance from your side, also from our casters, Kian and Daki. That was basically a pleasure to work with you guys. And well, we hope to get to see you for the next tournament organized in 3 weeks. Toxic, anything to add?
Well, I can just throw a thank you back at you and also the whole production team. It's been an awesome weekend. Thanks for having me. Thanks for hosting these tournaments so we all have some enjoyable content to watch. And with that, I think we end today's stream. We wish you guys a lot of fun watching Dakilzor and finishing your drops. You can get your drops there probably till the end of the day. Ducky, as you said, is a late night streamer. And with that, I can wish you all the best of luck for the coming days, and we will see each other in 3 weeks of time.
Have a great night, everyone. See ya.